Every day he trains as hard as he can. He keeps pushing himself, training and striking again and again. He never stops for a moment, because in this world, he's only a one-star hero. All one-star heroes are disposable, and their only fate is to become material used to level up heroes with more stars. So if our guy wants to survive, he needs to become stronger than the other players who were trapped in this game world along with him. He trains really hard, becomes stronger than even 10-star heroes, and activates the infinite Riz glitch for all the fantasy girls in this world. They fight like crazy just to get his attention. Even the hot fire mage gets a nosebleed at the mere sight of him, and the dark mage just begs him to allow her to become his servant. So how does he do it? Well, just a short while ago, he was the master player of this game, not just an NPC trapped inside it. His real name is Han Seojin, and he somehow ended up in a game that is all about luck. The game is called Pick Me Up, and its main objective is to reach the 100th floor of the tower. Doing so requires careful strategy, material gathering, and training. Our boy used to be just an average guy who played this game. The game had heroes with stars ranging from 1 to 7, which determined their potential. Despite spending thousands of dollars, my man failed to get a hero above 5 stars. One day, he heard of a new dungeon, which had a chance to drop a book that would allow him to level up his hero to 7 stars. It was a no-brainer for him, so he decided to go in. However, unlike other games, the heroes couldn't be revived once they were killed in the game, so he decided to send a recon team to gather information about the dungeon. The party consisted of 5 heroes, each with 5 stars, but they started feeling scared immediately after stepping inside the dungeon. Our boy ignores this since he just wants to get information on the boss and decides to push forward. Before he knows it, a shadow figure appears and demolishes his entire party. Its level appears to be at 999, which is shocking for our boy, and he guesses it's some kind of bug in the game. While he is staring at the screen, the figure suddenly turns towards him and smiles, claiming it has found him. The next moment, everything turns black, and all he can see is the account creation window of the game. Someone makes an account named Anytang and starts the tutorial. It happens so fast that our boy has no time to think. The next moment, he is in the middle of a burning town being raided by goblins. Suddenly, one of the goblins starts charging at him. Even though it all feels like a dream, my man immediately knows this shit is real. He dodges the attack with his sword and hits back, killing the goblin. After finally finishing the tutorial, he steps into the familiar base of Pick Me Up. A system window informs his master that he can summon an additional hero for free. He watches as a blinding light appears in front of him, and a 4-star hero is summoned into the base. This makes him wonder if he also got summoned into this game like her. The girl introduces herself as a knight named Shay Lathistery. Their master puts them into a party together and sends them off to another dungeon. Due to the star difference, the knight girl leaves our boy in the dirt with her fighting skills. Even though it's not his fault, it's about to become his problem since the final stage of the tutorial is the synthesis process. Han knows he is done if he doesn't stop this now. Suddenly, the fairy appears and orders him to head inside the building. He calls her by her name, which shocks him, and she asks who he is. When he tells her his name, she starts looking through the record books, but he doesn't match the person they have on record. Realizing they've made a mistake, she starts screaming. However, it's too late to do anything now, so she orders him to go in anyway. Our boy gets thrown in against his will, and the process starts. Synthesis allows the player to combine 2 heroes to boost the stats of one of them. Of course, one hero gets sacrificed in the process, depending on which hero you choose. This is why our boy is so scared since the other hero is the 4-star knight. There is no way the player would choose him over her. Fortunately for him, the player is stupid enough to choose a 1-star hero and sacrifice the knight. Even Han is confused since it doesn't make any sense. Anyway, the next moment he gets teleported into some kind of waiting room with a few other guys. None of them knows exactly where they are, same as our guy. While they are trying to figure this stuff out, a tiny fairy comes flying to them and informs them that their master has opened the gate of time and space. This means they have to prepare for a fight. The men look at her in shock and ask who she is. The fairy explains that she is managing things around here, so they should get in line if they don't want any trouble. Ignoring her warning, a former mercenary walks up to her and furiously asks if she is the one who brought them here. When she refuses to answer, he takes out his sword and threatens to kill her. The fairy lets out a smile before decapitating the man on the spot. A system notification flashes on the screen confirming his death, but the cause of death shows that the man killed himself due to stress. Everyone is reasonably shocked seeing this, and the fairy uses this opportunity to warn them not to try something like that again. While she tries explaining what they need to do, their master starts putting them in a party. The first party consists of 5 heroes who have no idea what is going on. Nevertheless, they have no choice but to go along with the fairy's instructions. Before they all step into the gate, our boy Han walks in and asks the fairy if she wants to climb the tower. He asks to let their master choose their weapons, since they are 1-star heroes, and going inside that gate without any weapons would be suicide. They have already lost a 2-star hero, so they should avoid further losses. The fairy realizes he has a point and shows the master a notification window guiding him through the process of choosing a weapon. Seeing Han talk, one of the men asks him if he knows something about this place. He simply replies that he doesn't know much since it's been a long time. The red-haired girl hears this and wonders if he has done this before. He suggests they start grabbing their weapons since the fight is about to start. This makes them panic since none of them has fought in their entire lives. Still, he manages to convince them to grab at least basic weapons. As they nervously step closer to the gate, they notice the corpse of the two-star hero is missing. The fairy shouts at them to stop wasting time and simply get inside. Scared, they start entering one by one. At the same time, the red-haired girl observes our boy and notices him carrying a low-grade wooden shield. She starts asking him questions about what's going to happen, but he doesn't give her a straight answer and says she just needs to worry about killing the enemies behind that gate. Just then, several system notifications start appearing in front of him, confirming the death of the heroes who just went inside. Seeing his confused reaction, the girl asks what's going on, but he just tells her to stay quiet. The fairy almost loses her mind seeing the heroes perform so poorly and furiously calls on the next party. This time, our boy and the red-haired girl are also at the party. An old guy from their party starts making excuses about his weak bones, but before the fairy slashes him to death, the girl yanks him away forcefully. Inside the gate is a temple-like area that works as a teleportation hub. They are currently being teleported to the first floor. Han shouts at everyone to lock in since shit is about to go down. The next moment, they are all in a vast, empty field with a bunch of goblins staring at them from a distance. 3 guys from their party almost piss themselves and start running away. A system notification shows that they are scared, which reduces their stats by 30%. Unfortunately, for them, there is an invisible wall blocking their escape. The red-haired girl immediately recognizes that there is no way out and asks the hero if killing the goblins will allow them to survive. He confirms it, and the two decide to fight together. Being a hunter, she takes the ranged role while he charges forward with his sword and shield. Despite being so calm, our boy has never experienced a fight in his life. He shouts at the girl to focus on the goblins if she wants to survive. He guesses the player might have made a mistake when dragging the heroes for synthesis, or he might simply be dumb enough to choose him. In any case, he is lucky to be alive. The girl tries to help a fallen hero, but he yells at her, telling her to focus on the remaining goblins. Just then, one of the goblins manages to bite his shoulder, but he crushes him using his shield. Even though he has no idea how he got here, he knows it has something to do with the level 999 shadowy figure who looked at him. After a tiring fight, they manage to slay all the goblins. The girl is worried about his wounded arm, but he assures her it's fine since they'll heal back up when they return to base. This game has no player control in fights, which means that the heroes have to fight by themselves. Still, it's quite popular as the players get to observe this world like gods. He also used to play this game a lot, but he wasn't just any player. He was the 5th-ranked legend named Loki. As the stage is cleared, the girl gains a level, and the stage rewards are announced. Our boy is named the most valuable player for that stage. The first stage proved deadly, leaving only 2 survivors, the hero and red-haired girl. The story moves forward in time as our boy slowly adjusts to his new reality. He accepts that crying or complaining will not change anything. Instead, he chooses to face the situation with a calm mind. He now understands that he has been summoned into a game-like world called Pick Me Up as a 1-star hero. Heroes in this world have only 2 possible deaths. They can die in battle, or they can be merged into another hero if the master decides they are useless. Because of this, he knows he must get stronger quickly, or he will eventually be merged and erased. With this fear pushing him, he throws himself into non-stop training. His 1-star status gives him low base stats and slow growth, so he cannot afford to waste a single moment. Even after reaching level 5, he keeps going. The harsh workouts remind him of his military days. He understands that survival requires both physical strength and mental discipline. To him, this world is simply another battlefield. While he is finishing a set of push-ups, the archer girl approaches him. She asks what he is doing, and he simply replies that he is training so he can fight monsters. She admits she has also thought about their situation. After spending the entire night thinking, she realized they cannot escape. Complaining is useless, and surviving is the only option. She picks up her bow, explaining that her father was a hunter. That is why she knows how to use a bow so naturally. To demonstrate, she shoots an arrow straight into the target's head with perfect accuracy. Han is surprised by how talented she is. When he looks at her status window, he sees she is already level 2. She has basic archery skills and has used the 4 stat points she got from yesterday's battle. Even though she received fewer points than he did, she has a strong mentality and a unique skill. More importantly, she recovered quickly from the trauma of watching people die, something that many players cannot handle. Impressed, he agrees to help her grow stronger. She offers her hand, saying that her father taught her the importance of good teamwork. After a slight hesitation, he shakes her hand. A notification confirms that she is happy to form a team with him. Later, he calls out to the fairy. She appears instantly, looking annoyed, and tells him she is very busy. He comments that she came pretty quickly for someone busy. She snaps that she will not answer any more of his questions. He then asks whether he is the only one who can see the status window floating above her head. She freezes for a moment before pretending she does not understand. But her status window clearly shows her level, 257. When he points it out, she claims it is just a system bug. This does not convince him, and he becomes certain that he is the only hero who can see this. He asks what would happen if the master quit the game. The fairy gets angry and tells him to pray that such a thing never happens. Her reaction reveals more than she intends. When he then asks if time flows differently here compared to Earth, she explodes again. He takes her shouting as confirmation and even thanks her, which only makes her angrier. Still, our boy remains calm. He knows the fairy cannot harm him unless she is defending herself. He decides he will continue learning about this world slowly, piece by piece. If he fails to adapt, he will be eliminated either through death or merging. When the archer girl asks what they were discussing, he explains that the only way to escape is to clear all 100 floors of the tower. The master gives them commands through the fairy, and if they fail to complete their missions, they die. The girl realizes this means many more battles are ahead. He agrees. That is why he trains so much. He adds that the master will summon more heroes later. Their lives depend on this one person they have never met. By this point, he has learned several basic rules about the game. Food and daily necessities restock automatically every day. If they imagine any object, it appears in a drawer. But weapons, especially powerful ones like guns, cannot be summoned. He also learns that training does not increase level, it only improves skills and stamina. Soon the master will judge the heroes in 3 categories: mentality, skills, and physical strength. Our boy knows he fits best into the physical category, so he pushes his body to the limit. For 3 days he trains without rest. When the master finally logs back into the game, he feels confident because he has unlocked 2 skills through hard work. The master summons 3 new 1-star heroes to complete their party of 5. The newcomers panic the moment they arrive. They refuse to believe they must fight monsters so soon. The fairy opens the gate on the master's command. When the new heroes resist, she knocks them out and throws them through the gate herself. The party arrives on the 2nd floor, where they must defeat all enemies. The newcomers are terrified when they see level 4 wolves and level 3 goblins. Their fear lowers their stats immediately. Even the archer girl looks nervous. Our boy shakes her up and tells her to handle the goblins while he takes the wolves. The new heroes are too scared to move, so the 2 of them must fight alone. 2 wolves charge at him. He blocks with his shield and counterattacks, but the wolf doesn't die since his sword is pretty bad. This still doesn't stop him from literally slicing the wolf in half. Suddenly Han senses another wolf leaping at him from behind. He blocks with his shield and tries to attack with his sword, but the wolf cleverly jumps away. Seeing his opening as the wolf is in the air, he rushes forward and kills it. The fight leaves him exhausted and sweating. Immediately after, he checks on the archer girl and sees that she has overwhelmed the 2 goblins, having shot them full of arrows. He tells her she can stop as the goblins are already dead. A notification appears announcing that the stage is cleared. Both of them level up, and our boy is named the stage's MVP before rewards are distributed. The group is then returned to their starting area, a kind of lobby. Suddenly, a new notification tells them to prepare for stage 3, and the entire place begins to shake. The girl panics, wondering what is happening, and he explains that they are being sent directly to the 3rd floor. He looks at the 3 helpless new heroes and wonders what the master is thinking, sending them to a harder stage unprepared. Just as he starts to doubt their chances, the master logs out of the game. Seeing this, he feels a wave of relief. Just then, the fairy appears, complaining that she is extremely tired. He notes that the next floor is the 3rd, but with the master logged out and time moving 3 times faster in the lobby, they will probably have about 3 days before he returns. Han checks his status window and sees he is now level 6. His strength has increased, and he feels his physical ability is improving. As he puts his weapon away, he sees the 3 new heroes shouting at the girl, demanding to know why they have to fight and what this place is. He thinks to himself that all 1-star heroes are just ordinary people with no combat experience. This makes him understand why higher-star heroes look down on them. In a fight, 1-star heroes panic while higher-rank heroes are ready to battle immediately. He remembers how the knight seemed prepared and was even smiling when she left. The archer girl approaches him, exhausted from dealing with the newcomers, and asks him to help them. He refuses, calling them trash and saying they will die soon anyway. He believes the master might simply synthesize them into another hero since they are useless. One of the new heroes, Toby, approaches Han and grabs his collar. Angered, he punches him hard, leaving him in terrible shape. He argues that while he was fighting and bleeding, they did nothing, and their judgment is coming soon. The next day, he and the archer girl resume their training. His dedicated weapon practice raises his sword and shield skills to level 2. The 3 other heroes, however, skip training entirely, spending the day searching for a way to escape. The girl practices her archery by firing arrows at him, who dodges them with his sword. One arrow hits him in the leg and she worries, but he assures her that wounds heal quickly in this world. They watch as the injury closes. From constantly enduring this pain, our boy gains a new pain tolerance skill. They continue sparring, and from his constant training, his sword and shield skills merge into a new, combined skill, Basic Sword Shield Technique, which reaches level 3. The following day, the master logs back in. The fairy appears and yells at everyone that they must come inside the lobby immediately when monsters appear, or they will be in great danger. The girl admits she is somewhat glad, as training all day was exhausting. Meanwhile, the 3 new heroes are shouting again, complaining that they want to go home and are tired of eating only potatoes. Hearing this, the fairy completely loses her patience. She becomes dangerously angry, punching 2 of them so hard that they are sent flying. She says they have annoyed her so much that she will complain about them to the master and continues to beat them as they scream for help. The master then sends the group to the 3rd floor again, where they face even stronger goblins. Our original duo gets ready to fight, while the other 3 heroes stay in the back and do nothing. Due to his intense training, he easily slashes through the goblins without any problem. It's the same with the archer girl, who even manages to get MVP in this stage. She then looks at the 3 other heroes and notes that they seem unwilling to help. Our boy says it doesn't matter to him, as he doesn't want to share any experience points with them anyway. A hero who doesn't participate in the fight receives no experience. Following a tip from the fairy, the master decides to make them redo the 1st floor to increase participation from the other heroes. They all get teleported back to the 1st floor. Standard goblins appear and rush to attack, but the archer effortlessly kills them all with her arrows, becoming the MVP. The master immediately makes them repeat the stage. The hero comments that it seems they won't be getting any breaks since they made it look too easy. This time he clears the level and becomes the MVP. However, after clearing so many floors in a row, both he and the girl are completely exhausted. She complains that she can't continue and wonders how many more times the master will force them to repeat the same stages. After a long and tiring day, they finally go back to the lobby. However, they are not too happy having to babysit the other 3 heroes. Fortunately for them, the master decides to open the synthesis chamber, which means goodbye to any useless heroes. Just a few days ago, he was also in the same spot, but he was given a second chance. He explains that the master can see everything from the outside, observing who fights and who is being lazy. The fairy arrives and instructs the archer girl and an older hero named Elson to enter the synthesis chamber. Realizing he is going to die, the guy starts yelling at our boy, protesting that they were brought here by force and that this is wrong. Despite his complaints, he is forced to step inside. The gate closes, and the master confirms he wants to start the synthesis. Inside, the man screams and begs as his body slowly disappears into light. The process completes, and as a result of the sacrifice, the archer girl levels up and gains a new skill, Eagle Eye. She emerges from the chamber in confusion, asking what happened to the man who vanished. Han explains that this is a place where useless people are sacrificed. He then says it is his turn, and wonders which of the 2 remaining men will be sacrificed for him. Hearing this, the 2 men panic in fear. The fairy then announces that the next pair is him and the bearded guy named Toby. The man looks utterly terrified with no idea what is about to happen. Both are thrown into the synthesis center, where he goes crazy, shouting and asking if he is finally being sent home. Our boy plays into his delusion so he can die peacefully. Soon the synthesis is complete, and the bearded guy is merged into our hero. Because of this, he levels up and gains a new skill, Composure. As he walks past the last surviving man, Han lets him know that it's his lucky day. The archer girl finally understands that useless people are sent inside and erased. She worries about what would happen if she herself became useless one day. Our boy replies that the monsters will only get stronger, and so must they. She must grow stronger, or she will eventually be sacrificed. He reminds her of her father's advice to always stand on the right side. Hearing this, she realizes she must stay with our boy. The next day in the training area, she approaches him, bows, and formally asks to be under his care from now on. Our boy knows that there is something unique about this girl and tells her that if she keeps doing what is necessary, she will not die. As they talk, the blonde approaches and asks to join them. He apologizes for his past cowardice and for letting them fight alone, and he begs them to teach him how to fight. The hero asks why he should trust him, and the man starts to kneel in front of them. This is enough for our boy, and he hands the guy a spear. He admits that he doesn't know much about that weapon, but it is the easiest for a beginner to learn. Afterwards, he explains the different types of combat ranges, describing swords and daggers as close-range weapons, spears as mid-range, and bows as long-range. He points out that with his new spear, their team now has a complete combination of close, mid, and long-range capabilities. Raising his own sword, he orders the guy to come and fight him. The blonde guy panics, asking if he really has to fight him. Bro responds by suddenly attacking, explaining that he never learned to use a spear himself, so he cannot teach it. He learned the sword on his own, and he must do the same. Hearing this, the guy suddenly finds the courage to attack back, but he does so with his eyes closed. Our boy easily kicks him in the stomach, telling him that fighting with his eyes shut is stupid. The kick leaves him in terrible condition, and he vomits. The hero states coldly that if he were a monster, he would already be dead. The archer girl intervenes, telling him that he is being a bit too harsh for his first day, but the hero doesn't plan on carrying any burdens with him. He then asks the man if he has any family. The blonde guy answers that he has a little sister who must be waiting for him. Our boy puts his sword to Aaron's neck and tells him to imagine what will happen if he never returns. He asks what will become of his sister if he dies at the hands of a monster. After hearing this harsh motivation, the guy begins to find a new courage within himself. Seeing the change in his eyes, our boy smiles and says that he likes it better now. Back in the lobby, a notification appears announcing that the master has selected the weapon storage and added a blacksmith. Items begin to form inside the storage, meaning the group can now craft their own weapons. Seeing this, our boy calls for the fairy to appear. She materializes angrily, demanding to know how he dares to order her around. Our boy fires back, which makes her even more mad, and she tries hitting him to no effect. With a calm expression, he asks if she is the one giving suggestions to the master, reasoning that this means she can use the internet. She admits that using the internet is a hobby of hers. He mentions that all of her tips are from the strategy forum. The fairy is surprised and asks how he knows all this. He replies that it is common knowledge, citing an official post by the most popular player, Loki. She mocks him, saying that he is just a low-level hero while Loki is a master of masters, a veritable god of the game. It is clear she is a huge fan. Our boy asks why she likes Loki so much, and she answers that it is because he can make the impossible possible. Finally, he says he feels sorry for her. The fairy stops short and demands to know what he just said. Bro looks directly at her and declares that he is Loki, the so-called master of masters. The fairy freezes when she hears Han's words, but he calmly responds by giving his account number. The moment she hears it, she goes completely silent. For anti-hacking purposes, account numbers are extremely private, and only the real owner knows them. He even offers to show his Google account if she still doubts him. She quickly checks the number, insisting that it cannot be true. But after confirming it, she suddenly changes her reaction and starts shouting excitedly. She begs our boy for an autograph, saying that having Loki's signature would make her the top member of the Loki fan club. He signs for her and asks what this club even is. The fairy explains that there is a special fan club dedicated to Loki. He finds it interesting but admits he never knew such a club existed. She then panics, realizing she has been speaking rudely to him the whole time without knowing his identity. Han tells her not to worry, reminding her that he is currently just a one-star hero. Remembering something, she interrupts and asks what happened to Niflheimer, since he is now here. He says he has no idea. Niflheimer is his personal lobby in his main account, where all the heroes live. It has around 13 floors, and can hold nearly 2,000 people. Most of the buildings inside it are already around level 18 to 22. The fairy asks what will happen to the 20,000 people under his command. He tells her that if she feels so concerned, she should simply send him back. She admits she cannot do that. He already knows the reason. She is only a mid-level admin and does not have that much authority. Our boy decides to move past the topic and asks about the master of this lobby. He wants to know whether the master is human and whether the heroes being summoned here are AI or real people. The fairy confirms both. The master is human, and the heroes who arrive here are real humans as well. He realizes that the master must not know this since he is just a player who thinks they are game character. He asks her if reaching floor 100 will allow him to return to Earth, but she says she doesn't know. Next, he questions who summoned him, but she says she cannot reveal that and apologizes. Our boy reassures her that she does not need to, because he plans to climb the tower anyway and will eventually find out. He then asks how much control she has without the master's permission. She explains that she can only assist the master with basic functions, such as opening, managing, and maintaining the space. Our boy also inquires if all players' lounges are built the same way. She confirms that most of them are identical. This makes him think. If every player has a lobby, then there could be more than 1 million separate worlds, each with their own heroes. All this time, the players assumed the heroes were AI, but they were actually real humans. And he understands that when he used to play, he was controlling real people. Any small mistake from him could have gotten them killed. Our boy then turns to the fairy and claims he will help her climb the tower, but she'll have to listen to him. The scene shifts to the training area, where the archer is practicing. He observes her and thinks she is a natural talent. Her growth is incredibly fast, and no one would believe she is only a one-star hunter. She had never held a dagger before today, yet she is already using it confidently. The blonde guy, however, struggles a lot. Our boy worries that at this rate, he might not survive for long. The archer girl insists she didn't push him that hard, yet he still collapsed. He tells her not to think about him, and to simply follow his lead. At that moment, the fairy suddenly appears and scolds her for staying close to the hero. She declares herself to be his #1 servant. The archer girl fires back, insisting that she is his true #1 servant. The argument between them quickly gets out of control. The fairy starts cursing at her, and our boy immediately shuts her up. The two continue to argue until they reach the storage room. He asks the fairy to open the door. Walking inside, he finds a bunch of C-ranked materials. After that, he asks the fairy to open the forge. The archer girl questions what he plans to do, and he simply says he is going to use all the items. Han realized something important after talking to the fairy. He is half hero and half master. That means part of the system listens to him, giving him access to areas normally exclusive to the master. Back in the forging room, Han walks inside and stands near the forging area, examining it. The system is in auto mode, so many warning messages pop up. The crafting success rate is terrible. He immediately switches the system to manual mode, then chooses the crafting difficulty. In this world, a greater difficulty means greater risk, but also a better potential reward. Our boy selects the highest difficulty, Extreme Hell. The fairy becomes shocked because failure on this level can cause penalties. She nervously warns him, but he calmly tells her to watch. Crafting requires completing small minigames. Most masters avoid these because they are extremely difficult. In this minigame, they have to build a sword using small blocks, and the timer gives them only 3 minutes. The fairy looks at the pieces and can't understand how they are supposed to form a sword. Our boy locks in and immediately begins picking up the tiny blocks at incredible speed, placing each one perfectly. She becomes amazed and whispers that his hands move like those of a god. Within a short time, the sword is complete. A notification appears announcing a huge success. Han has crafted a -C rank weapon. The fairy becomes thrilled since he made this weapon from trash-tier materials, yet it still looks impressive. However, my man isn't done yet. He continues crafting a sword, a spear, and a shield, each one created with unusually high success despite the poor materials. The fairy asks if he plans to craft more, but refuses, explaining that if too many new items appear, the master might get suspicious. The scene shifts to the 4th floor. The archer girl shoots arrows rapidly, and one arrow hits a goblin right in the head. She mentions that her new bow feels amazing and says that others might try to steal it. Our boy assures her that it won't happen if she uses the exclusive weapon feature. This time, they have to face flying monsters as well. The hero tells her to handle the flying monsters, while he will take care of the goblins on the ground. He tells Aaron to protect her, and the guy promises to try his best. Suddenly, the flying monsters attack. The blonde guy panics and starts swinging his spear wildly while screaming. His fear causes his stats to drop by 30%. He continues panicking until the girl runs to him and slaps him hard, which makes him snap out of it. She warns him that if they fail even once, all 3 of them will die. Her words make him focus, and he calms down. With the 3 of them working together, they clear the stage successfully. Later, the spear guy is exhausted and in terrible condition. He says he couldn't do much and fears he will be merged with someone else if he remains weak. But in the next moment, a message shows him being added to the favorite list. Han tells him that this means he isn't going to die anytime soon. The guy becomes extremely happy and starts shouting in celebration. The archer girl comments that the hero's first subordinate was a success, and even his second subordinate is doing well now. He asks what she even means. She seems to be calling herself his servant or subordinate. He walks away, putting his weapons away, and thinks to himself that his real first subordinate isn't here. That person is in Niflheimer, and her name is Cirrus. She and 4 other heroes were originally under him when he used to play the game. He thinks that maybe, in the future, he will meet them again. After he quit the game, she probably took over the entire lobby. Yurneth is also there, and she can manage everything too. They are both smart enough to handle the entire place easily. As he thinks this, the scene shifts to Niflheimer. On the top floor of the lobby, we see the 2 girls standing together. Yurneth walks over and asks Cirrus if she is really leaving. She answers that every second is important. The girl sighs and tells her she will take care of all investigations. Cirrus agrees and tells her to also find out where the master is as soon as possible. After that, she leaves, leaving the other girl in charge of the entire lounge. Meanwhile, our hero's new lobby has reached level 2. All the buildings start upgrading and expanding one by one. The archer girl notices the improvements and comments on how everything suddenly looks better. The blonde guy wonders if their master is some kind of magician for changing everything so quickly. Our boy explains that nothing magical happened. The master simply invested money into the lobby. He thinks to himself that the master is probably watching their reactions right now, feeling proud that the AI heroes are enjoying the upgrade. But the master still has no idea that all of them are real humans. Their rooms and the whole lobby keep improving as they clear more levels. The fairy arrives at that moment. He explains to her that their master seems to have a fixed office job schedule because his login and logout times never change. She shows a pile of crystals and gold, saying they're lucky the master isn't a student because students are usually broke. He knows that this isn't the kind of game where events give free gems. Players only get gems by spending real money. Suddenly, a new system notification appears informing them that 10 summons are happening, meaning 10 new people will appear any moment. Everyone turns toward the front gate. He says they're about to meet more newcomers and explains that there are 2 types of summons. Gold summons bring 1-star heroes, while gem summons bring advanced heroes. A group of confused people walks out of the gate, asking where they are. He stands in front of them and quietly observes them. Then he raises his sword and points it at one of the men. The man stutters, terrified. Our boy orders everyone to be quiet. He refuses to explain everything calmly and tells them only one thing. They all have to survive on their own, and he'll explain the rest only to those who manage to stay alive. At the same time, the fairy arrives and loudly asks if anyone among the newcomers is a carpenter, blacksmith, tanner, or cook. The archer girl whispers to the hero, asking what she is doing. He explains that she's just assigning jobs. Anyone with useful skills is being separated because the lobby has facilities that need trained workers. The fairy continues sorting everyone into roles, and a second party of about 4 people is formed. Some of the new heroes carry swords. Our boy explains that the master sends anyone useless into combat to test their abilities. Soon, the fairy sends all members of Party 2 into Stage 1. The gate opens, they walk inside, and one person dies instantly. The hero watches and comments on how quickly the person was killed. The archer girl thinks they should have explained things first, but he disagrees, arguing that anyone who dies in the first stage is completely useless. Another newcomer named Teddy soon dies as well. Seeing this, the fairy starts assembling their next party. Everyone is scared, considering what happened to the last guys. The blonde guy approaches the fairy and says he wants to fight with them. She tries to stop him, saying it's not his fight, but our boy tells her to let him join because he needs more combat experience. She sends a request to the master, saying Aaron wants to join the party. The hero steps in and warns him to help others, but also to protect himself. The guy assures him that he understands. Meanwhile, the archer girl stretches and says she wants to eat something real because the master only gives them potatoes. He tells her to look at the sky because the master is watching them. She gets scared, but he reassures her that the master can only see them, not hear them. Their words only reach him as filtered messages. Soon, the rookie party clears Stage 1 successfully, and all of them survive. Our boy asks the blonde guy how many goblins he killed, and he says just 1. He is satisfied because he followed his role correctly. Then our boy suggests heading back. When they reach the dining area, they are surprised to see it upgraded. The archer girl is excited because it feels like they're finally going to eat meat. Our boy watches them, feeling they're overly happy. However, when the cook brings strange-looking food, no one wants to eat it. The cook says he didn't have enough ingredients. The hero becomes suspicious and checks his status, revealing that his name is Dolph, and he has no cooking skills. The guy realizes he's been caught lying. Our boy approaches a girl named Chloe and tells her she will handle cooking from now on. The fairy asks the master for confirmation, and the master approves. Chloe looks nervous but accepts the role. Meanwhile, the old cook begs for another chance, but the hero warns him of ever lying again. The new cook starts cooking and prepares a proper set of dishes, all made from potatoes but visually appealing and tasty. While they eat, our boy starts explaining how things work around here. After the lecture, the archer girls try to make them feel better and share that she didn't know how to fight either before she came here. Not all heroes are assigned as fighters, since they need people or other roles too. He explains that these roles have a better chance of survival, but they still need to train since they can always be replaced by people better than them. The next day, another group of heroes is summoned, but this time it's just some young boys. The hero immediately starts training with them while the archer girl and the blonde guy train with their own special weapons. The boys are exhausted and beaten after the training, but the hero still thinks they are better than the ones hiding. Days pass and more heroes are summoned in. The archer girl starts to wonder why they aren't going to the 5th stage. Our boy simply tells her that the master is still selecting the party. In this game, the difficulty hikes exponentially at the 5th stage, almost like a boss level. The reason he didn't tell her about this is that even he isn't sure if he is strong enough to survive this stage. Instead of moving forward, they go back to the 4th floor to practice. The hero stays back and guides them through the fight, telling them not to break their formation. None of them is strong enough individually, but if they work together, they can be useful. This is why he wants them to get stronger, since he might need their help in the next stage. It's still unclear what type of mission they will get, but there are some missions he can't do alone. The boys start celebrating after clearing the stage. Seeing them, the archer girl smiles and says that they did well. For the first time, the hero also agrees with her. As time passes, their master starts to log off for longer periods of time. On the bright side, they get a blacksmith and a tanner among the new summons. They start working together and crafting E-rank swords. These are given to the newcomers, while the C-ranked equipment is only for our elite party. In all of this, 3 people are synthesized, which include the fake chef from earlier. Just like that, a few more days pass, and it's finally time for them to head inside the 5th floor. Our boy asks the fairy for confirmation, and she says yes. To prepare the fighters, he gives them a short speech and asks them not to lower their guard. The next moment, their party is teleported to a city in ruins. They can't really see any monsters or people, which makes our boy think that this isn't a subjugation mission. Suddenly, one of the boys notices a skeleton and starts screaming. The others are also on edge, considering what they've been told about this floor. To scout the path ahead, he asks the girl to climb on the watchtower. When she does, she almost freezes in shock at what she witnesses. The others notice her expression and call her out, asking what is going on. She finally manages to speak and tells them that thousands of goblins are marching towards the city. A system notification finally appears, showing that their mission is to survive the wave of 1,086 goblins. Our boy knows they can't waste any time here, so he asks her to come down. He assures them that they don't have to kill all the goblins since their mission is only to survive for a certain amount of time. The group decides to enter a building, but they are all locked in, so they head for a nearby alley. Finally, the timer for the mission shows up at 30 minutes. They desperately look for a good spot, but they are running out of time. Finally, they stop at a narrow passageway so they won't be attacked from all sides. There are 3 possible ways for the goblins to attack. Our boy decides to take the left, Aaron is in charge of the right, while both Gide and Hansen will guard the back passageway. Moreover, they will fight in turns to avoid burnout. The archer girl is on standby to support all the others. The hero suggests setting up a barricade and they all get to work. Looking at the timer, he realizes that it's synchronized with real-life time, which means they have to stay alive for the entire 30 minutes. It isn't long before the first goblin shows its face. The timer starts instantly and the goblin charges at them. They still haven't finished with the barricade, but now is not the time to worry about that. As more of them join in, the hero shouts at the group to block the passageway with the corpses of these goblins. Han is following a simple pattern of blocking and attacking, which seems to be working well. The blonde guy, however, seems to be struggling and asks if they really need to survive for only 10 minutes. With 26 minutes remaining on the clock, the hero gives him false hope, saying he would never lie to him. Whatever the case, our boy is not prepared to die in a place like this. As the goblins close in, he shouts for Gide to switch places with Hansen. The guy insists he can continue, but our boy forces him to obey. He knows he is struggling because of his low level, weak stamina, and poor technique. He is using too much energy killing every goblin. Meanwhile, Han keeps killing goblins with perfect precision. In his mind, he repeats the same rule: 1/1 kill, minimum stamina, maximum efficiency. But the goblins keep coming without fear, as if their only purpose is to die here. He demands another switch. Gide quickly picks up his shield and sword while Hansen moves to the weak spot in their formation. He then calls to the archer girl, telling her to support the man and collect the arrows she shoots. She gets excited since she has been waiting for some action. He tells her that her job is to finish off any goblins that break through their formation. The spear guy continues slicing goblins but starts getting impatient, asking if the 10 minutes are up. Soaked in sweat and exhausted, the hero reveals that only 5 minutes have passed. The girl keeps firing, telling him to stay low and keep moving. Then suddenly a goblin's blade cuts straight across the boy's arm, and blood pours out. A notification warns that he is bleeding and losing HP. Our boy shouts for the other guy to take his spot and not care about his bleeding for now. Gide cries from the pain, overwhelmed and shaking, but he snaps him back to focus, asking if he plans to let everyone die. The boy feels guilty and apologizes. He tells the girl to stop the bleeding. She quickly bandages the wound, and he forces himself back on his feet despite the pain. Our boy then unleashes everything he has. He charges through goblins like a raging storm, wiping them out as fast as they appear. But the goblins also become more aggressive. Suddenly the guy on the front panics because his sword has completely lost its durability. The hero asks the wounded boy if he can switch again, and even though he is still hurting, he agrees. He orders Hansen to fall back and repair his sword. Our boy already expected this. Even though his sword was better than the default F-rank sword, it was still pretty bad. He grabs one of their shields and keeps killing goblins with it, telling the group to keep fighting even if they can't use their swords. Their formation keeps switching non-stop. He grits his teeth and announces that only 3 minutes remain, but to him, 30 minutes feel endless. The spear guy and the archer girl switch positions again just after 10 seconds. At the same time, he orders the wounded boy to switch back with the other guy. To support them, he also asks the archer girl to use all of her arrows. He knows that if they break through the formation from that side, they are all dead. She kills a bunch of goblins, but before the duo has a chance to switch, one of the monsters stabs the wounded guy in his stomach. The guy falls to his knees as blood fills his mouth, and he collapses. A notification appears informing them that he is at the brink of death, and his life is in danger. The archer girl freezes, eyes wide, shaking with fear. The notification flashes again like a countdown to his death. She considers pulling out the sword but is terrified as it will kill him instantly. Meanwhile, his friend is getting overwhelmed by all the goblins and asks him if he can switch just for 30 seconds. Even our boy seems to be struggling and uses everything he has to keep the monsters back. Noticing their formation breaking, he asks Hansen to switch with him and to stop thinking about his friend for now. Suddenly, a notification appears informing them that Gide has died. Seeing this, he shouts at the archer girl to forget the dead and help him with the goblins. As she starts fighting, her swordsmanship skill levels up to 3. She frantically asks him how much time they have, and he yells at her to simply keep killing and not waste any seconds thinking about the time. Our boy also levels up all of his fighting skills, but he isn't too excited since it won't matter anyway if they die. Unfortunately, the other boy also gets hit and starts bleeding. The goblins surround him and in no time start slashing. The hero knows their formation has been broken apart, so he orders the entire group to stick with him. They leave the alleyway and start running away, trying to buy a bit more time. The hero notices a house behind and asks the girl to start climbing the wall. She hesitates, thinking that he wants her to escape alone, but he tells her that he will follow behind. Now that they are in the open, they can just kill one goblin at a time, so instead of stabbing, he starts doing wide cleave attacks. The girl finally makes it to the top, and he follows her up. Now it's time for the spear guy to climb, but his leg gets stabbed by one of the goblins. Without thinking, our boy jumps down and slashes the goblin who stabbed him. He immediately says they need to amputate and cuts the man's leg off. Blood sprays everywhere, and he screams in agony, but the hero is focused only on survival. The girl uses his spear to keep goblins from climbing the wall, but she suddenly drops it and screams, panicking about what will happen next. The hero orders her to use her legs to kick them, telling her they only need to survive 30 more seconds. While he is distracted giving her orders, one of the goblins manages to climb to the top. He tries to slash him with his sword, but another goblin attacks first, stabbing him in the stomach. Blood gushes out, but when he tries to fight back, the goblin slashes him again with his dagger. On the other side, the archer girl is also wounded and losing her health every second. Everything pauses for the hero with the questions. What will happen now? Will he survive? He wonders if he is really going to die on the 5th floor. The idea fills him with frustration. He feels the whole situation is unfair. Nothing like this ever happened on Earth. This mixture of anger and despair suddenly changes something inside him. His eyes turn red and his aura becomes overwhelming. Then he charges forward with a burst of raw power, declaring that the fight is not over and that they are not going to die here. He begins killing goblins at an incredible speed. His entire body transforms into a primal state and his hair grows wild like a demon. In this state, he sees the goblins as worthless trash. Our boy has just awakened his berserker skill. With his newfound fearlessness, he continues fighting fiercely despite the intense pain running through his body. This allows him to push past his physical limits, and he continues slashing the damn monsters with stopping for a second. He swings so hard that his sword breaks down, but even this isn't enough to stop him, and he fearlessly dives in with a broken sword. But then, time finally runs out. All the monsters freeze instantly. A demonic goblin was about to stab him from extremely close range, but the world stopped at that exact moment, saving him. The archer girl also stands frozen in shock, surrounded by motionless monsters. Even the spear guy, who was on the verge of death moments ago, survives because of the timer. After the brutal fight, the three of them win. The system rewards them with gold, iron ore, leather, and other rare materials. Then they are transported back to the waiting room. For the first time, it seems like even the hero was scared for his life. The party finally breathes after the intense battle. The archer girl laughs, realizing that they are still alive, and asks our boy to help her stand up. He gives her a hand, and she asks if they have truly made it out. The hero confirms it since they are back in the waiting room. The girl asks if the next stages are going to be as hard as this one. Our boy explains that this was a special case since it was a survival mission that's ideal for parties. The two boys in their party weren't strong enough, and that is the only reason they came so close to dying. The archer girl looks down, saying that she understands, but deep down, she feels a bit of regret about letting them die. After getting back, the friend of the two boys greets them and excitedly asks where they are. The hero straight up tells him that they didn't make it. The guy can't believe what he just heard, but that's the reality of this world. Without wasting any time, the master calls for the next party to come in. Meanwhile, our boy drops down on his bed and thinks about what just happened. He doesn't really get emotional over deaths here. As someone who fights on the front lines of the tower, he knows death will become something normal. In the back of his mind, he questions whether he really received the berserk skill. He thinks about how composure and berserk contradict each other. The first keeps him calm, while the other gives power, but takes away control. He wonders if this strange combination happened because he somehow became both a master and a hero at the same time. But he decides not to overthink it. Tomorrow will be a busy day, so today, he wants to rest. The next morning, he goes to the training ground and notices that the archer girl is already practicing her dagger skills. He asks her why she's already here since she is usually late. The girl tells him that she doesn't want to die. Our boy notices that she got a new skill after yesterday's battle. Compared to her, the spear guy didn't get any skills despite working as hard. As for him, his growth cost is fixed at 5, which is a normal growth rate for a 3-star hero. He decides that since he is close to the maximum level for a 1-star hero, his next goal should be becoming a 2-star hero. While he is doing handstand push-ups, the girl walks over and suddenly touches his abs, making him uncomfortable. He immediately asks her to move her hand and quickly puts his shirt back on. She complains, saying that his abs aren't even tired, but he replies that they are. This girl continues to surprise him. They survived a near-death fight just yesterday, and she is already acting like nothing happened. She then mentions that the errand probably won't come, and he tells her to leave it alone. He suspects the guy is sulking in his room, still affected by the deaths of the two others who were close to him. Han looks at the others in the training ground and feels a bit of regret for losing two hardworking heroes. He reflects quietly that Geed and Hansen could have been useful if they had gotten some more time to train, and for a brief moment, he wishes they were the ones who had survived instead of these losers. Listening to all of this, the girl tells him that they should just focus on training for now. At the same time, their friend arrives at the training ground, apologizing for being late. The hero notices his guilty expression and wonders what's wrong. The guy quietly admits that if he had been stronger, the two who died wouldn't have. Our boy replies coldly that they died simply because they were weak. By now, he has spent at least a month in this world, which is about 10 days in real time. From all he has seen, he can guess his master's login pattern. The difference between their time and the time on Earth is 3 times. The master logs in 3 times during the day. In stages that involve fighting, time flows the same way as in real life. If that weren't the case, they likely would have died to those goblins. Suddenly the fairy shows up, telling everyone to learn from the hero. She is truly impressed that he managed to clear the 5th stage with a trash party. When the girl quietly asks why the fairy is acting this way, he simply tells her that it's a business secret. Meanwhile, the fairy scolds everyone angrily, complaining that while she worked so hard, the others were resting comfortably. Our boy replies that it doesn't matter since those heroes always come out when called anyway. At the same time, their master forms a new party, pairing him and the archer girl with 3 new heroes. The girl is a bit worried since they haven't met these people before. The hero assures her that there is nothing to worry about, and things will be different this time. As they all stand in the waiting room, he notices that the daily dungeon has been unlocked. A man approaches him with a scared expression saying that they probably won't be able to do much in the dungeon compared to him. He assures him that it's fine since they won't have to fight. The party finally enters the dungeon with the mission to collect materials. A system notification mentions that the type of dungeon can differ depending on the day of the week. The girl is a bit confused since there are no enemies in sight, but he explains to her that this dungeon is only to gather some materials. All they have to do is to find stuff and toss it into the portal. They can then use this stuff to create weapons and other things. Hearing this, the archer girl asks if she really doesn't have to fight. He tells her that it's different for her, and the two of them venture deep into the forest to hunt for some food. They come across a deer and the girl shoots it down without a problem. She excitedly rushes over and uses her experience as a hunter to collect the meat. Our boy advises her to toss all the materials in the portal and heads out for something different. He stops by a waterfall and notices that they only have 30 minutes left. Fortunately, he finds the prey he was looking for. It's a rare monster called Queen of the Forest that only appears in the daily dungeons forest. The creature drops a low-rank attribute stone, which he needs to be promoted to 2 stars. Our boy wastes no time and slashes the 2 monsters guarding the queen. Standing in front of him, the queen looks massive, but he smiles as he excitedly accepts the challenge. Before long, he brings her head back to the group, who scream, thinking it's a monster. The archer girl is shocked to see such a huge deer head. He asks her how much she caught, and she reveals that she managed to hunt 2 deer and a boar, which should be enough for everyone. The girl still doesn't understand why he only brought the head. He explains that he couldn't cut the horn. Meanwhile, she easily cuts through the horn and awakens a new skill called Hunter of the Forest. Our boy receives an elemental stone that can be used with items or for hero promotion. Back at the lobby, everyone is excited to see meat after a long time. After they are done eating, the hero takes the girl away to another daily dungeon. Since it's a different day, the dungeon changes to Sinmeal Plateau. The girl wonders if they can really get stronger simply by gathering materials. He responds that they get stronger using elemental stones, which is exactly what they will gather today. Standing on the edge of the cliff, she realizes just how beautiful the dungeon looks. He ignores it and instead focuses on a plant nearby that can be used to make healing potions. The two of them proceed to hunt a giant wolf, and he asks her to quickly dismember the body before the whole pack arrives. This time, he receives a water elemental stone. Meanwhile, the girl seems to be having fun since she is doing what she is good at. She wishes things could always stay like this, and they could just hunt and gather food without having a master. This hits our boy hard since he also used to be a master. He wonders if the heroes in his own lobby also think the same, and asks if she doesn't want to fight anymore. Our boy indirectly tells her that she can do other things in the lobby, and won't even have to worry about getting synthesized since she is skilled. Hearing this, the girl jokingly asks if he is planning on making a spot for her, and he says that he'll think about it when things get better. She then asks him why he doesn't do the same thing for himself, which makes him smile. Days later, their master forms another party to head into the 6th stage. This time, they are working with Dika, who is a friend of the 2 boys they lost in the previous stage. Han notices that it's an exploration mission and asks everyone to stay down. The 3 of them immediately drop to the ground, and he clarifies that he just wanted them to hide a bit. He explains that they only need to satisfy the requirements of the mission, and they will be able to go back safely. The group notices a bunch of goblins ahead with one of them even having a horn. This puts our boy on alert since it means that there are more goblins nearby. Scouting from a tree, the archer girl notices an entire village nearby with over 100 goblins. The hero thinks for a bit and suggests a plan. He basically wants to kill these goblins without giving them any chance to alert their allies. The rookie member will serve as backup and help if things go wrong. Starting the ambush, the archer girl takes out the goblin on the right. The other two panic, and one gets speared instantly. The last goblin frantically tries to use the horn, but our boy comes in clutch and decapitates its head. Right after the fight ends, the system announces that the floor is cleared. Our boy becomes the MVP and receives 5,000 gold. Everyone is immediately teleported back. The new guy looks confused, thinking the quest is already over, but the hero quickly says it isn't, and rushes ahead. He believes there must be a clue for the next floor somewhere nearby and runs at full speed, convinced that the exploration mission may reveal information about future challenges. Even if most events in the dungeon are random, he knows small details can still be predicted. After some time, he reaches a fortified goblin village. Inside, he sees goblins trying to restrain chained wolves. Watching the large settlement through cracks in the fence, he realizes how huge the place is. Suddenly, one of the goblins senses something and looks toward the side, only to see blue particles fading away. A second later, the whole party is transferred back to the waiting room. The archer girl asks him why he suddenly ran off, and he explains that he was only checking the surroundings. Lost in thought, he reminds himself that main dungeons often contain hints like this, especially once the linked quests start. Exploration marks the beginning of something called a stream, and whether the master notices these hints depends completely on his attentiveness. He becomes irritated because he doesn't know whether the master saw the same thing he did. Besides, it still feels too early for the appearance of a stream, which means events are moving faster than expected. Just then, the cook runs up to him in a panic, saying they have a problem. She reports that strangers have arrived. He dismisses it at first since new summons are pretty common, but she quickly clarifies that these ones are armed and look strange. Our boy immediately understands what that means and figures that they must be some high-ranked heroes. Right after that, system notifications appears informing the master that a mercenary group called the Pulverizing Wolves has arrived. The system notes that there is a strong connection among the 5 who were summoned and explains that when heroes with special ties are summoned together, they become stronger if they fight as one group. Our boy looks at the fairy, who appears cheerfully and confirms that the master has spent more money again, this time on a beginner set worth 50,000 won, equal to 2,500 gems and 50,000 gold. Seeing the girl trembling nearby, he realizes these must be high-ranking heroes. If he were the master, he would have summoned them a bit earlier to clear the 5th floor. He tells the girl not to worry and asks everyone to get back to what they were doing. The scene then shifts outside the building, where a beautiful black-haired girl stands. The archer girl runs toward her excitedly and greets her. The stranger, whose name is Edis, looks a little confused but greets her back. The archer girl introduces her to Hans, saying that he is warm-hearted despite looking cold from the outside. The hero checks her status and immediately notices she is a 3-star hero. Her class is a thief with low strength and health, but high agility. She prefers daggers over bows. He questions her again and invites her inside so they can talk. Inside, she asks him if he knows about this place. He tells her he knows some things, but not everything, then asks what she knows. When he asks if she remembers how she arrived here, she lowers her gaze sadly and says the memory is unclear, but she remembers being brought here to fight. Her head hurts whenever she tries to recall details. He becomes curious about what she knows regarding synthesis. The girl slowly explains that synthesis is a process where someone becomes stronger by absorbing others. Hearing this, our boy realizes that new summons have a different knowledge gap depending on their ranking. Looking at her clothes, he asks if she was a mercenary before. The girl confirms she was part of the Pulverizing Wolves and adds that she was working in Halsia when she suddenly woke up here. This tells him that she is not only part of the mercenaries but also quite skilled among them. The archer girl comments that her story is very interesting, and she shyly asks if she truly thinks so. Then she admits that things are completely different now. At that moment, a voice calls for her and a bunch of other heroes, saying that the master needs them. Our boy points to the window and tells her that the plaza is calling for her and her friends. A muscular man steps out of a room grumbling, asking who called him. She stands up and says the master needs them, so they must go. While chewing on meat, the guy says he hasn't tasted something this good in a long time and is curious to meet their master. After the man storms out and slams the door behind him, the cook runs into the hallway in fear. She explains that he demanded meat and ended up collecting an entire mountain of it, enough to feed 5 people. The archer becomes angry after hearing this and insists that they must make him return it. Our boy stands up and says they should all go to the square. At the same time, the newcomers gather together and decide to rename their party as the Pulvering Wolves. A system notification confirms the party's formation and places the heroes into empty slots. Their party consists of all 3-star heroes, including Jakin, Wave, Bignan, Edis, and Avant as the leader. Meanwhile, in the square, a man complains that something feels off about them, especially since they have weapons. Our boy casually mentions that he also has one. The man tries to come up with excuses, but he asks if they truly seem like bad people. They immediately agree, especially since the new summons look strong. He then turns to the archer girl and asks what she thinks. She says the girl seems normal, but the others are hard to judge. He then turns to the group and asks if they want him to protect them. The group confirms it, but he then smirks and asks if they expect this help for free. The frightened man says they only ask because he is strong. Our boy looks at them arrogantly and points out that they skip training constantly, yet now beg him for help. Everyone becomes shocked at his bluntness. He thinks none of them are even close to Dika's strength, and all they think about is avoiding synthesis. Our boy warns them to leave before he gets angry. Terrified by his threat, the man hurries away with the others. Our boy turns to the spear guy and explains that while he was bleeding surrounded by goblins, these losers spent their time eating and sleeping comfortably, so they deserve no sympathy. He then notices the new kid with bruises on his face and asks if he had a fight. The boy mentions that it was just a simple duel, and the hero asks them to rest for now. At the same time, the new party walks out of the dungeon without a hint of worry on their face. It almost seems like it was too easy for them. Their leader notices our boy sitting outside and asks him who he is. The hero arrogantly responds that it's none of his business, which makes them annoyed. The leader introduces himself as Avant de Jacques, and in return, our boy also gives his introduction. The man notices his weapon and asks if he is also a mercenary, but the hero confidently mentions that he is just a farmer. Hearing this, the guy makes a weird expression, almost as if calling him weak, and asks if the people gathered here are the only ones in the lobby. Out of nowhere, their master summons 10 more heroes. For a second, our boy is confused, but it all starts making sense when the master opens up the synthesis chamber. These new summons are nothing more than sacrifices for the high-ranked heroes. As they stand around in confusion, the fairy forces them to get inside. The new summons are still scared, so the muscular guy walks in and grabs 2 of them with him. Seeing this, our boy wonders if these paid heroes think they are better than everyone else. Standing beside him, the archer girl comments that this feels wrong because these newcomers are not even being given a chance. The hero silently thinks that the master is making a huge mistake. He knows that among the 1-star heroes there may be lots of useless people, but there are also rare gems, and the master is not even trying to check before sacrificing them. Meanwhile, the 3-star hero proudly walks out of the chamber after leveling up and mentions that he feels a lot stronger. The fairy then calls out more names for synthesis, causing several people to scream and beg for mercy. The leader of the mercenaries draws his weapon and orders his subordinates to stop anyone who tries to escape, and they all raise their blades to obey him. He then notices the dark-haired girl standing silently behind him and asks why she is standing there, since she also belongs to their group. Hearing this, she reluctantly draws her dagger and starts chasing after the new summons. Our boy suddenly tells the fairy to send the master some advice. He wants the master to stop merging heroes blindly and at least test them first. She opens her floating keyboard, types the message, and sends it, warning that valuable heroes might be lost otherwise. The big guy becomes irritated by his interference and steps forward, telling him to stay out of their affairs. The hero calmly replies that he is not interfering at all as he is simply giving the master advice. With a smug expression, he looks at the guy and asks if he is not satisfied with the situation. The big guy grows angry and swings his axe, calling him names, only for an arrow to shoot past his head, aimed directly at him. The archer girl tells him that she missed on purpose. This makes him even more furious, and his buddies also join in. Pointing his blade at our boy, the leader of the party asks if he even knows who they are. He answers confidently that they are nothing more than trash. The system immediately reports that the hero has shown hostility towards the new party. All the mercenaries glare at him with anger until the fairy intervenes, holding out her hand and warning them that heroes are not allowed to fight each other unless they want the master to punish them. Our boy tells her that there is no such rule, and she nervously realizes she cannot come up with an excuse. He then turns to the guys and asks them to be more honest since they aren't really mercenaries. In reality, they are a bunch of thieves. The leader loses his patience and warns that he won't tolerate such insults, asking if he really wants to die. Our boy turns to the fairy again and tells her that heroes like these will only drag down the settlement and hurt the master's overall progress. These men will only create chaos and reduce efficiency, making them dead weight that should be removed. The fairy is stunned and has no argument. Then the hero raises his hand with a sly smile and declares that they should settle this with a duel. The system instantly announces that he has challenged the party leader. The guy stares at him in disbelief, asking what they have even done to him. My man tells him to simply think of him as a mad dog that bites anyone nearby. He mentions that he knows exactly what kind of people they are, and points out that earlier they made sure all the residents were gathered in the square, just so they could check whether anyone strong lived here. When they saw everyone was weak, they lost all fear. He suggests deciding their fate in the duel. Whoever wins gets to consume the other guy. The leader grins menacingly, clearly pleased by the offer. The system confirms that the man has accepted the duel and the special synthesis conditions. The confirmation message for the duel finally shows up on the master's phone screen. However, he hovers over the no button for a bit. This makes our boy wonder if the master is scared. He tells the archer girl to lead everyone to safety and expresses confidence in his skills. Seeing this, the master changes his mind and accepts the duel. Both fighters agree the battle will only end when one of them admits defeat. The guy knows he needs a living hero for the sacrifice, not a corpse. Our boy glances at the fairy and asks her to prevent any outside interference. The leader attacks immediately, annoyed that he doesn't even draw his sword. The hero studies him and realizes his strength is close to 20, and his swordsmanship has reached the 3rd level. Suddenly he enters his berserker state, and his eyes glow bright red. Despite his confidence, the new guy has clearly underestimated him. His true level is far higher. The moment the duel starts, our boy starts moving with lightning speed. He dodges his strike, appears behind him, grabs his arm and then his head, slamming him into the ground. The guy crashes face first onto the sharp stones, scraping his skin and crying out in pain. The hero does not hesitate. He pulls out his sword and spins it smoothly with one hand, showing complete dominance. Then he drives the blade into the newcomer's side and orders him to stay still. The guy screams, barely able to endure the pain. He bends over him and demands that he clearly announce his defeat. The guy tries, but his voice breaks into screams and the words become unclear. Meanwhile, one of his buddies watches the brutal scene and finally steps in, begging the hero to stop. Han turns to him with a cold expression and reminds him that his group didn't seem to care about others just a moment ago. The guy argues that those are completely different things, but the hero doesn't think the same. He mentions that it is a duel between the two of them, and the loser just has to announce his surrender. Before the leader can say anything, he clamps a hand over his mouth and declares that the duel continues since Diego is staying silent. He then tells his buddy that the man is now his prey, and only he will decide what happens to him. The other two members of the party watch from the side, unable to hide their distress. The hero turns to the girl and asks her if her party members are truly mercenaries. She doesn't give a straight answer, and he immediately tells her that they are just a bunch of thieves. He then asks her why she is with them and offers her a spot on his team. The girl freezes, trapped between fear and duty, unable to decide. Her partner reacts with rage, shouting that she has no right to betray them. While they argue, the leader tries to use the distraction to reach for his sword. As soon as his fingers almost touch the weapon, our boy slams his palm into the ground with his sword, pinning him again. He then looks at the girl and calmly tells her that his team only has room for one more person. Her partner screams again, furious, but she trembles, closes her eyes, and finally makes her choice. She walks away from her party and joins the hero. Her former allies glare at her with fury and disappointment, but our boy mocks them, saying he doesn't have anything to do with them, so they should just get lost. At the same time, he tightens his grip on the man and asks if he truly wants to surrender despite knowing the consequences. The leader threatens him that he will regret doing this. Suddenly, a guy from his party tries to interfere, but the fairy stops him. Seeing him, the other members also join in, and all of them try to attack her. The next moment, screams of pain fill the air as their bodies are thrown violently in all directions. She reminds them they were warned, but they refuse to listen. The leader watches this in horror, trembling as he realizes he messed with the wrong people. With no way out of this, he decides to surrender, and our boy immediately disables his berserk skill. His hair settles as the wind blows, and a slight headache reminds him that using that state drains him harder than he expected. A system notification shows that the leader will now be used for synthesis since he lost the duel. Their master doesn't like this and starts to tap his screen to stop this. However, our boy smiles, saying that he should have never agreed to the duel if he wanted to cancel it. He gets out of the synthesis chamber with 2 of his skills leveled up. The fairy is worried that the master might quit the game out of frustration, especially since he spent a lot of money but barely used the new heroes. Han calms her down, explaining that if the master was going to quit, he would have done it long ago, especially after synthesizing the 4-star knight with him. Another system notification appears, showing that the hero has reached his maximum level and can be promoted. Our boy feels kinda bad for making him lose all these 3-star heroes after spending so much money. However, he thinks it's beneficial in the long term since they were going to cause trouble in the waiting room. He is at level 10 now, with his stats almost close to a 3-star hero. If the master were stupid enough to synthesize his right now, he would never be able to clear the next stages. Our boy gets a bit too cocky and looks up at the master, directly asking him if he really has the courage to synthesize him. As he goes back inside, everyone starts cheering for him. He grabs the archer girl by the cheeks and asks if she was the one who told them. The heroes thank him for getting rid of the newcomers since they were causing quite a bit of trouble. Instead of responding positively, our boy sighs and mentions that he didn't do it for them. The only people he saved were the new summons who had just arrived, and it had nothing to do with the ones already here. Hearing this, the man starts stuttering and asks him what he means. The hero smirks and reveals that the master is furious right now. Just then, the fairy calls out for 6 of them to come out. The archer girl is a bit confused since parties usually have 5 people. He explains to her that they are not forming a party, but are being used for a sacrifice. As the guy complains, the hero turns to the spear guy and Dika, asking them if anyone really helped them when they were working their ass off. The archer girl mentions that they did help her carry the meat and leather from the monsters she butchered, but the hero doesn't think it's enough. He calls them livestock, and when one of them furiously steps closer, he kicks him in the face. At the same time, the fairy flies in and orders them to come out. The archer girl wonders who these heroes will be synthesized with. He guesses that it's probably the new 3-star girl since her level is pretty low. His guess turns out to be correct as all the crying heroes are sent to synthesize with her. As a result, she levels up and gains a new ability called Trap Disarm. After the synthesis, he stands in front of everyone and announces that it doesn't matter if they are old or newcomers. If they want to survive, they have to make themselves useful. One of the men complains that he is too old and his hands tremble when holding a sword. Hearing this, our boy turns to the non-combat people and tells them to teach anyone who wants to learn their skills. If they can't do this, they should learn hunting or carpentry. Fighting is not the only way to survive here. Just then, they get a notification that the master has logged off. The archer girl smiles at the hero and tells him that he is too friendly for telling everyone how to survive. He brushes her off, but in his mind, he knows she's right. If they just do what he said, they won't have to die a meaningless death. They are getting close to the 10th stage, and it's time for them to form a second party, which is on par with their main one. The next morning, Chloe greets him with a plate of bread. He asks her what it is, and she explains that she is working with another girl who used to be a baker. They don't have enough wheat, so he suggests they head to the daily dungeon to collect some. Going outside, he meets the dark-haired girl and asks her to follow him. The two of them head to the training ground where the archer girl is already practicing. He calls her out and tells her to practice with the new girl, but with only daggers. She complains that she is only good with bows, but he forces her to do it anyway. Unlike what she claimed, she does pretty well with the daggers and keeps the new girl on edge. She barely manages to dodge her attacks, and after fighting for a bit, finally gets exhausted. The girl wonders if the archer girl and the hero are from some famous martial arts family. She dismisses it, saying that she was just a hunter, and the hero also didn't start this strong. The only reason they became this strong was due to training. Our boy mentions that if her party had simply focused on training instead of causing trouble, they might have posed some real danger to him. She might be weaker at the moment, but her growth rate is better than theirs since they are both 1-stars. If she works hard, she'll be able to close the gap between them in no time. This gives her a bit of motivation. She stands up while wiping sweat off her face and says that she'll keep that in mind. The next day, the training ground sees a new wave of heroes who don't want to get synthesized. Our boy looks at them and thinks to himself that there are still some missing. Even if they want to get supporting roles, they may not have enough slots and might have to fight eventually. His eyes catch a guy in the distance, and he walks over to him, asking for his name. The guy reveals that his name is Usher, and he understands the importance of training. The hero is impressed by his fighting stance and asks what he was doing before coming here. Turns out, he used to be a porter for mercenaries who didn't have much to do with fighting. However, he still wanted to become one. Hearing this puts a smile on the hero's face, and he challenges the guy to a fight to figure out if he actually has what it takes to become a fighter. The same evening, their masters use more rookies as sacrifices. Even though the spear guy was training hard, he wasn't chosen as a target for the synthesis. In his place, he chose Usher, which allowed him to level up to 3. Meanwhile, the others continued going into the daily dungeons, but the dungeon containing the fire attribute stones has still not opened. The same day, our boy calls all the main heroes outside and asks if they have any idea why he called them here. All of them stare at him in confusion until the kid mentions that they are going to select party members. The archer girl is confused since it's the master's job to select party members, but the hero assures her that he can also give him suggestions. He takes out a cup with 4 paper strips. All of them will split into 2 parties depending on the color they get. Since there are 6 heroes in total, they will choose 2 leaders for the parties. He selects himself and the dark-haired girl as the leaders. She argues that the archer girl would be a better fit, but he interrupts her, saying that she can't do it. The reason they have to split is that it's too dangerous for them to put all of their fighting force into a single party. Back in the 5th stage, the strength gap between their party members was too wide, which resulted in 2 of them dying. To prevent this, they have to increase the number of parties. Going forward, they will encounter situations that need multiple parties and hundreds of heroes. He takes out the paper strips and mentions that those who pick the red color will be in his team, while blue color will be Team Edis. However, it doesn't really matter which team they end up on since they are both equally strong. Surprisingly, our original party members both chose red while the newbies ended up at the second party. The dark-haired girl notices the confusion on their face and asks if they don't trust her. She tells them that she understands since she is new here and doesn't have much experience. Our boy calls her out and says that they will be left behind if they fail to catch up with their party. She takes this as a challenge and confidently announces that it won't happen. The new party suggestions show up in front of the master when he logs in, and he accepts immediately. Later, the first party is sent to clear out the 7th floor. Since it's the goblins again, the heroes are confident that they can take them down without any problem. However, Han asks them to stay back and watch. Immediately after, he steps forward and activates his berserker skill. His body turns feral, and he starts slashing through the enemies left and right, sparing none of them. He leaves one of the goblins alive who stares at him in fear. The archer girl asks him what he is doing, and he simply suggests that they should start exploring. Our boy doesn't want to clear this stage without getting a hint about this next challenge. Before killing the goblin, he notices that the river is flowing, which might suggest that his dam has collapsed. This gives him a valuable tip, and they go back to the waiting room. While they are casually talking, he suddenly notices a notification window about his master summoning some new heroes. These are also paid summons, like the last time, which means that the new heroes will probably be strong. With this in mind, our boy asks the archer girl to run to his room and fetch the paper strips. At the same time, he orders the spear guy to call out the dark-haired girl. Finally, the master confirms the purchase, and the new high-ranked heroes are summoned. The hero already expected this, since the master had made purchases before. This game is quite addictive since it allows players to observe their heroes in a variety of settings and control their lives. As one continues progressing through the game, the number of things they can do increases as well. Two new heroes appear in the waiting room. One of them is named Roderick, and he looks like a warrior, while the other is named Iolka, and she seems somewhat like a Disney princess. Both of them are 3-star heroes. Understandably, both of them are confused after suddenly being summoned here. The princess girl even falls down while taking her first steps. The archer girl returns and asks who she is. Our boy tells her not to worry about her since she will get back up on her own. Seeing all this, the dark-haired girl approaches him and mentions that she is an aristocrat. In other words, she is from a ruling family, and it doesn't seem like she is fit for combat. Meanwhile, the warrior guy worked as a guard in a big city and had a high sense of duty. He mentions that he feels an urge to fight his enemies and asks if this is what they are supposed to do. The hero casually mentions that he will give him more details after drawing the lots. Whoever picks blue gets the old warrior, while the red one gets the Disney princess. Looking at both of them, they immediately know that the old warrior is the better choice. As the archer girl runs forward with the cup, our boy catches a glimpse of the red strip. He also notices the dark-haired girl smiling and wonders if she saw it too. As soon as the cup is placed on the ground, both of them jump towards the blue color. However, at the last second, the new girl casts a fire spell, which makes them change their mind, and they both grab the red one. Our boy is quick to realize that the Disney princess is actually a fire mage. Now both of them want her on their team. In this game, warriors and thieves can be obtained simply by leveling up 1-star heroes. However, in the case of a mage, they are exclusively available only through paid summons, and even with that, they have a low spawn rate. Seeing them fight, the archer girl realizes that they both saw the lots and mixed them again. Meanwhile, the mage girl is confused and asks them what they are doing. He simply responds that they are deciding which team will have her. The old man asks her to use her mind and figure out what is happening. After thinking for a bit, the girl finally gets what's going on and feels disgusted. At the same time, the archer girl arrives with the lots and asks them not to cheat this time. The two leaders draw the lots fairly, and our boy manages to get the red one. This means that Mage Girl is joining his party. Suddenly, they hear a noise in the distance and notice the fairy dragging a hero into the synthesis chamber. The guy begs for help, but it's no use. The hero knows that this is someone who couldn't even learn support skills. He asks the Mage Girl to step inside the chamber unless she also wants to suffer the same fate as him. After getting out, he lectures her about working hard and mentions that it's the only way of surviving here. It's now the old man's turn to go in, and he also levels up after the synthesis. When it's all done, the master sends them to clear the next stages as a way to test out the new heroes. Party 2 is called out first, and they head inside. Meanwhile, our boy turns to the Mage Girl and asks what kind of magic she can use. She questions why he is asking, and the hero simply tells her to give a simple answer. It seems like the girl doesn't want to fight in some unknown place for someone she knows nothing about. He reminds her that the reason she is fighting is for her own survival and makes a terrifying expression, asking again what type of magic she can use. The girl sits on the bench and explains that she can use fire magic, and the strongest spell she can create is a third circle flame. He folds his arms and tries to confirm whether she can teleport or use support magic. She proudly explains that anyone with 3 runes can learn support magic, and she acts as if her abilities will shock him. Our boy studies her and feels disappointed. He hopes her power matches her arrogance, because he knows that defense-type magic is far more flexible than pure offense. He asked about her skills because she does not have a visible skill window, and he wants to know if she might still awaken one later, even though it feels unlikely. With a serious expression, he asks if she understands that she will have to fight beside them from now on. A moment later, the dark-haired girl and her party members step out of the gate with relaxed smiles. He judges from her expression that the warrior guy was stronger than she expected. He calls the archer girl and the spear guy forward, telling them it is their turn now. As they enter the gate, he assumes they will probably go to the 4th floor since the 5th floor is locked, and facing flying monsters might give them a better idea about the mage's skills. He adds that they will hold back during the fight so her magic can be tested properly. Each of them can clear this floor alone, so it shouldn't be that hard for her. The girl starts to panic and makes excuses, saying that she can handle it but she is a bit special. When he asks her what she means, she claims that he'll be surprised when he sees it for himself. Before the door opens, the fairy gives our boy a worried look and wishes him good luck. He immediately realizes something is wrong. In disbelief, he curses the master and shouts for everyone to get ready. They are standing on the 8th floor, not the 4th. He grits his teeth and wonders if the master is angry about what happened before. The mage girl looks around and claims she has seen this place already. Suddenly, the hero screams for everyone to drop down. She fails to understand, but before she can react, she sees an arrow flying straight at her. Our boy grabs her and pulls her to the ground as it shoots past. He frowns, already guessing what kind of enemies they are dealing with. A system message appears confirming that this is the 8th floor, and their mission is to defeat 27 goblin raiders, all level 9. A swarm of goblins charges toward them. The archer girl quickly shoots down one goblin, knocking him off his wolf. At the same time, Hero orders Aaron to move in and counterattack once they reach close range. When he turns to the mage girl, he suddenly has to raise his shield to block an explosion. Shocked, he barely recovers before another goblin leaps toward him. He dodges, swings his blade, and slices the creature cleanly in half. More goblins rush him, and he calls out for the spear guy. Bro arrives just in time to skewer the goblin on the wolf's back, but the goblin manages to lift a crossbow and aims at him instead. The hero manages to block the arrow using his shield and shouts at the mage girl to cast her spells. She stands confused, unsure what he wants. He reminds her that she claimed to be a mage and demands that she destroy them. However, the girl mentions that she needs 1 minute to prepare. He knows it's hard to hold on for that long, but they have no choice. After cutting down another goblin, he finally sees her close her eyes while chanting some spell. He turns back and orders Aaron to block bolts heading toward Jenna so she can continue shooting safely. The guy spins his spear skillfully, protecting her as more monsters rush the mage girl. Our boy realizes that they are targeting the mage first and rushes to guard her. He plans to stall them, but blocking all of them alone is almost impossible. Running out of time, he looks back and asks if she can use her fire magic to cut through their shields. Meanwhile, the girl continues chanting the spell without replying. Seeing all the enemies closing in, the archer girl shouts for her to back off since she'll get attacked. Turns out she can't move while chanting, so all the monsters surround her, ready to take her down. Our boy holds up his shield to block the leading goblin rider, but more push through. He fights hard, slicing goblins apart while wolves snap at him, but the enemies keep coming. Blood sprays as he kills another wolf, then he hears a scream and turns toward the mage girl. A goblin swings in her direction, but before he can slice her, our boy grabs the girl and drags her away at the last second. He scolds her for casting a spell without any form of defense for herself. The group sprints toward a nearby forest. The archer girl nervously reminds them that the forest was sealed not long ago, but the hero says they will deal with the problem when they reach it. While dragging the mage girl along, he instructs her to start casting again once they enter the forest, and to bombard the whole area with magic. She nods, though she looks pale as the monsters close in. Running forward, the archer girl shouts that she has found a way inside the forest. Hearing this, the hero orders the mage girl to head inside. Instead of following, she complains about being treated badly, so he kicks her forward and reminds her that he won't be able to treat her badly if she dies here. He then stops suddenly and activates his transformation while telling the others to run ahead. The next moment, his fangs grow, and a red aura bursts around him as he enters berserk mode again for the second time today. Even though fatigue weighs heavily on him, he stands firm in front of the oncoming horde because he needs to stall them. A goblin fires a crossbow bolt at him, but he blocks it with his shield. Another raider charges at tremendous speed. He ducks and tries to keep his footing while attacks rain in from all sides. His body strains, and he finally stumbles and falls to the ground. Enemies surround him, attacking from every direction as he steels himself for the next impact. Our boy notices a goblin approaching and prepares himself for another sudden charge. He rushes through the enemies like a spinning storm, determined to take away the fast mobility they rely on. He slams his shield into one of them and keeps fighting even though he is completely surrounded. Watching him fight alone, Aaron suddenly shouts his name, and at that moment, he is struck hard from behind. A system message appears, telling him that his berserk mode has ended. A goblin stands over him and raises its spear, but he quickly turns and drives his blade into the monster's body. Blood sprays from both the wolf and the goblin as he pulls his sword free from the wolf's jaws. More monsters charge toward him from every side. The spear guy is worried for him and tries to join the fight, but Han tells him not to leave the forest. He plans to group the enemies and lure them away. While dodging incoming attacks, he checks whether the mage is ready to cast her spell. The archer girl calls out that she is finished. Hearing this, our boy immediately starts running, leading a huge wave of goblins behind him. He leaps into the air, dodges more attacks, steps on a goblin's head, and sprints forward with incredible speed, just as the mage's spell begins to activate. A red aura surrounds the girl as her hair rises in the wind. The ground trembles and the grass shakes. Our boy keeps the monsters chasing him until she opens her eyes and releases Ignite. A massive stream of fire bursts from her hands and sweeps across the battlefield. The flames roar past our boy, followed by a violent explosion. When he looks around, he is stunned by the power of her magic. The girl fires another beam that tears through everything in front of her. The archer girl hides behind a tree, shocked to witness such destructive magic. Meanwhile, the hero spots more goblins breaking through the flames and calls for help. He continues fighting, realizing that exhaustion is slowing him down. Even so, he refuses to fall and decides to finish the monsters off using his skill if brute strength is not enough. He blocks an attack with his shield, then kills another goblin with a clean strike. An arrow shoots past him and hits an enemy. The archer smiles and asks him if she is finally helpful. At the same time, the spear guy joins in and finishes another rider, telling the hero he will cover him if he's tired. Our boy jokingly says that he is being too cocky. Arrows fly again, and Jenna jumps into the air as another monster swings at her. She avoids the attack and drives a dagger into the goblin's skull. A riderless wolf breaks away from the fight and charges straight toward the mage, who is still standing with her eyes closed as she prepares her second spell. Before the wolf reaches her, its head is suddenly shot down. The archer girl warns her to pull herself together and move, but the girl is fully absorbed in casting. Flames gather around her arm, and runes reflect across her face. The archer panics as she senses the spell is not ready, but the mage opens her eyes just in time. The hero and the spear guy retreat, drawing the monsters away. The girl clenches her fist and unleashes another explosion of fiery energy. The ground beneath the monsters heats up, cracks, and detonates. A burning wind sweeps across the area and erases everything in its path. Our boy shields himself, realizing that at this rate, even they might be caught in the blast. When the flames settle, he looks around the devastated field and wonders if the fight is finally over. But more goblin riders suddenly leap out of the burning smoke. The mage girl immediately responds by summoning a powerful fire whirlwind. The spinning flames tear through the remaining enemies. Jenna holds onto a tree so the violent wind does not blow her away. The entire area ignites, burning from one end to the other. The girl stands still, almost frozen, as the hero realizes that her spell has carved a massive crater into the ground. Finally, the notification appears informing him that they have cleared the stage. She is declared the MVP and levels up along with the spear guy. The group leaves the floor, still shocked. Erin points out that she destroyed more than 20 goblin riders in an instant. She laughs proudly, claiming this is the greatness of fire magic, and that her abilities are meant to amaze people. She places a hand on her chest and declares that she is the witch of Count River's spirit, right before blood bursts from her nose, and she collapses. Our boy checks on her and realizes that she has completely drained her energy. He thinks about how she cannot use support magic, and her physical attributes, strength, endurance, and agility, are as low as a typical one-star character. As a former master with many mages under him, he has seen many types of spellcasters, but none like her. It is not that such mages do not exist. They are simply extremely rare. He compares her to a tank stripped of its armor, but equipped with devastating firepower. She is practically made for war. The archer girl lifts her onto her back. The hero remarks that raw power like this is something they now need to consider seriously. With this, the group exits the portal in a good mood, and he senses that the time is approaching when he will no longer be the center of his party. The story shifts to the next day, and the first thing the master needs to do is to build a magic center within the game system. When he enters the game interface, the city map appears, and the system prompts him to choose a building. A research and magic laboratory appears in the city, unlocking research skills. An alchemy lab is added, allowing the synthesis of various items. A large library appears next, giving mages a place to expand their knowledge. The system then displays that the 3 buildings near the training area have been merged into a new complex known as the Magic Hall. Meanwhile, the mage girl is exhausted and sweating during training, questioning why someone of her high status must go through such extreme physical routines. She argues that her talent lies in using her brain, not her body, but the hero believes she simply needs to learn how to dodge attacks, especially while casting spells. He runs past her, urging her to move faster, noticing how much she complains. She may excel in magic, but endurance is essential for anyone who plans to fight. She mentions that her dress is actually a magical item made by her family that boosts her firepower. But despite her impressive magic, the endurance training is simple: 3 slow laps every day without extra weight, which is nothing compared to what he used to do. He jokes that she seems to want potatoes for dinner and speeds up again. As he runs ahead, he teases the master as well for standing around and simply watching. He thinks that they are lucky to finally get a mage when they are so close to entering the 10th floor. Moreover, they have also built the Magic Hall and have been able to collect the Fire Attribute Stone from the dungeon. Now it is finally time to craft consumable items like potions. A notification appears showing that the master has logged out of the game. Meanwhile, the archer girl raises her hands and encourages the mage to keep running and give her best effort. Potions are normally created by high-level pharmacists and alchemists, but in this game, potions can also be made through the minigame even without professional skills. Standing in the center of the magic hall, our boy holds a thick book and realizes he cannot read the magical text inside. He looks at the cauldron on the table and decides that it is time to begin potion crafting. Turns out it's a rhythm game, and he is pretty good at it, so he manages to successfully create a low-grade healing potion. After a bit, he glances at the test tubes full of bright liquid, and mentally notes that he has made 6 healing potions and 2 magic potions. He thinks the master might become suspicious, but it is still better to carry potions than die without them. Later that night, he stands with his friends near the cauldron and announces that their team officially has a mage now. He looks at a brazier nearby and asks the group to pay attention to why he brought it. Bro lets out a mischievous smirk and tells them to watch carefully. Both of them stare in shock when they see him place his hand directly into the burning coals. He calmly explains that since the mage girl uses fire magic, they must learn to endure flames as well. He keeps his hand inside the brazier while counting the seconds, then finally pulls out his scorched hand. Even though it is badly burned, he insists that he is fine and shows everyone how fast he can heal since they are still in the lobby. The archer girl looks terrified and asks if they truly need to start this right now. The other guy looks down nervously and wonders how long they must continue. Our boy tells them they can stop only when they truly cannot endure it anymore. In his mind, he knows they must keep doing this crazy training until they gain the fire-resistant skill. He tells them to remember what happened on the 5th floor when they were careless. Just when the guy prepares to dip his hand in the fire, he grabs his wrist and quietly tells him to train when no one is watching, since he can't hear other people scream. The girl tightens her fists and trembles, insisting she does not want to do any of this, since she usually fights in the back anyway. Still grinning, he pulls her hand toward the fire and claims that if they do it together, it will not feel too hot. He reminds her that she cannot panic every time the fire mage casts a spell during battle. She cannot use shields or teleportation magic, so she would die if they failed to protect her. Even dodging simple attacks is difficult for her, so Jenna must learn to handle fire before they reach the 10th floor. The hero takes out a knife and apologizes to Aaron because he has one more task for him. He spins the blade and cuts his own hand. Then he looks at the guy with his evil smirk and tells him to do the same, since he must build resistance to pain as well. He doesn't really need to use this knife, but he needs to be able to endure pain. The hero even hands him some alcohol to numb the pain. He knows it's hard, but if he is fighting with him, he needs to unlock the pain endurance skill. Hearing all this, the archer girl asks if she also needs the skill. He tells her she personally does not need it, though it may still help her later. With a trembling voice, she asks if she can learn it later, but he explains that what she truly needs is the switching skill. It will allow her to change instantly between daggers and arrows, so she can fight at any distance without hesitation. From now on, they won't be using the close, mid, and long-range formations. Instead, they will now use a triangular formation with Iolka in the center. Training will begin tomorrow, and everyone must participate, including her, because he and the spear guy cannot protect the mage alone. It's almost like they are all protecting a princess, but they have no other choice. Ideally, the strongest team composition would include 2 mages, especially one who can provide support magic. Unfortunately, they only have her. They still have not cleared the 9th floor, but he thinks they will probably send the second party instead, so it can gain more experience. Later, he studies the mission hints and considers the tasks waiting for them on the 10th floor. Subjugation, survival, guard duty, breakthrough, execution, defense, siege, pursuit, and escape. He imagines the mission requiring at least 2 full parties, and realizes this challenge will be much harder than anything they have faced before. He throws a match into the brazier and places his hand into the flames again, deciding that they must prepare thoroughly. Smoke soon fills the room and he coughs heavily. As he continues training, a system notification appears informing him that he has finally gained the fire-resistant skill. The next morning, he goes to Iolka and tells her that she needs to reduce her casting time and mana consumption, even if it means her power output won't be that good. This makes her mad, and she asks him how he insulted her magic. Hearing this, he gives her the death stare and asks if he doesn't want to do it. The girl immediately runs away, saying that she'll do what he said. From what he has seen, she can use 3 classes of fire magic: ignition, burning explosive flames, and directed explosions. The higher the class, the more mana it consumes. As he approaches the archer girl with a sword, he admits that her magic is powerful, but to use it effectively, they must increase her combustion. He reminds everyone that they are getting closer to the 10th floor every second, so training must become much harder. Jenna smiles confidently as she shoots an arrow. Normally, he would hide behind his shield during training, but this time, he throws the shield aside and adds new difficulty. She comments on how fast he is improving, but he simply stays serious and reminds her that they are training, not exchanging compliments. He swings his sword and cuts the arrow in half, gaining a new skill called projectile defense. The girl rushes at him with a knife. He leans back and dodges gracefully, but she then switches to her bow mid-movement, using the switching skill perfectly. He raises his sword and watches her with concern, realizing that although she began as a 1-star character, her potential is extraordinary. Her learning speed is completely abnormal. The hero commends her for that move, and she sarcastically reminds him that they aren't supposed to give compliments during training. Meanwhile, his other friend is progressing like a normal one-star hero. The only thing he has going for him is his level 3 spear skill. He has been training in the room in order to learn the pain resistance skill. On the other hand, the mage girl is training in the magic hall to make her spell casting for efficient instead of just being powerful. There are other one-star heroes training in the corner, but none of them are useful. They still haven't filled both parties with 5 heroes, and his master doesn't seem to be willing to buy more gems. Our boy wonders if he is just planning on adding these 1-stars to the parties. The next day, the second party walks out of the gate after clearing the 9th floor. This time they seem a bit more worn out. The hero asks them about the mission, and the dark-haired girl explains that they had to subjugate an entire goblin village. Hearing this, he asks her for more details on anything she found strange. The girl explains that the ground was pretty muddy, almost like it had rained a lot, but she didn't find anything else out of the ordinary. Now it is finally their turn, so he calls out his buddies. It doesn't take them much effort since they are just practicing on lower floors. Currently, our boy is at level 10, the archer girl is at level 8, Aaron is at level 6, while the mage is at level 4. This is the highest level they can achieve with the current number of floors they have. Moreover, they also have some pretty good equipment thanks to the equipment factory. 2 new members named Shern and Mekin have joined both parties. Although they are not as good as the others, they still didn't have much choice. Suddenly, the fairy comes to our boy with an excited expression and asks if he has already predicted what the mission will be. He tells her that he isn't that good. Even though he used to be the top-ranked player in the game, it took him 2 years just to reach the 88th floor. It also included a lot of failures and party wipes. However, for them, failure means death. They all finally gather in the plaza before heading into the gate. The hero wonders if the master is having second thoughts about this, since it has already been 30 minutes since he logged in. Right now, he is making the choice between going to the 10th floor or waiting. Our boy still thinks their parties are a bit lacking because of the new guys, and also because he hasn't upgraded his skills to the maximum level of 1 star. Moments later, the master finally taps the yes button, and the gate opens. The hero knows that it might be a game for the master, but for them, this is their reality. He tells the new guy to hide somewhere when the fight starts, since he will only get in his way. Meanwhile, a system notification appears informing the master that he can summon free heroes if his parties aren't full. In addition, he can also give tactical guidelines to his heroes in a mission that uses a tactical station. Hearing this, our boy thinks to himself that the master probably doesn't know about the tactical station since it's advanced stuff. He sends him a tip through the fairy, asking to equip the potions they crafted earlier. They have 6 in total, so each party will be holding 3 of them. Before heading in, he looks at the dark-haired girl and mentions that they may be in separate locations, so she should just head for the center to group up. At the same time, the fairy shouts at them not to make things difficult for the hero. He assures her that it's fine and he will make sure she climbs to the top of the tower. Inside the floor, we see a man crying out in fear about something that is going to happen soon. Our boy walks in from behind and kicks the man, but it seems like he can't see him. Soon he realizes that the man is an NPC and notices that they are in a city that looks familiar for some strange reason. Dika points out that he's seen this place before, but it looks different now. Just then, the hero remembers that this is the same city from the 5th floor. The only difference, however, is that it hasn't been destroyed yet. Our boy realizes that things are far more complicated than they thought. He says their biggest problem right now is not the fight itself, but the fact that they have all been summoned here. The first step to surviving in this place is to complete their mission. Their mission hasn't officially begun yet, so they still have a little time to breathe. But during this short break, they must gather information. He orders everyone to scout the area for 5 minutes and return exactly on time. Otherwise, they will be left behind. After sending everyone out, he stands on top of a tall tower, observing the entire area from above. Near him, a terrified soldier lies on the ground, shaking and mumbling that he doesn't want to die. He realizes that the soldier has completely lost hope. From the tower, the hero looks toward the northern forest and sees thousands of goblins marching toward the city. There are exactly 2,213 of them, though their levels remain hidden. They are pushing ladder carts meant to help them climb the city walls. He then looks toward the river on the eastern side and notices another group of goblins, 899 in total. These goblins only carry basic weapons and have nothing special for climbing walls. Our boy also sees that about half of the goblins from the east have gathered outside the castle walls, where only around 353 human soldiers stand ready. Each soldier will soon be outnumbered by more than 10 goblins. After observing everything, he realizes how disastrous the situation already is. Everything seems stacked against them, and their mission still hasn't officially started. The hero thinks that if the mission ends up being about survival, similar to the mission on the 5th floor, they might still have a chance. A survival-type mission might be possible to complete before time runs out. This floor might even be a little easier than the 5th floor, because back then, they had a very weak teammate. Now they have NPCs they can use as distractions, and they also have a mage who can attack large groups at once. But soon, they will know the real mission. Thinking this, he climbs down the tower and returns to the meeting point where everyone is already waiting. He starts explaining that their mission may require them to survive here, but before he finishes speaking, 3 warning alerts suddenly appear. A single warning normally means a serious threat, so 3 warnings in a row signal the greatest difficulty. Our boy is completely caught off guard. Another notification appears informing him that their mission is to stop the fall of this city. The hero realizes that the mission is completely different from what they expected. Instead of surviving on their own, they must protect an entire city. Both parties combined only have 10 people, and the city only has about 350 soldiers. That means roughly 360 defenders must fight thousands of goblins. He gathers everyone's attention and says they will first share what they have discovered. After that, he will assign roles. The archer girl speaks first, explaining that she tried talking to an NPC, but the NPC ignored her. It seems NPCs cannot hear them at all, even though the group can still touch them and see them. Next, the spear guy shares that all the refugees are gathering in the center of the city. The goblins are attacking only from the north and east. The south and west sides have no gates, meaning they have no escape routes. The dark-haired girl then asks the hero what they should do now. He repeats that their mission is to defend the city. She asks what that really means, and he explains that they must stop the enemies from entering the city and kill them. In other words, they must fight. She insists that it sounds impossible. The warrior then speaks up, suggesting that they should leave the city and secretly kill the goblins from outside, one by one. But the hero rejects the idea. He says that if they want to win, they must defeat the entire goblin army. The condition for the goblins to win is probably to take down the twin statue in front of the central tower. He looks at a statue of 2 goddesses standing in the middle of the city, and the statue suddenly starts glowing. This statue has also appeared in previous stages, so he knows it's important. Even if they manage to kill the goblins, if the statue is destroyed, they will fail the mission. Hearing this, the old man grumbles that not only do they have to fight thousands of goblins, but they also have to protect a glowing statue. He then asks what will happen if they fail. Han answers calmly, if they fail the mission, they will simply die on the spot. Roderick asks if this means they will die even if they try to escape. He confirms that escape won't help. No matter where they run, the moment the mission fails, they will die instantly. He knows how terrible the situation is, but he also reminds himself that this is still a game. Even impossible missions usually have some hidden strategy. He tells the group that the biggest threat among the goblins is not their number, but the ladder carts carried by the northern group. Those carts will allow them to climb the walls, so stopping the carts will buy them precious time. He assigns Edis and her party to the north wall, where around 300 human soldiers are gathered. Their job is to destroy the ladder carts in any way possible. She realizes he is giving out roles and looks uncomfortable. He notices her expression and asks if she has anything to say about this. She explains that her party consists of only 5 people, and adding 5 more fighters to 300 soldiers won't change the overall strength. The hero admits she isn't wrong, but mentally calculates that her party's power is equal to around 50 soldiers. He explains that the goblins don't have any other dangerous weapons. The ladders are the only real threat. If her group can hold the north wall and stop the carts, it will greatly strengthen the city's defense. But the girl clarifies that this isn't her point. She means that slowing the goblins doesn't guarantee victory. Even if they delay the enemies, the numbers are so unbalanced that defeat is still likely. Our boy fully agrees. Even if both parties fight together, the odds are terrible. The goblins will eventually break through simply because there are too many of them. He also remembers the goblins from the 5th floor kept attacking even after suffering huge losses. They don't retreat. That means they will behave the same way here. Logically, the level looks impossible. They cannot defeat the entire army through pure fighting. But he is certain that the game must have left some kind of hint. He suddenly remembers something from the 7th floor, a river on the east side, and a broken dam. At the time, he assumed the dam broke because of the strong water flow. But now, thinking about the clues from the 5th to the 10th floors, he realizes everything seems connected to that dam. It is far from the city, and he wonders how it actually broke. He keeps thinking, but can't figure it out in time. The archer girl suddenly remembers hearing horses behind the river earlier. It's possible that they were soldiers from the city. Hearing this, the hero immediately wonders if those soldiers were supposed to be reinforcements. The dark-haired girl also catches up. He quickly turns to her and tells her to buy as much time as possible. If the outer wall collapses, she should fall back to the inner walls. He tells her not to hesitate to use the soldiers and refugees as bait if needed. Her only goal is to hold the defense until his group returns. The girl and her party prepare themselves and promise to do everything they can. The hero's group moves out. As he and Jenna walk together, she asks whether the plan is too simple and what they are actually going to do. Han tells her that the dark-haired girl is smarter than she is and reminds her to get her weapons ready. They are heading toward the east gate outside the city. Aaron questions why they are taking such a dangerous path when thousands of goblins are out there. He explains that staying inside will also get them killed, so they must take the risk. When they were on the 7th floor, the dam had already collapsed, Moreover, when the archer girl saw the reinforcements, they were on the other side of the river. Putting the clues together, it becomes clear that the city was destroyed because those reinforcements couldn't reach it. The broken dam blocked their approach. So now his group must leave through the east gate, push through the goblins, and reach the dam before it collapses. They must stop the dam from breaking. The girl starts to speak, realizing what that means, but he cuts her off with a smirk, announcing that they are going to annihilate the monsters. The scene shifts to the city gate, and we see huge crowds of people rushing inside. The group struggles to move through the people. The mage complains that pushing through the crowd is difficult, but our boy tells her this is nothing compared to what they will face soon. Then he, Jenna, and Aaron run toward the outer wall. He tells the archer girl to climb up and check the situation outside. At the same time, the spear guy is ordered to hurry and open the gate. Then he looks at Iolka and tells her to start channeling her magic. He wants her to unleash the second stage of her flame spell the moment the gate opens. The girl says she understands. Our boy then looks at the fifth member of the party. There's also the new guy they have at their party, but he doesn't really have anything for him to do, so he ignores him. The blonde guy starts pulling the rope to open the massive gate. The gate begins to rise slowly. Hearing the noise, nearby soldiers start running toward him, even though they cannot see him. This unsettles their group, and the soldiers begin whispering among themselves, convinced the gate is opening on its own. Meanwhile, the girl climbs the city wall and looks outside. She sees thousands of goblins gathered just beyond the gate, and warns the hero that if the gate opens, the goblins will rush in immediately. He tells her not to worry and asks her to climb down quickly. He explains that Iolka's fire magic will create a path for them. At the same time, he starts attacking the soldiers who are rushing to stop Aaron. The soldiers cannot see him directly, but they notice the rope moving and try to interfere. More soldiers arrive, confused and shouting about an evil spirit or a divine curse. The archer girl trips them with a well-placed kick, causing them to stumble and fall repeatedly. Meanwhile, the mage finished channeling her fire magic. As the flames spread, the outer gate continues to open slowly. Suddenly, a fast arrow flies toward her. The hero notices immediately and catches it with his hand, realizing it was shot by the goblins outside. As the gate opens even slightly, goblins push their faces against it. My man throws the arrow back at them, taking out the goblin who was trying to sneak inside. The archer girl continues fighting the soldiers. They still cannot see her, calling her attacks ghostly, and some cry that it feels like the goddess has abandoned them. Suddenly it begins to rain, and the hero wonders if this will stop Iolka's flames. The blonde guy keeps pulling the rope alone, slowly opening the massive gate. Eventually the gate is wide enough for goblins to start pouring in. They immediately focus on the mage, standing in front of the entrance. Before they get close, she completes her spell and unleashes Ignite Fire Magic. The flames surge forward in a massive wave, sweeping all goblins in range and creating a huge explosion at the gate. Every goblin near the entrance is instantly destroyed. The hero calls out to the others to move forward. At the same time, he gives the mage girl a mana potion, telling her to sip it as needed while casting fire magic. She tells him that she is aware and can even cast this spell hundreds of times if needed. Meanwhile, the fifth party member hesitates and shows visible fear. A notification appears, indicating that his stats have dropped by 30% due to his fear. Our boy tells him to go to the other party, where he will be guided and assigned tasks. If he survives there, he will prove himself capable. The guy nods quickly and runs off. The hero finally walks out of the gate. The soldiers try to close it again, but he continues forward, stepping into a field of flames and goblins. Now that the gate has closed behind him, he knows they can't turn back. The only way now is forward. He positions himself with Aaron and Jenna around the mage girl to protect her as they move forward using her magic. He instructs her to use stage 1 fire magic. Even if the flames weaken in the rain, she needs to spread them as far as possible. The rain grows heavier, and he warns them to hurry before the goblins exploit the weather to push through the fire. The girl needs 20 more seconds to finish casting her magic, but the goblins are closing in fast. Suddenly, one of them attacks the hero. He is ready and slices it in half with a single swing of his sword, counting down the remaining seconds in his mind. Goblins equipped with bows begin firing arrows at the mage, but he blocks the arrows with his shield and protects her. He and the group continue to defend their mage as the seconds pass. Jenna switches between her bow and dagger, striking any goblin that gets too close. The countdown ticks down with only 5 seconds remaining. She fires non-stop, killing goblins quickly, and the blonde guy fights with all his strength. Suddenly a goblin sneaks up behind him. He doesn't notice it, but our boy sees the threat immediately. He throws his sword with perfect aim, stabbing the goblin in the head, then rushes forward to retrieve it. By that time, the 20-second countdown ends. The goblins have now completely surrounded Iolka. The hero orders everyone to change positions and move behind her. She opens her eyes and releases her Ignite Fire magic again. The flames surge forward just as powerfully as before, burning many goblins in a single blast. Once the fire fades, the hero sees an opportunity and tells the team to move forward. As they run through the burning path, our boy reflects that they are lucky that the mage joined their party. Without her, they would not have made it this far. But the situation worsens due to the rain, and the flames begin to fade, allowing goblins to advance again. He shouts at her to cast magic quickly while he and the others kill the approaching goblins. The 20-second countdown starts once again as they try their best to hold on. Every moment grows more intense. The group must constantly fight, keeping track of goblins while maintaining their positions. Just before the countdown ends, a goblin jumps at the hero from behind. He senses it at the last moment, spins around and kills it with a single strike. The Reem quickly switches positions before the mage girl blasts through every single monster in her path. They continue to move forward, using the fire as a shield. Aaron pushes ahead, with Jenna following, exerting all her strength. The hero explains that they will keep repeating this process until they reach the river. Just then, we get a glimpse of the enormous goblin army led by their chief, who coldly stands on top of a giant rock, just aura farming. The goblin commander appears to be a bit different from regular goblins. He draws a sword, raises his arm, and screams, clearly issuing commands. The mage girl uses her ignite spell again, destroying a large group of goblins. Our boy runs forward, but suddenly a goblin leaps through the fire and attacks him. The strike is so sudden that he almost fails to dodge, but his training allows him to react just in time. He stabs the goblin in the chest. The hero observes a change in the goblin's behavior. Despite the flames, they no longer hesitate. They charge recklessly through the fire. 2 more goblins rush at him and he charges, cutting through them in one sweep. Then he finally spots the goblin commander on the rock. The commander is shouting strange words, either magic or commands in its own language. Han realizes the goblin commander has noticed the gap between Yolka's spells, exploiting the short delay to organize the attacks. This makes the situation far more dangerous, since it means that the guy has intelligence. The hero continues fighting, glancing at his friends. They can still hold their ground for now, but not for much longer. The fire surrounding them reduces oxygen. They have resistance skills, but the heat still affects them. He decides he needs a new approach. As he thinks, 3 or 4 goblins leap at him from above, but he channels his power and slices them all in a single move. The hero gathers everyone around and tells them to listen carefully. He emphasizes that they cannot fail, and they have only one chance. His friend asks what he means, and he explains that they have only a single opportunity to kill the goblin commander standing on the rock. The goblin commander orders his army to charge forward. At the same time, the mage girl starts casting her magic. She creates a wall of fire around herself, blocking most of the goblins, though a few still manage to push through. A goblin jumps out of the flames and attacks the hero, but he reacts in time, striking it with his knee and breaking its teeth. As the goblin falls, he grabs its head and drags it toward Yolka. Arrows from the outside goblins come flying at her, and our boy uses the goblin as a shield to block them. He asks her if her magic is ready, and when she confirms, she releases a massive wave of fire. The spell burns a huge number of goblins at once. The goblin commander immediately shouts new orders, sending the remaining goblins forward in a frenzied charge. The hero realizes that one spell isn't enough and internally shouts at the monsters that they are not done yet. A second explosion shakes the battlefield, and a massive ring of fire forms around them. Even the goblin commander appears frightened by the display. With the battlefield cleared, Jenna and Aaron act quickly. The guy uses our hero's shield to protect the archer as she aims an arrow high into the air. The arrow falls with perfect precision, striking the goblin commander directly in the head and killing him in a single shot. With the commander dead, the goblins lose coordination. Meanwhile, the mage girl begins to collapse since she has used too much of her mana. Our boy catches her in his arms and prevents her from falling. He looks ahead at the remaining goblins and realizes that her magic did not destroy them all. If they break through the fire, they could still be dangerous. However, the goblins' real target is the city walls behind them. His party was just an obstacle in their path. He wants to see how the goblins react now that their commander is gone. Soon, the remaining goblins ignore them entirely and rush straight toward the city, leaving the heroes behind. The hero lets out a sigh of relief, realizing that they have chosen the city instead of them. Getting past them, the group finally reaches the forest. They have gone far away from the goblins, and they aren't being chased. Our boy knows that the only reason they survived is that they killed the commander. Otherwise, he would have definitely ordered his troops to finish them first. He tells everyone to rest and use their health potions carefully. Currently, there is another battle going on in the northern wall, but the outer wall is still standing, which means that they are okay for now. He walks toward the bridge over the river and sees more goblins approaching. A notification shows 19 level 9 goblins heading their way. Our boy knows they have no time to rest and tells everyone to get ready for another fight. Suddenly, a massive tree shakes, revealing something horrifying. The blonde guy looks forward in shock and points it at our boy. Turns out they are facing a massive level 23 ogre warrior. Our boy quickly assigns the roles, putting the mage girl in charge of stopping the goblins, while the blonde guy will protect her. Meanwhile, he will go after the big guy. As soon as he gets close, the orc attacks with tremendous force, striking the ground and cracking it. The hero realizes that if the weapon hit him, he would die instantly. The orc swings again, but he dodges. Due to the power gap, he has to take it slow, otherwise it's over. Meanwhile, Iolka raises a huge wall of fire, blocking many goblins from interfering while the hero and the archer girl face the ogre. The monster tries to grab him, but he jumps back and slices its arm, making it bleed. Behind the ogre, Jenna fires several arrows into its back. The monster screams, which makes her think that her attacks are working. However, it suddenly flexes its muscles, ejecting all the arrows. Even though it seems like an easier target to hit, the arrows don't really make much difference unless she hits a vital spot. To make things worse, another ogre suddenly appears on the battlefield. Bro grows frustrated since the other two heroes already have their hands full. He decides to take a risk and moves straight toward the first monster. The ogre attacks with its weapon. This time, our boy raises his shield and takes the hit, deflecting most of the force. Despite the pain in his body, he ignores it and closes in. He thrusts his sword toward the ogre's legs and strikes its weak point. The ogre goes wild in pain and attacks him recklessly. The hero takes advantage of its frenzy, leaping onto the ogre's shoulder and stabbing its neck with his sword. He realizes quickly that the blade didn't cut deep enough, so he leaps again and uses his shield as a hammer to push it in. Blood pours out, and the ogre stiffens as it drops to the ground. With the first one down, he immediately shifts his focus towards the other one. However, it seems like the monster is going for the mage. He quickly signals Jenna to distract it with an arrow. She shoots at the ogre's back, but it barely reacts, continuing its path forward. Aaron tries to stop it, but is kicked away effortlessly. The hero shouts loudly, telling her to move, but before she can react, the ogre runs past her, ignoring her completely. The hero stares in disbelief as he figures out what is going on. He recalls the dam on the 7th floor, and realizes it couldn't have been broken by the small goblins since they don't have any siege equipment. Shouting at his party, he tells them the ogre's real target isn't the mage, but the dam. Hearing this, the archer girl climbs onto the ogre's back, stabbing its neck repeatedly with her dagger. The hero arrives as well, determined to stop it. He charges at the ogre and slashes its back with a powerful strike, leaving a massive wound. Screaming in agony, the monster stumbles forward and collapses into the river. Taking huge breaths, the hero watches from the bank as he thinks to himself that they nearly failed the mission. Just as he believes the fight is over, a hand bursts from the river. The ogre rises again, smashing the dam with all its strength. The entire structure collapses instantly. On the other side, Aaron announces that all the goblins are defeated, but he remains silent, thinking to himself that they have already lost. The reinforcements, which were supposed to come from the forest across the river, can no longer cross. Even with their combined forces, they cannot stop the thousands of goblins now heading their way. For the first time, our boy starts panicking as he thinks of a way to get out of this. The guy touches his shoulder, which puts him out of his thoughts. He grips his sword and decides they must retreat and implement a second plan, even though he doesn't yet have one. Before leaving, the mage girl stops him. She raises her hand, causing a magical glow, and begins casting a telekinesis spell on a large stone nearby. He watches in shock as she lifts the stone and hurls it into the broken bridge, perfectly filling the gap. Instead of praising her, he shouts at her for not telling him earlier, reminding her that their mission could have failed without this. She responds casually, saying it wouldn't have mattered if she hadn't done it. He sighs and acknowledges that what matters is that they are still alive. Their moment of relief is short-lived. Goblins are charging toward them again, more than before. A goblin rushes at the hero with a spear aimed at his head. He ducks and strikes it in half. As the battle continues, our boy reflects on the mission. It started long ago, yet reinforcements have still not arrived. He begins to doubt everything, wondering if support is coming at all. He tells the mage to drink all of the potion she has left and use it to cast a Class 2 spell. Before she can react, a wild goblin leaps straight at her. The hero sees it coming but is too far to save her, and he can only shout her name. Iolka looks completely helpless as she stares death in the face. However, at the last second, a fierce horse charges in at full speed. A soldier rides it, striking the goblin and slicing it cleanly in two. The soldier halts ahead, and all the goblins turn to face him, as does the hero, breathing heavily. Bro is completely dripped out, hiding his face with a lion mask. It's obvious from his appearance that he is the leader of the reinforcement troops. Seeing him, the goblins attack him instead, ignoring everything else. He raises his hand and shouts, calling out the Iron Lion cavalry. Soon, the thunder of many hooves echoes as cavalry soldiers emerge from the forest. Each rider is as powerful as the first soldier, mounted and ready for battle. Our boy receives a notification that the Iron Lion cavalry has joined the fight. He quickly tells the group to move towards the mage instead of just standing in the way. They follow his orders as the cavalry begins cutting a path through the goblins. Although they are only 500 soldiers, they appear far stronger than the city guard soldiers. The cavalry pushes forward, clearing goblins and creating a safe path. The archer girl notes that the soldiers are heading toward the city, having killed all the goblins in their area. A notification appears showing that around 458 soldiers are remaining in the cavalry. The girl suggests they could relax and watch, but our boy knows they must move toward the city as well. He notices 2 horses with their riders lying dead and asks if anyone can ride a horse. The girl says she can, and he decides he will learn too. He explains that while a master cannot directly intervene in battle, they can still provide support. The hero sends a request to the master for a horse riding skill book, paying 500 gems. While battle-specific skills cannot be taught here, basic skills like this are easy to learn and very useful. Within minutes, he masters horse riding and mounts a horse alongside Iolka. With their new mobility, he feels their chances have improved. Now it's time for them to strike back at the monsters. While riding to the fortress, he thinks about the goblins coming from the east, the ones they passed near the river. He realizes these ones are harmless as long as they remain outside the city. The real danger comes from the goblins attacking from the north, because they have huge carts with ladders that let them scale the walls. The cavalry understands this too, which is why they head straight toward the north. He considers following the cavalry, thinking the mission might become easier if they go in that direction. But something feels wrong. The game would never allow them to clear the mission in such a simple way. At that moment, the hero suddenly tells his party that they are leaving this battlefield and heading somewhere else. Aaron feels guilty because their job was to protect the north gate. Our boy asks them if they truly believe that these are all the goblins. He tells them to hurry and follow him toward the eastern forest. As they move, the rain stops, which is extremely beneficial for them. When the forest becomes visible, our boy realizes that everything is happening exactly as he predicted. Goblin riders are already hiding there. They look ready, and could have easily broken through the east gate if they wanted. If he can stop their path using Iolka's magic, they can disrupt their attack. But suddenly behind the small goblins, they see massive feet. They immediately understand these creatures aren't goblins. They are ogres, the same monsters he fought earlier. But this time there aren't just two. There are around 23. He had struggled to kill only 2 before, and now there are many times more. He realizes that if these monsters reach the main battlefield, even the main cavalry won't be able to handle them. The hero asks the mage about her mana. She explains she still has some magic left, but it won't be very strong. He tells her not to focus on power since he only wants her to spread her magic across the widest area possible. His plan is to ride across the northern forest while she burns every monster inside. Back at the northern wall, the situation also looks pretty bad. Goblins are climbing the wall with ladders, and Edis's team is fighting non-stop to stop them. One of the soldiers almost falls when a goblin grabs him from below, but the girl saves him at the last second. More goblins swarm upward, and she keeps cutting them down. While fighting, she notices something in the distance, and realizes that the lion cavalry has finally reached the battlefield. The moment the cavalry arrives, they cut through the goblins with overwhelming force. The girl watches them from above while still fighting. Another goblin suddenly climbs in front of her, but she reacts quickly and kills it before it can attack. The scene shifts back to the forest, where the mage girl has finished channeling her spell. She activates it with a single word, and her fire magic spreads instantly. Flames sweep across the entire forest, trapping everything inside. The hidden goblins and orcs burn helplessly, screaming as they run with no path to escape because fire surrounds them on all sides. However, her mana is nearly gone. Our boy tells her she has already done more than he expected, and she shouldn't use any more magic. The entire forest will burn, but it doesn't matter because the goblins have turned it into their base. Destroying it is the best outcome. The group begins moving back. Around 500 soldiers were fighting at the north wall, but by the time reinforcements arrived, almost 400 had already died. Half of the reinforcements were later killed by the ogres. But after the cavalry's arrival, only a small number of goblins remained, and the soldiers killed the rest one by one. The lion cavalry's skill level was far above everyone else's, as each soldier must have killed at least 10 to 20 goblins. Their strength allowed them to wipe out the battlefield completely. The ground is now covered in blood and corpses of both soldiers and goblins. All enemies have been defeated. The lion cavalry and the remaining soldiers celebrate their victory. From the wall, the dark-haired girl spots the first party returning from the burning forest. She and the hero exchange smiles from a distance. Our boy notices there are no death notifications, which means everyone in his group is still alive. Jenna confirms it and points out how much stronger they have become compared to the 5th floor. She then wonders why they haven't returned home yet since the mission seems complete. Her question freezes our boy. He replays everything in his mind: killing goblins, killing the commander, fighting ogres, receiving reinforcements, burning the forest, and eliminating hidden enemies. Everything should be finished. So why hasn't the mission ended? Before he can understand anything, a red notification appears with the words, "Now loading." Everything around him stops moving. Only he can move. He looks around in a state of panic when another notification appears, simply saying, "Recovering." He has no idea what is happening. Then a final message appears informing him that the system has encountered an error, and he is disconnected. He looks around and sees everyone else frozen in place. While he tries to make sense of it, another message appears telling him to look behind him. His heart races as he turns around quickly. At a distance, he sees the same level 999 figure that stared at him before he spawned into this game. Our boy recognizes him instantly. Back then, even glimpsing half of its hidden face had terrified him, and the same fear fills him now. He curses in frustration, Back in his prime, he broke through the 88th floor with a party full of 6-star heroes. He was the 5th-ranked player in the entire world. Pick Me Up is largely based on luck and paid purchases. The players can give certain commands to their heroes, but they can't choose how their heroes fight. However, luck isn't the only thing in this game. If a player is good enough, they can even overcome bad luck. Back in the present, he looks at the mysterious figure with a level far beyond anything that's achievable except for 7-star heroes. Just as our boy is about to say something, he notices something even stranger. Behind the monster stands another figure, a dark-colored person with a name floating above him called Dark Disciple, level 15. The Dark Disciple looks straight at him, as if he can see him clearly, and tells him he will be waiting for him. Han freezes, confused and shocked, unable to understand the meaning behind it. With this, both the creature and the disciple disappear into thin air with no explanation. The world around them starts reconnecting, as if broken pixels are falling back into place. A new system message appears, apologizing for the server issue. Suddenly, the archer girl begins moving again. She asks him what happened and why he looks so disturbed. Before she can speak further, he suddenly tells her to hurry back to the castle. The group is startled by his behavior, but he keeps urging them to move quickly since he knows that it's not over yet. As they ride, he keeps thinking about the Dark Disciple. A creature like that never appears on a lower floor, and its power is terrifying. That alone is enough reason to escape as fast as possible. Suddenly, they see the hand of a dead soldier twitching. A nearby soldier notices it and is confused. The dead soldier's body slowly changes, as if some virus is taking over his flesh, and he turns into a monster. The living soldier beside him panics, but before he can react, the undead creature attacks and eats him alive. At the same time, all the dead goblins lying on the battlefield begin transforming one by one, turning into the same type of monster. The blonde guy watches in disbelief and shouts in panic, unable to understand what is happening. The hero tells him not to look and just keep moving back the way they came. All around them, every corpse has now risen as a monster. A system notification informs him that there are 2,436 living corpses on the battlefield. While running, our boy thinks about the Dark Disciple again. This is one of its abilities. When certain conditions are triggered, it can revive the dead and turn them into undead creatures. These monsters won't stop unless their skulls are destroyed. The only way to kill them is by hitting their head. Inside the castle, the girl sees the group approaching and urgently tells the guards to open the gates. The gates open and they ride inside. But the hero stops just outside. He pulls the mage girl off the horse and hands her over to Jenna. He tells her to protect her and guard the statue of the goddess together with the dark-haired girl. Then he says he is going back outside and instructs them to close the gate until he returns. His friends beg him to stay and ask how he expects to survive, or where he even plans to go. The hero suddenly asks Aaron whether he wants to live or be eaten by the monsters. Hearing this, the guy calms down immediately and says he wants to live. He wants to return safely with him. The girl asks him if he will come back alive. He smiles and promises he will before walking away. The castle gates shut completely, leaving our boy alone outside. The moment the monsters see him, they rush forward in a wild frenzy. He finds them disgusting but believes he can manage them. His only plan is to kill them one by one. He begins fighting immediately, cutting down every undead creature that approaches him. He knows they wouldn't stand a chance if they attacked him together. As long as they come in smaller groups, he believes he can hold them off. Then a massive arm appears, the arm of an ogre monster. The ogre begins slamming its giant fists against the city gate. The hero groans, frustrated, realizing even this monster has revived. He knows the gate won't survive for long. Before he can act, mutated wolf monsters appear behind him. These wolves chase his horse and nearly bite its legs. But before they can attack, 2 arrows pierce their heads. The wolves collapse and die. Jenna fired the arrows, saving him from behind. He turns back and feels relieved that she is covering him. Inside the city, the soldiers hear the pounding on the gate. Within moments, the outer gates break apart. The soldiers scream as ogres and countless undead monsters pour into the city. Chaos erupts as they try to escape for their lives. The hero realizes the outer gate has collapsed far earlier than he expected. If he wants to stop this disaster, he must kill the Dark Disciple as soon as possible. He believes the enemy disappeared into the burning forest, and he is certain he is still waiting for him there. Whatever the case, my man is not about to let him succeed in his plans. Our boy knows that these undead soldiers will only act in 2 ways. They will either go for any human flesh they see or try to destroy the statue of the goddess. Their combat skills aren't as good as they were before, but their bloodlust has increased a lot. Moreover, their endless numbers make it quite annoying. As our boy continues slashing through them, he thinks about the dark-haired girl who has exceeded his expectations. She has been doing everything perfectly so far, guiding the remaining soldiers and civilians toward the inner walls. He hopes she can protect the statue of the goddess long enough for him to complete his part of the mission. The outer walls are already overrun. With their 5th floor experience, his friends should be able to build strong defenses at the inner walls and help protect the statue. Inside the city, chaos spreads. Not everyone manages to reach the inner walls in time. Many people remain outside, screaming and begging for help as the gate closes. The monsters reach them instantly and tear them apart. Back in the burning forest, the hero reminds himself that what happens inside the city doesn't matter right now. The only thing that truly matters is how fast he can kill the Dark Disciple. As he walks through the fire, his flame-resistant skill increases to level 2, making it easier for him to push forward. The burned goblins have also come back to life, and they lunge at him from the fire. He immediately slashes them with his dagger and drinks a potion to restore some of his health. After reaching the boundary of the map, he stops and asks the disciple to come out. Nothing around him changes at first, but then notifications begin appearing. One of Edis's team members enters a panic state and loses half of their stats. Another message shows that his own fifth-party member is also terrified, losing 30% of his stats. Soon, a notification appears confirming the death of the first. Then a new one appears, saying Edis herself is bleeding badly and her health is dropping fast. The hero reads all of this silently while he clearly senses movement around him. Suddenly, a dark arrow shoots toward him from within the flames. He reacts quickly, raising his shield, but the dark power pierces through it and injures his shoulder deeply. Generally, the Dark Disciple is not good at combat, but since he appeared on such a low floor, he is quite dangerous. More attacks come flying. Our boy dodges instead of blocking, knowing his shield is useless against this type of magic. He moves as fast as he can, swinging his sword to deflect some of the attacks. But even then, 1 or 2 strikes hit him every time. Soon his other shoulder is injured as well. Without his defensive skills, he is sure he would already be dead. A new notification appears, reporting that he is bleeding and his health is dropping steadily. The smoke from the burning forest enters his lungs, making it harder to breathe. He feels lightheaded and worries that he might collapse and die before he can kill this monster. While these thoughts fill his mind, he suddenly hears a voice calling to him, saying it wants to talk. He turns toward the sound, asking what the disciple wants. The voice remarks that he is different from the others. But before it can say more, our boy suddenly throws his sword at the voice. The weapon slices through the flames and hits its target. Another attack comes at him instantly. Before it hits, he enters his berserk mode. In this enraged state, he charges directly at the enemy. During the disciple's attack, his arm is sliced off completely. Even with intense pain, he forces himself forward with his teeth clenched. His expression shows the agony tearing through him, yet he refuses to stop. He grips the dagger tightly in his remaining hand. When he gets close to the guy, he fires multiple dark arrows that pierce through his body. Still, my man keeps charging and slashes off the disciple's neck. He keeps stabbing again and again like a wild beast, while the Dark Disciple desperately tries to defend himself. Bro doesn't slow down until the enemy finally stops moving and dies. After some time, his berserk mode fades. His body is full of holes and even his mouth begins bleeding. Despite his awful condition, the thing that bothers him more is not seeing the stage's clear notification. He wonders if they failed and slowly closes his eyes. While he rests by the tree thinking about his final moments, another hero inside the city dies. Seeing this, he curses, realizing everything is going terribly wrong. First, he had to flee the city because of the Dark Disciple, and now, after risking everything to kill him, it seems like he might still die here. Inside the city, the fight continues relentlessly. Jenna is exhausted. Aaron's body is failing after swinging his spear without pause. Iolka has no mana left and is close to fainting. The 5th members of both parties lie dead. Covered in blood, Dika is still trying to fight back. When all hope seems lost, the goddess statue inside the city begins to react. Their faint glow grows into a strong blue light, spreading outward, reaching toward the hero. His body starts pixelating, breaking apart as the game finally registers the stage's completion. Everyone involved in the fight levels up, and the battlefield dissolves into pixels, confirming the stage is truly cleared. Our boy is recognized as the MVP. Shortly after, another notification appears on the screen telling the master that a hero can now be promoted from 1-star to 2-star using promotion stones. In addition, the adventure dungeon unlocks, and the name of their lobby changes to Townia. One hero died from each party, but everyone important is still alive. The next morning, the hero slowly opens his eyes, realizing he is still alive. Later, in the dining area, Aaron sits deep in thought. The hero approaches and asks why he looks so stressed. The guy admits he is thinking about why they even fight, especially after the dead attacked the city when he left. Our boy reassures him that some NPC deaths were unavoidable. The blonde guy heads to bed, smiling faintly, saying he'll feel better by tomorrow. The hero watches him leave, noting how stressed he seemed. He sits alone for a bit, reflecting on everything that happened. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, everyone seems cheerful. The archer girl is excited by the large meal and wonders why it's so elaborate. Chloe, the cook, says the hero asked her to make something special with the available ingredients. The girl happily enjoys the food, feeling normal again. The hero looks around the room and notices that all the heroes look less tense now. Their master logs into the game and immediately sees that he is ready for promotion. A new promotion chamber is built for this purpose, above the synthesis chamber. The required materials for his promotion appear, 3 basic stones combine to form a special promotion stone. The master confirms the process, and the stone is created with a strange surge of energy. The fairy delivers the promotion stone to the hero and tells him he can now advance from a 1-star hero to a 2-star hero. She encourages him, saying that one day he might even reach 7 stars. He doubts it, thinking of Cirrus, his own hero, whom he could never raise to 7 stars despite his efforts. He realizes there must be special conditions he still doesn't understand. He approaches the promotion chamber above the synthesis room. If the materials are sent in, the hero will emerge automatically after the promotion. The master cannot see what goes on inside the chamber. Our boy steps closer to the promotion stone and places it in its designated spot. The stone begins to glow, and strange shapes start forming across the chamber. A bright formation spreads through the room, and a beam of light shoots up from the center, forcing him to close his eyes. When he opens them, everything is quiet. Then he hears a voice. A woman sits in a chair, holding a child on her lap. The hero is shocked and reaches for his sword, asking her who she is. An invisible barrier stops him from getting closer. He wonders whose child it could be, as he was supposed to be seeing his own memories, but he never had a family. Studying the child carefully, he realizes it is Han Islat, the person who should have been summoned instead of him. Because both share the name, a mistake occurred, and he ended up in the game. Without wasting time, our boy leaves the chamber. He finds himself in an empty lobby, with the gate to the waiting room and the levels behind him. The gate opens, and the fairy steps out, signaling him to enter. He notices that she seems smaller, and asks if she wants him to go in. Before him stands a dungeon gate marked with extreme difficulty. The hero knows he is about to enter a very dangerous place. Before he can do anything, the dungeon opens on its own with warning signs flashing everywhere. He is teleported inside, and his stats are reduced by 30% due to fear. The pressure increases. He drops his sword to push himself up, clenching his teeth to resist. Activating his berserk mode, he calms himself and reduces the pressure. After a while, the force fades completely, and he breathes heavily, trying to recover. He then sees the same level 999 monster from before. The creature says they meet again. Our boy raises his sword, realizing the monster likely summoned him. He knows he cannot fight it, since its level is far beyond his reach. The monster urges him to attack at least once, but he refuses, demanding to be sent back if the fight is meaningless. The monster applauds his composure, saying that he would have died if he didn't have self-control. The hero feels pain in his head, is still recovering, and wonders if all heroes face this kind of promotion. The creature approaches and explains that he is special. This place is a gift prepared only for him, designed for the best ranker in the pick-me-up game. The creature slowly changes form, taking on the appearance of a girl. Bro is stunned since she looks exactly like the fairy. When she starts introducing herself, he cuts her off and says that he already knows that she is a bitch. The girl calls him rude and explains that the fairy is actually a copy of her, one of millions. She throws a card toward him with her name and number, though the name is unreadable. He crushes it in his hands and asks if she is messing with him. The girl casually smiles and mentions that she has a couple of names depending on the situation. However, the hero doesn't care about any of that, and demands to know if she was the one who sent him here. The girl tells him not to hate her and admits that even she did not expect him to appear, and that his summoning was accidental, not intentional. Our boy doesn't care and insists that she send him back if she wants to survive. The girl warns him that he is only a 1-star hero with ambitions too large for his level. He declares that, given more time, the roles will reverse, and he will be the one in control. Hearing this, the girl mentions that it would be better for her to just kill him right now. She casts magic with her feet, forming a dark energy spear that shoots at him at incredible speed. He cannot dodge it. The spear pierces his chest but stops partially, breaking his armor. The hero glares at her, and she commends his courage, remarking that the spear could have easily pierced his heart. She snaps her fingers, making the spear vanish. With this, he lowers his sword slightly and asks what she truly wants from him. She had many chances to kill him but didn't. Instead of ending his life, she summoned him here, which must mean she wants something from him. The girl stands and says she doesn't want much. She only wants to talk. Her manner now mirrors the fairy exactly. She tells him that he is ranked 5th in the world, a legendary master called Loki, and that she is a huge fan. She has watched his gameplay thousands of times and always finds it amazing. In her headquarters, the first name everyone checks is Niflheimer, so someone like him could not go unnoticed. Then she reveals she has come to show him the truth of this world. She asks him what he thinks about the story behind mobile games. The hero stands silently, unsure. The girl explains that most players don't care about the story. They only care about the gameplay. She is the same. The story of Pick Me Up isn't very special, since it doesn't really have much world building. Most players don't even know about the top-ranked masters because it doesn't matter. Snapping her fingers, she changes the surroundings completely and asks if he recognizes the place. He doesn't want to know, but she insists. She explains that this is Taunia's continent, and the city before them is Nelsa, the same city he saw on the 10th floor, but now it is completely destroyed. She shows other cities, Silkia, Kaya, Edela, Phionia, and Madian, each ruined. All these cities are part of the Taunia continent, which is also the name of his lobby. She asks him if he thinks his own continent, Niflheimer, will be any different. Almost every continent has ended like this. She says around 100 million worlds have already been destroyed. In this game, there is a book that foretells the ending of this world. The story always ends badly. Everyone summoned here eventually dies, no matter how hard they try. Every hero fails. That's why they need someone from outside the story, like him, to change things. The girl says her goal is for him to change the story of this world. Even if it seems hopeless, people from higher dimensions like him can see and change everything. That is exactly why the pick-me-up game was created. Our boy starts to understand, and a small smile forms. He mentions that he expected some amazing story and questions why she is telling him all this. The girl reaches out, asking him to work with her. Before she can react, he hits her in the face with one of his daggers. The hero believes that everything she just told him was a lie. Her body pixels start breaking, and blood drips from her head. Yet she smiles and urges him to consider carefully before answering. She only wants a simple yes or no. Instead of giving her an answer, he curses her, saying that she summoned him, put him through suffering, and now is asking him to work with her. He refuses outright. If she wants to kill him, she can, but he will make sure to get in a few attacks. The girl removes the dagger and scolds him, saying he caused her pain. The hero thinks of killing her but knows he cannot as a 1-star level 10 hero. To defeat her, he must grow stronger. He refuses to talk further and demands to be sent back. The girl laments, saying she used a lot of power to summon him, and that among all masters in the game, she has the highest hopes for him. The 4 rankers above him are nothing compared to him, because he performed better than all of them. She shows him a system message reading, "Master, trust the bond with the hero," and reminds him that this appears after finishing the tutorial. He is the only one out of 100 million masters who truly followed this advice sincerely. The surroundings shift again, turning yellow. A strange floor appears. It looks like floor 1, but it is actually floor 80, the place where he sent his heroes 6 months ago. Only 5 people have ever cleared this floor, and he was one of them. His 80th floor challenge was much harder than he expected. Our boy recalls how it nearly broke his mind and asks why she is showing him all this. The girl creates 2 chairs and asks him to sit and watch. He refuses and stays standing, but she insists, saying they are about to witness an interesting show. He finally sits down on the chair while the girl continues talking. She asks him how it feels to see everything in person, instead of through a screen. Even now, players don't really know what they are supposed to do on each floor. Pick Me Up is a game where every stage has different levels of difficulty, and even the same stage can vary depending on luck. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes nearly impossible. However, since our boy has already cleared it, he knows how to clear this stage and wonders why she is showing him all this. As the fairy brings him a drink, the girl smiles and tells him to sit and watch quietly for a while. He reflects on his past attempt. When he cleared the 79th floor, he became overconfident and immediately attempted the 80th floor. More than half of his forces died. If he had to describe the floor in one word, it would be hell, a place where living beings simply cannot survive. The floor is filled with countless powerful monsters, including 2755 fragments of chaos at level 113, 3164 fragments of despair at level 108, and 2348 fragments of greed at level 121. The countless numbers of these fragments make the 80th floor incredibly dangerous. The explanation is that in Pick Me Up, every account has its own difficulty scale, and summons also depend on the account. This information is shocking for our boy. She asks him if he has ever wondered why he has never summoned a 5-star hero. It's not a coincidence. He has never summoned a 7-star hero either, not because of bad luck, but because his Niflheimer account had no heroes left to summon. Even more monsters appear. Level 322 Crystals of Chaos, Level 315 Crystals of Despair, and Level 311 Crystals of Greed. The girl continues that every stage's difficulty depends on the account. The company discerned his continent as an S rank, and it was the worst in all regards. Even so, he managed to reach the 88th floor, which is still astonishing. Suddenly, a bright light appears. The hero sees 5 pairs of feet materializing, his top 5 heroes, summoned together by him. They stand ready against the monsters. As the creatures rush forward, all of them suddenly freeze. A notification appears informing them that the effect of tactical posts has been applied, aided by a special ability. Additional notifications show someone observing the map and planning the battle. He looks forward as it displays all of the strategies and tactics he used in order to push his heroes forward on this floor. The girl admits that his strategy was quite interesting since he decided to seize the supporting objects before starting the actual fight. She tells him to focus and see what kind of person he is to his heroes. All of them gather in front of the map as it shows them the strategy they are going to follow. The heroes think it's perfect, and their leader announces that they cannot fail at any cost. As the countdown starts for the floor, we get a brief introduction of each of the 6-star heroes, including the King's Eyes, Yernith, and the King's Flames, Cirrus, who is also the strongest among them. Finally, the mission starts, and the heroes charge straight into the monsters without any fear. The girl laughs and admits that it's impressive how the heroes trust him so much. They are the strongest heroes in the entire server, with the exception of 7-star heroes. Our boy asks him why that even matters. She mentions that skill isn't really that important when it comes to managing heroes. What's important is gaining their loyalty. As they continue climbing the floors, they begin to doubt their masters. But he is different from other masters. He earned true loyalty from his heroes. In his lobby, everyone respects him as if he were the king. She explains that even now, the heroes of Niflheimer are desperately searching for him inside the game. She asks him who else in the entire game has heroes that continue to look for their master like this. His playstyle is quite unique but also precise. Even she cannot play the game the way he does. He didn't even use the synthesis chamber. Most masters rely heavily on synthesis chambers to control their heroes. They sacrifice some heroes to strengthen others, and any who disobey is punished or fed to stronger heroes. Our boy never received high-star heroes, not even a 5-star. The best he ever got was a 4-star named Surus. People mocked his account and told him to quit, but he didn't care. His life had always been full of unfairness and discrimination, so he learned to keep going despite what others said. A memory from his childhood shows him standing alone in the cold, watching another kid happily play with his father, something he never experienced himself. He points out that he did use the synthesis chamber, but only minimally. Hearing this, the girl mentions that most masters use it every few days and treat heroes like toys, discarding them when bored. He, however, always treated his heroes with respect, knowing their potential. He rewarded them when they performed well and only punished them temporarily when they failed. The girl gives him a strange look and asks if he knew all along that the heroes in the game were all humans. His playstyle doesn't make sense unless he already figured it out. He admits that the heroes in the game felt incredibly real. Every hero reacted uniquely, even to the same command, but he still never thought of them as actual humans. He wonders if that is all she wanted to talk about. The girl admits it is, and says that it's a shame she couldn't meet him on Earth. He smiles and says that it would have been better if she had come to Earth to speak to him in person, since he would have buried her on the spot. Bro tells her that the problems of Niflheimer and the other towns don't concern him because he comes from Earth. He refuses to take responsibility for them and turns to leave. The girl warns that his heroes would be disappointed to hear that, but he doesn't care. The hero knows that if she truly wanted him to climb the tower, she wouldn't have summoned him at all. He barely took any losses till the 88th floor, and he was close to the 90th floor, where the #1 ranker was residing. He firmly tells her he will not work with her and wants her to leave before he loses all patience. She responds that she wants him to come to her floor and will tolerate his attitude until then. He ignores her complaints and asks about the Dark Disciple, wondering if she was responsible for the one he encountered on the 10th floor. She cryptically admits it and promises that after the 15th floor, she will not interfere. The account created by his master has many challenges awaiting him. Its difficulty is equal to his Niflheimer account, rated S level. She says that although he is exceptional, his master may quit the game. If he teams up with her, she will make sure he doesn't quit. She promises that when he reaches the top of the tower, she will personally send him back to Earth and give him half of everything she earns from the parent company of the game, making him the highest earning player. The girl offers him a contract. However, the hero only wants her gone from his sight. He thinks to himself that although she claims she can send him back and reward him, he doesn't trust her at all. She knows that he hates her and wants to understand why. Before she can say anything else, my man suddenly pulls out another dagger and strikes her on the head, stabbing it straight through. He tells himself that he doesn't need anything from her. He will climb the tower and uncover the truth on his own, returning home through his own power. The dagger is his answer to all her questions. Pixels break around her injured body as she commends his determination. She forgives his actions this time and prepares to show him the real backstory behind the game. Using her magic, a giant gate materializes and slowly opens. The scene shifts to Townia, showing a town full of people living peacefully. Different races coexist in harmony. Then, unknown enemies arrive with dark powers, destroying everything. The continent loses the war. The girl explains that pick-me-up is challenging because players must win a game that the world itself has already lost. Still, there is hope, the master. Scenes appear of Jenna in a forest with her father, Aaron with his younger sister, and many other people living their lives. The girl tells him that the hope of victory lies with heroes who stand faithfully by their master. Their entire lives, and even the fate of their world, depend on him. She reminds him that the world's fate is now in his hands and asks if he can climb the tower. He watches silently, thinking it sounds like nonsense. She pleads with him to climb the tower, explaining that many others with her are waiting for him on the top floors. But Bro dismisses her words and tells her to screw off. With this, her voice completely disappears, and a notification appears congratulating him for becoming a 2-star hero. He stands quietly, questioning if it is truly over. He exits the promotion chamber and finds the blonde guy waiting outside. The guy asks why it took him so long and explains he was inside for a promotion, something he will experience soon. He reflects on Aaron's life, remembering him with his younger sister Nina, and understands why he wants to return home so desperately. Our boy returns to his room, reaffirming that his goal hasn't changed. He will climb the tower and return to his own world. But one thing has changed because of the crazy girl. His mood is ruined. He becomes serious, vowing to take revenge for everything she has done to him. The next day, a notification appears for the master, explaining that the server went down mid-game. Masters at the lower floors experienced this problem, and an apology post was uploaded by the company. Our boy already knows the cause: the girl and the dark disciple. The master receives 500 gems, 50,000 gold coins, and other compensation, along with 3 days of open dungeon access. Meanwhile, the fairy celebrates his promotion, but she notices he doesn't seem happy. He tells her he met her original version, which confuses her. He explains that the original is the joint CEO of Mobius, the company that made this game, causing her to panic and worry about what was said. The hero reassures her he won't complain to her about it, and everything is still the same. As he promised, he will climb the tower for her, and she just needs to support him whenever he needs it. The fairy immediately agrees. She presents him with a gift card and explains it is a gift from the master, allowing him to buy anything. Gifts in the game reflect favor and value. He sees that the card allows purchases up to 10,000 gold, showing the master now holds high expectations of him. However, he suddenly hands the gift back, refusing it. The fairy receives a notification that he rejected it and screams in frustration. She reminds him that he could buy food, clothes, or decorations, but he says none of it matters. Nothing worth having can be bought with just 10,000 gold. He turns and walks away, ignoring the gift. The fairy keeps following him and hands him a warhorse statue that his master just bought with the gift card. Bro throws it away, saying if the master wants to give gifts, he should give them to all the heroes, not only to him, or else the others will feel bad. The statue shatters completely, but he doesn't care since it wasn't useful to him anyway. While lying down, he thinks about how the master doesn't understand his true preferences. Back in his Niflheimer account, he always knew his heroes' likes and dislikes perfectly. He wonders what his master must be thinking now, surprised, annoyed, or confused. A bit later, the entire party is ordered to enter the gate. Our boy wants to finish quickly and thinks the master is wrong. After clearing the 10th floor, the team should have had time to rest. The mage girl looks annoyed and asks where they're going next. He stays quiet but thinks to himself that it will probably be the 8th or the 9th floor since they are not in the shape to clear the 11th floor yet. However, when the gate opens, he is shocked to learn that the master has selected the 11th floor. He realizes the master likely believes everything is easy. He knows new players tend to be overconfident. A notification warns that the gate will open in 10 seconds. Frustrated, Han tells everyone to get ready. He thinks the master has gone mad, sending them to such a high floor without training on the lower ones. They have no choice but to accept it. With such a stupid master in charge, our boy starts to have doubts about whether he will ever reach the top of the tower. The 11th floor appears, filled with graves. This time, they have to face 14 level 11 skeletons. The team gathers, protecting the mage in the center. Our boy decides to think about their stupid master later and focus on the mission. He leads the attack, smashing one skeleton with his shield. The reason this game is based on luck is that if you pick good heroes early on, you can easily clear the floors. However, you'll have a hard time with bad heroes. While the party continues fighting skeletons in the background, he thinks about how his master synthesized a 4-star hero and lost the other 3-star heroes as well. He wasn't really unlucky and tried his best early on, but it all changed after the 5th floor. The guy got too cocky and started sending them into higher floors without any training. He thinks that the reason they are winning is due to his own skills, but in reality, this is far from the truth. The group finally clears the stage, and our boy is declared the MVP, having killed the most skeletons. They teleport out and return to the waiting room. His status window shows he has reached level 11 and unlocked new skills. Later, he summons the fairy and tells her that he has some questions. She warns him that some things are off limits. He already knows most of the information from her original form, but requests small hints. Reluctantly, she agrees. The hero first asks for the girl's real name, referring to her original form. The fairy hesitates, then explains she has countless names, one for each world. In this world, she is known as Tell. He finds this strange since it means that she had a different name in Niflheimer too. After a master clears the 10th floor, the game assigns a name to their lobby. Their current lobby is called Townia, but his previous account was Niflheimer. The hero remembers that the 4th-ranked player came from Regrancid, and the 3rd-ranked from Ezekiel. He decides to set these details aside to ask his next question about Mobius. He clarifies he isn't referring to a company, but something else. The fairy is shocked at first, then explains that Mobius is a galaxy containing countless worlds. The hero realizes why each game account has completely different missions, heroes, and worlds. Every master's world is unique. My man starts to connect the dots and realizes who that girl truly is. He then asks the fairy if their master is human. She confirms that he is, explaining that only humans can become masters in the game. He clarifies that he was wondering if Tell did something to the master. Hearing this, the fairy panics and immediately promises to check, vanishing before him. He sits quietly, deciding to stop thinking about these matters for now. A little later, while he is still resting, the fairy returns to assure him that their master is truly an ordinary man. He hesitates but trusts her when she confirms she saw it herself. The scene shifts to the training ground, where Dika practices fighting with the hero. Our boy matches him easily, but suddenly someone attacks from behind. It's the old guy, charging with a wooden staff aimed at his face. He blocks and dodges like a skilled boxer, but the old man keeps pressing the attack. Meanwhile, he keeps thinking about their master, and how his cocky attitude might get them all killed. Suddenly, the kid strikes from another side, forcing him to raise his shield again. Before he can react, the dark-haired girl appears behind him, catching him off guard. He tries to dodge, but the weapon grazes his face, leaving a cut. Our boy realizes that fighting 3-on-1 is a bit hard. As for the master, his disease seems to be in the early stages, so he still has hope of curing it. Just then, his friends also join the fight and help make it even. One of the ways he can steer his master to the right path is to get rid of his favorite hero, which in this case would be himself. After they finish training, the master logs back in and calls them to the gate. The archer girl is surprised by the sudden order to go to the 12th floor, and the blonde guy agrees. It hasn't even been a full day since they cleared the 11th floor. The gate opens, but the hero hesitates. He calls the fairy over and asks which floor the master selected. Nervously, she confirms the 12th floor. Heroes in this game can voice opinions and even refuse certain orders. Keeping this in mind, he calmly states he will not go to the 12th floor. The fairy is shocked, and a notification is automatically sent to the master, reporting his refusal. She panics, asking him what he's doing. Jenna asks if he is serious, since she didn't even know they could refuse. He explains that they can refuse, but they must accept the consequences. The fairy warns him that his choice is extremely dangerous, but he argues that sending them to the 12th floor is dangerous as well. She reluctantly admits he has a point, but urges him to reconsider. Our boy reassures her that he knows the master may be angry and might punish them, but he firmly refuses to go. The mage girl asks what will happen to the team without him. He tells her it's their choice, and he won't stop them. A moment later, Aaron steps forward, declaring he won't go without his buddy. Another notification is sent to the master. Frustrated, Jenna refuses as well, sending a third notification. Finally, Iolka refuses too, and a fourth notification reports that the entire Party 1 has disobeyed. The message also mentions that the master has the right to punish them. The hero reads it calmly, while the fairy panics, insisting she didn't send the message. He reassures her that he understands. The archer girl asks what they should do now. He remains silent for a moment and decides they should just watch, curious to see how the master will react. Seeing that Party 1 has fully disobeyed, the master begins issuing orders to Party 2. The fairy calls their names and they all arrive promptly. The girl notices our boy and his team and asks why they are still here. He explains that they refuse to go in. She is stunned, unable to comprehend how such a thing is possible. Later, he explains everything to her. After hearing him, she tells him just how dangerous his decision was, and he fully agrees. She asks if he really thinks the master will accept such defiance. The hero asks her in return if she would kill herself simply because the master ordered her to. He reminds her that everyone fights to survive, not out of loyalty. His words leave her silent. She walks away to talk with her party, and our boy reflects that no hero here truly serves the master. They only fight to avoid death. A short while later, Edis tells the hero that they are going in. They all want to grow stronger, but refuse to risk being synthesized like him. Together, the party returns to the waiting room to move to the next floor. At the same time, the archer girl approaches him and asks what will happen next. He admits he doesn't know, since whatever the master decides will determine their fate. However, if he were to get synthesized, they should start obeying him to avoid getting killed. Hearing this, his party assures him that he won't die no matter what. This makes him smile as he realizes that they've all grown. Suddenly, he gets a system notification about 2 members of the second party as they are both wounded. This makes him realize that the 12th floor might have been a bit more difficult than he expected. A while later, the party walks out of the gate badly exhausted and beaten. When he asks how it went, the girl looks straight at him and asks how she can disobey the master. He smiles and mentions that it's easy. A new notification is sent to the master showing that Edis has refused to participate, and Party 2 cannot be operated. This makes the fairy panic as she realizes that things are escalating. With both parties refusing to fight, the master won't be able to enter any new floors or dungeons. However, the hero announces that they will still continue their other activities as usual. He wants to use this time to replenish their potions and level up. Worried, the fairy asks him if he is truly okay with this, since the master might quit if this continues. The hero tells her that it doesn't matter, because if he can't deal with this, they won't have any chance of climbing the tower going forward. He is even prepared to get synthesized, since it's better than dying while fighting monsters. The downside of punishing him would be reducing the morale of other heroes, but it would still prevent them from disobeying. Our boy believes that the master isn't smart enough to think about all of this, so their fate is still uncertain. The next day, he parties up with his friends like usual and enters the weekday dungeon to hunt for the elemental stones. As a result, they manage to collect a basic fire elemental stone. Afterwards, they continue training, and he increases his sword shield skill to level 6. This means that he needs to fight against much stronger opponents to level up further. Meanwhile, he orders the mage girl to practice telekinesis magic. Days pass like this, and their master doesn't log in. Just as the fairy wonders if he has quit the game, the master finally comes back. The dark-haired girl hopes he has changed his mind, but the hero isn't that optimistic. He guesses that the master will try to summon new paid heroes using the gems he has and create a new party. He acts exactly like our boy expected and summons 3 3-star heroes in total. Edis talks to the hero and suggests deciding on the draft since they might add them to their existing parties. He tells her that it won't be necessary since they won't be joining their parties. Outside, the new heroes are arguing among themselves. An old guy named Tassir starts threatening the red-haired girl, Mazel. As they fight, they notice our boy walking towards them. The third hero, Stein, runs over to him and asks if he was here before them. He introduces himself as a knight in training and asks if he can stop them. The girl interrupts and calls him a good-for-nothing kid who is just lucky to have rich parents. This makes him fume, and he joins the fight. Edis watches them and wonders what's wrong. Our boy knows that having good chemistry between heroes is important since it helps when fighting in a formation. Before the heroes kill each other, the fairy finally shows up and shouts at them to stop. She lets them off with a warning, but the red-haired girl refuses to work with the two heroes. She points at our boy and says that she would rather be at his party. The fairy tells her that she doesn't get to choose the party, and their master will decide their fate. Soon, they are all put into a single party against their wish, and are ordered to enter the gate. Seeing this, the hero walks away since he thinks that the new summons are going to die anyway. It isn't long before he starts seeing notifications about them fighting their own allies. The old guy is the first one to fall, followed by the girl. Moments later, the knight also joins them, and the entire party is eliminated. Suddenly, the fairy rushes into his room, crying and panicked. Another notification appears showing that the master is logging out and leaving the game. She fears the master will abandon them and leave the account forever. If the master remains absent for 6 months, the entire account will automatically be deleted. The fairy becomes more frantic, explaining that the lobby cannot function without the master, and that she herself will vanish. The hero reassures her not to panic, pointing out that if the master were weak, he would have quit already. This calms her slightly, and she decides to trust his words. He asks why she is so scared, questioning if she would truly die if the tower isn't climbed. Shocked, he learns that she will indeed disappear if they fail to climb the tower. He becomes quiet for a while and starts thinking that if he does not enter his account for 6 months, then his Niflheimer will also disappear. It seems he doesn't have much time left. The next day we see a notification showing the master purchasing some items. The master buys 5,000 gems and 3 gift cards, spending 90,000 won. He completes the purchase. Our boy watches these notifications while training with the others. After many notifications, the place from where heroes appear lights up brightly. Just like last time, 3 new 3-star heroes are summoned, and they don't seem really good either. Han watches all this with a smile and asks his friend if he wants to train them. The guy panics and refuses. The hero with the weird hairstyle approaches our boy and asks who he is and threatens him, saying he will die at his hands if he doesn't step aside. The hero replies that he talks too much. Before he can say anything else, the guy attacks him with his sword. Our boy knew this was coming, so he didn't move an inch. As the sword gets closer, he suddenly turns around and punches the guy repeatedly in the face, making him bleed. Meanwhile, the dark-haired girl punches another hero in the stomach, making him scream in one hit. The hero knows that the master wants to create a new party with these 3, maybe by adding some 1-star heroes too. The next moment, the master actually assigns those 3 heroes and 2 1-star heroes to party 3. Han lets go of Noken, says it was nice meeting him, and apologizes for starting his training the moment he arrived. The master opens the waiting room again, preparing to send this party to the next floor. Later, the heroes return from the waiting room, slightly injured. The hero realizes that they are better than the last party that killed each other. The fairy gives the MVP a gift of 10,000 gold coins. We move forward a few days and see our boy running in the training ground with the mage girl. The newcomers have already started training, and she is worried that they will steal their spot. Their leader turns around angrily and stares at our boy. The hero stares back, making him panic and look away. Then he returns to his party. He tells the girl to let them be. Time passes, and the third party starts to adjust. They manage to clear a few floors without anyone dying. It seemed like the master's plan was working. Inside one of the buildings, Noken sits with his feet on the table, claiming the master has abandoned the others, and that's why they aren't sent on missions. He believes they can overtake the other parties if they just train a bit more. Bro even plans to get the mage girl on their team and take out the useless 1-star heroes from his party. Coincidentally, our boy hears all of this and tells him he's got a nice plan. Hearing his voice, the guy panics instantly and asks why he is here. The hero replies that he just came to drink water and tells them to continue their conversation. With a trembling voice, the guy insists there is nothing to talk about and says he is going to sleep now. The hero watches everything and thinks to himself that none of these people have any teamwork. They don't even treat their own one-star heroes like human beings. Still, the master is happy, so he has no complaints. Time passes, and the third party manages to break through the 14th floor. No one in that party has even reached level 10 yet, but the master will still send them to the 15th floor. Our boy knows that if party 3 clears the 15th floor, then his entire party will be completely merged into theirs, meaning his team will basically die here. Right then, the mage girl comes running behind him. She tells him they should do something because party 3 will soon catch up to them. He tells her he is already doing what he should, and if she wants to join their party, he has no problem with that. Hearing this, she insists she doesn't want to join their party. He tells her to just wait for a good opportunity. Then he asks her if she has finished learning telekinesis. The girl answers confidently that she has learned it and demonstrates it by using telekinesis to lift some objects and dropping them back to the ground. Even though it seems to be at the basic level, he is still impressed by her training. He continues running and thinks that while she is improving quickly, their master is still showing the same stubborn behavior and hasn't improved at all. After clearing the last floor, they received new facilities, but the master hasn't built any of them. There are too many heroes now, which is causing problems. He thinks the master should upgrade their resting area to level 3, but the master is paying no attention. All his focus is on party 3. We see party 3 training, but it looks less like training and more like torturing one-star heroes. The master is doing everything for them, and they understand that he favors them. Because of this, they have started showing their true colors. They yell at weaker heroes and sit wherever they want in the lobby. Our boy knows that if they also clear the 15th floor, the situation will become even worse. The day is finally here, and the fairy orders them to gather in the square. The master has even prepared potions for them. They look completely ready and very confident. The hero quietly sits on a bench with his friends and watches from a distance. The party seems to be using their hard-earned materials for the potion, but our boy doesn't care. A moment later, the waiting room doors open. After entering it, party 3 will go to the 15th floor. As they move forward, Noken turns back and insults the hero. He threatens that when he clears the floor, he will come back and make him suffer. The hero calmly thinks to himself that if he comes back alive, he can try. Soon, the spear guy arrives and wonders what will happen if party 3 really clears the 5th floor. If they do, they will have to follow every order from the master again, or die. Sometimes unexpected parties clear stages, and sometimes parties that seem strong die instantly. The hero warns that if party 3 clears this stage, the master won't need them anymore, and they will never be able to refuse the master again. However, it's all dependent on luck. After a moment, we see party 3 being teleported to the 15th floor. They arrive in a beautiful city that seems to be peaceful, but for some reason, the party leader starts to panic as he tries to figure out where they are. Meanwhile, back in the waiting area, everyone is waiting. It's been almost 5 minutes, but the hero hasn't received a single status window. He thinks they must be doing well inside. But suddenly he receives a notification saying the mission has failed. Everyone knows what that means. When a mission fails, every person inside dies instantly. Party 3 is wiped out in one moment. The hero is shocked since it's only been 5 minutes and guesses it was a special mission. Suddenly the ground begins shaking like an earthquake. Jenna struggles to stay steady and wonders what is happening. At the same time, the master logs out of the game. Right then the fairy runs to him crying. She says the master threw the phone away, and it looks like he might actually quit the game. The hero stands up and tells the archer girl that they should leave because there is nothing more to see here. The girl asks what happened since party 3 hasn't come out yet, and he tells her they are already dead. He knows that they probably didn't even get any hints about the floor, for their deaths were for nothing. After this failure, the master didn't log in again for a very long time. The scene shifts to the training ground at night, where the hero is practicing alone. The fairy appears still in her sleep clothes, half awake. She asks him what they are supposed to do now because she is confused and worried. He tells her he is training and she should go to sleep. They must continue their routine. Wake up, eat breakfast, train, eat lunch, train again, and then train after dinner too. She complains that it has been 10 days and no one except him is training. The other one-star heroes have become lazy because the master is gone, and there is no fear of synthesizing anymore. No one is training or entering dungeons. Suddenly a notification appears and the master logs back in. Our boy is a bit surprised that he came back this soon. Then a bright light appears from the sky, so strong that he can barely look at it. A notification pops up saying a screenshot has been taken and saved in the gallery. He looks at the light and wonders what the master is doing. Right after taking the screenshot, the master logs out again. The fairy becomes angry, saying he appeared for a moment and left again without doing anything. She starts worrying that he is going to quit. The hero corrects her that the master didn't leave without doing anything. He actually took a screenshot. When she asks why he would do that, he simply smiles and tells her to think about it herself. But she admits she has no idea. Then he asks what her hobby is. The fairy mentions that she likes using the internet. Hearing this, he starts smiling and says he wants her to connect him to the internet. Later, we see them in his room, where he asks her why she is hesitating so much. The fairy claims that it's not that easy. They are trying to intervene with another dimension, and if she uses it, there is a slight penalty. If he just wants to look at some things, he can browse for up to 1 hour. But if he makes a post or comments on something, he can only use it for a few minutes. Even though it sounds difficult, he decides to give it a try. Hearing all this, the fairy starts getting nervous. She tries to steady herself, gathers her courage, and thinks that she can at least do this much for Loki. After that, she becomes fully motivated. She says she will use her fairy power and connect him to the internet. As soon as she says this, a screen appears in front of him, along with a keyboard. The fairy tells him to hurry because she won't be able to maintain this for long. The hero says that's fine, but asks if she really needs to hold such a strange position to do this. She explains that she needs this position to focus and tells him to hurry. Our boy begins using the internet and browses the official game website, which is filled with many new videos. Since he hasn't visited the site in a long time, he decides to look for the section where players usually ask for help. He searches around and eventually finds the job discussion board. He opens it and smiles. Someone has posted a screenshot of their lobby asking for help, and they realize that person is actually his own master. Then he checks another screenshot showing his own hero card and admits that he really does look like a game character. As he scrolls, he notices that people are insulting his master in the comments. They mock him and ask how someone so poorly prepared could have reached the 14th floor. They claim he doesn't belong there at all. He reads everything carefully, while the fairy grows tired beside him. Seeing her condition, he decides to hurry. He opens his Loki account and sends a document to his master. The file appears to contain information related to his playstyle and game tactics. As he comments on the post, people recognize him immediately because he is using his official account. This makes him regret not creating a fake one, but he can't change it now. Meanwhile, the fairy screams loudly, having reached her limit. She collapses on the bed and asks if she did well. He tells her she performed excellently and that he finished everything. Now everything depends on how their master reacts to the documents. When she asks what he sent, he explains that he sent his gameplay records and a few documents he has been writing for the past 2 years. Hearing this, she sits up excitedly, calling it the text of the heavens. He is confused until she tells him about the rumors claiming that the game's tutorial is incomplete, and only Loki has the full tutorial in the form of a book. She wonders if he just sent that book to their master. He tells her to step back and clarifies that her guess is only partially correct. The document he sent wasn't an official tutorial, but a collection of his analysis over the past years. It's almost like a thesis on his playstyle. The fairy almost cries as she realizes that the legendary text from heaven actually exists. The hero admits the documents don't explain the entire game, but they include all his knowledge and everything he has learned. He doubts the master will read all of it, though. He has sent enough material to fill about 4 books, but if the master does read everything, he will understand the game fully, and then things will get interesting. The next day, a loading notification appears announcing that the master is logging back into the game. The hero sits on a bench, spinning a dagger in his hand, almost as if he were waiting for him. Just then, the fairy rushes in and announces that the master bought a warhorse statue specifically for him. She hesitates to give it to him because she thinks he will break it, but he takes it anyway. He admits that before sending the documents, he edited the last part of the document and put in a sentence advising him to gift a warhorse statue to a hero whom he liked more than 2 times. Han smiles as he receives the statue, realizing the master truly read everything he wrote. He doesn't want a weak master. If someone expects to climb the tower with him, they must be equal to him. Otherwise, he won't obey. He still doubts the master understands everything, but it seems the master is at least taking things seriously now. He returns to his party and they strike cool poses. A notification confirms that the master can now control Party 1 again. The fairy wonders what will happen if the master doesn't change, but he assures her that it won't happen now. He then asks when he can use that thing again. She realizes he means using the internet and explains that it depends on intervention points. These points increase as the master uses his phone. The longer he stays in game and the more stages he clears, the more intervention points and gems form. The points function like money. Hearing all this, he prepares himself and steps outside, where his party is waiting. He declares that they have rested enough and must begin their mission. A notification again shows that Party 1 is operable again. He asks if everyone is excited to fight. The archer girl says she doesn't care much but is fine with fighting. Meanwhile, the mage claims she doesn't want to fight, but when he looks at her, she admits she actually wants to kill monsters. Aaron notes that even though the master has changed, they still have only 4 members and need a 5th. Our boy assures him someone will join soon. Just then, the fairy calls out to the dark-haired girl and announces that the master has ordered her to join the first party temporarily. She approaches the hero and asks if he really intends to fight. He tells her she already knows the answer. She then wonders whether this decision will cause problems with the master. Our boy claims that it won't, and she will understand soon. She agrees. A notification appears confirming that her entire party is now under the master's control as well. She joins Party 1, and immediately everyone is transported into the waiting room. The girl tells him she cannot stay at his party for long. He already knows and explains that she doesn't have to stay in Party 1 permanently. She can leave after they clear the 15th floor. but that time hasn't arrived yet. Inside the waiting room, he looks ahead and sees a message saying they are being sent to the 8th floor. The gates open, a bright light flashes, and when it fades, the entire group finds themselves on the 8th floor. Our boy takes it as a chance to show how much their training has helped them. Once again, they face the level 9 goblin riders. The monster suddenly begins to charge, but Iolka quickly reacts and uses telekinesis magic. The monsters panic as the ground and rocks rise into the air. Then all the earth and stones crash down on them, breaking their formation and throwing the entire group into chaos. Jenna takes advantage of the opening and fires a rapid rain of arrows, killing 3 or 4 goblins with each volley. After that, the mage girl casts Ignite Fire. Flames burst around her and form a huge wall of fire that traps the remaining monsters. The hero notices that she now casts this spell in about 10 seconds instead of 40. He charges into the scattered monsters and cuts through several of them in quick movements. From the back, the dark-haired girl watches everything and complains internally that she wasn't needed at all. As she thinks this, a notification appears announcing that the stage is clear and that 2 heroes have leveled up. Seeing Jenna's performance, our boy feels he can now trust her to protect him from behind. Even though the dark-haired girl hasn't adjusted to the party, he knows she will figure it out. Soon everyone returns to the lobby. The mage girl complains, saying she is exhausted and cannot cast any more spells. Suddenly the hero appears, grabs her by the collar and drags her away, insisting the work isn't finished. She protests, saying that magic drains her too much, but he promises he won't make her do everything. They arrive at a new hall filled with potions, either a research hall or a magic hall that the master created earlier. She asks why he brought her. He reminds her that she needs mental training, not just physical training, and that research is a part of that. The girl doesn't understand what she is supposed to study, but they soon learn that any research a hero completes helps the entire lobby. Research expands the facility, increases reaction speed, and allows deeper dungeon exploration. A message recommends her for research, and the master selects yes. In the next moment, the fairy appears out of nowhere, startling the girl into screaming. Iolka scolds her, but the fairy casually tells her to get used to it. She points to a table covered with papers and instructs the girl to solve the problems written on them. The mage picks one up and realizes it looks like something she studied at the Magic Academy. Our boy picks up a book and tries to read it, but just like any computer science student, none of it makes sense to him. Meanwhile, the girl sits and focuses on her problem. She eventually solves one and drops it into the pot, earning 1 research point. They discover her research speed is 10 hours per question. The hero thinks that her speed is terrible, but he also understands that this is expected for someone new to research. The master sets her schedule to 3 hours of research each day. Hearing this, the girl begins shouting that 3 hours will destroy her and that she cannot handle it. Her complaints keep triggering notifications for the master. She cries that even 1 question drains her completely, and she feels like she is being treated like a slave. He privately admits she isn't wrong. Her schedule has become overwhelming, and she barely gets any rest. He then decides to calm her down and asks the fairy to request a fur coat from the master. The master spends 3,000 gold to buy a beautiful coat. When she receives it, she becomes extremely happy. She realizes what he and the master are doing and claims they are shameless for bribing her. Our boy jokingly offers to take the coat back, and she immediately refuses, saying that she will continue with the research. Just like that, the master continued to change things. He sent heroes to weekly dungeons, expanded the equipment center to produce weapons, and even summoned enough new members to form Party 3. Later, Iolka sits down with the hero and says that although she uses fire magic, she is skilled at many other things too. She praises his talent and asks whether he ever wants to learn magic. He wonders if it's even possible. The girl comments that teaching him alone would be difficult, but with the amount of books here, it might be possible. Hearing this, he thinks to himself that he is still a 2-star hero with no class. When he reaches 3 stars, he can choose one. With his current progress, he will likely become a warrior. But if he meets certain hidden conditions, he might unlock a hidden class and become both a magician and a swordsman. However, he doesn't think it's a strong enough class and rejects her offer. She accepts his answer and tells him to let her know if he ever changes his mind. He guesses she is only bored sitting alone and looking for company. The girl blushes and accuses him of misunderstanding her. After calming down, she asks about his past. He mentions that he was a farmer, but she refuses to believe him. He laughs and tells her to focus on her research instead. While she works, he thinks about her past. She belonged to the renowned family, which was scattered during the war. As he reflects, something unusual happens. A strange light forms between them and gathers in one place. Our boy immediately recognizes it and tells her that it's beginning. The next moment, a notification appears, saying that because of the new research, the reaction level of all heroes has become level 1. The strange light splits into fragments, and one of them reaches the mage girl. At this point, we learn that during her research, she had collected around 30 research points. After she reached 30, the master received a choice between 3 options, and he chose Hero Reaction Research. Everything happening now is the result of that choice. The girl asks what is going on and says she dislikes the strange feeling inside her body. The hero tells her to try saying the words, status window. When she repeats them, a glowing screen appears in front of her. It is her personal status window, and seeing it terrifies her. Han explains that she can finally see all her information. Inside the status window, she can check her abilities and the skills she has gained. He believes that Party 3 died on the sealed floor because they couldn't see the system window. They had no idea what to do, so they died immediately. But now, because of hero reaction research, everyone can finally access their information. He tells her she can now see her strength, intelligence, health, agility, and skills clearly. The girl stares at the glowing screen and mutters that she can see intermediate flame magic and telekinesis written there. He explains that those are her skills and asks her to get up and follow him. They still have to explain everything to the rest of the heroes. As he walks out with her, they suddenly hear someone screaming outside. Aaron is shouting that a ghost is chasing him. He runs toward the hero begging for help. Our boy catches him and says it isn't a ghost, but the guy only panics more. Then a shard of the same light enters his body, and Bro gets a bit too carried away by the sensation. Right then, the archer girl arrives while looking at her own status window. She tells the hero that this must be the thing he always looked at in the sky. He asks if she already knew about it, but she explains that she didn't. She just overheard him talking to himself many times, so she guessed what he meant and repeated the words. At night, everyone gathers as he explains the details. Jenna says she finally understands the skills, levels, and stats that he always talked about, and she now realizes these things make them stronger. She asks the hero how he knows all this when none of them has ever heard anything like it. He simply tells her that he came across it by chance. This makes Iolka irritated, and she starts accusing him of making up excuses. But the other girl speaks up for him, revealing that he came to this place before anyone else, so of course, he knows more than they do. The hero smirks and agrees with her, but the mage girl is still suspicious. From here on, it somehow turns into an argument between the two girls. Our boy watches them and thinks that if they survive until the end, he will tell them everything about himself. He smiles, realizing that eventually he will still have to say goodbye to them. By the next day, everyone knows about the status window thanks to the archer girl. Most people can open their status windows now, but a few still cannot because the research level is still low. The scene shifts to the training grounds, and we see Jenna sparring with our boy. She shoots 3 or 4 arrows straight at him, but he easily blocks every one of them with his sword. She is a bit annoyed and asks if deflecting arrows is one of his skills. He replies vaguely, hinting that it is something like that. He hands her more arrows and hints that there might also be a skill that counters his deflection skill. While she thinks about what he means, he increases his speed and appears behind her, striking with his sword. The girl senses the attack and bends down just in time to dodge it. Judging from his attack, it almost seems like he is trying to kill her, but he argues that if she doesn't train harder, she won't be able to level up. Moreover, they are safe to go hard since they are still in the lobby. He keeps attacking, and the girl keeps dodging, using every skill she has. At one point, she jumps high into the air and prepares her arrow mid-air. The hero decides they will continue fighting until one of them is on the verge of death. Some people watch from far away and comment on how incredible the hero is. They cannot believe that he used to be a farmer. Meanwhile, the two of them continue fighting at tremendous speed. At one moment, she throws a dagger at him, but he blocks it. As she complains, he asks her if she is going to surrender since the blonde guy is waiting for his turn. However, she refuses to give up and decides to go back in. Our boy notices her a bit distracted and goes for the kill. Out of nowhere, he notices a dagger flying extremely close to his eye. It almost pierces him, but he blocks it at the last second. At the same time, the girl locks him down like her prey and shoots an arrow directly at his open spot. This grants her a new skill called weakness detection. The hero barely manages to avoid getting hit and asks her when she learned that. She explains that she was simply thinking about what kind of skill could help her defeat him and fire arrows he could never block. While imagining it, the skill awakened by itself. Our boy is amazed by how easily she awakens such a powerful skill and tells her to fire again. She prepares her bow and warns him that this time it won't be easy. He dodges quickly, but it is becoming harder. Studying her movements, he realizes that she shoots one arrow to force him to dodge, then fires 2 or 3 more at his exposed spots. However, she keeps mixing them with fake shots, so it's really hard to predict. Suddenly, a notification appears that her basic archery skill has reached level 6. Our boy is shocked. Then he sees her fire not 3 but 5 arrows at once. Bro starts to sweat as he realizes that he might lose to her. Meanwhile, the people watching from afar stand in amazement, wondering if these two are even human. Our boy Aaron observes the fight and comments that the talent of both is pure, natural talent. He feels uneasy as he grips his spear and becomes frustrated with himself, wondering why he cannot grow stronger like them. The girl continues firing her arrows using her new skill, while he blocks them with difficulty. He realizes he cannot get close to her because of her rapid shots, and he avoids using his shield unless absolutely necessary. This training is meant to help him awaken a new skill, so he refuses to rely solely on the shield. Our boy knows that he needs to lock in and predict the trajectory of the arrows. Just before one of the arrows hits him in the eye, something clicks in his mind, and he gains a new ability called Insight. His speed increases sharply, and now he can block her arrows effortlessly, fully aware of their trajectories. Within seconds, he closes the distance between them and catches her off guard. The next scene shows her lying on the ground while he stands over her with his sword still near her neck. As a result of his training, he has gained a few skills. In the background, Jenna asks Aaron about his own skills. He says he only has 3: basic spearman, pain tolerance, and flame resistance. He then asks about hers, and she lists basic archery, basic dagger, switching, rapid fire, weakness detection, nimble movement, along with a few others, giving her 7 or 8 in total. The guy becomes frustrated and says he doesn't want to hear more. The hero tells him that having many skills doesn't always make someone strong. What matters is strength relative to one's level. Some skills can harm rather than help. His berserker and composure skills are some examples. The reason the archer girl is so strong is that she has 9 skills in total. In a different room, we see the master crafting a basic promotion stone. The steps are described one by one. He arranges all the stones properly and continues the process. But despite having only a 13% chance of failure, the promotion stone still breaks, and all the materials are destroyed. The hero checks the notifications one by one. Jenna turns to him and asks if she will also be promoted like him and become a 2-star hero. The master tries crafting again, and this time he successfully creates a promotion stone. The scene shifts to the synthesis center, where the promotion chamber is located. She walks toward the chamber and quietly asks if she will survive the process. He reassures her that she will be fine. The hero is already level 12, Aolka is level 8, Aaron is level 9, and the archer girl has just reached level 10, which makes her eligible for promotion. She steps inside, and her promotion goes smoothly. When she comes out, she looks a bit depressed, saying that she saw a terrible dream. He comforts her and says it is just a pointless illusion. This makes her a bit calm and she smiles. He then asks if there was something else that seemed weird, but she only mentions feeling relieved. Hearing this, he realizes her promotion was normal and that she gained some of her past memories. He knows they will not remember much about their past lives until they reach 4 or 5 stars. When they reach that point, they will remember everything about how they arrived here and who they were in their old worlds. A few days pass, and Aaron is shown receiving his own promotion to 2 stars. His process is normal as well, but after it, he begins training intensely, almost like he found some new motivation. While they both train, the guy asks the hero why he isn't going back yet, mentioning that he works harder than all of them. Our boy simply asks him to go back since he will ruin his body. He, on the other hand, can go on for a bit longer. With this, he then takes a deep breath and calms himself before entering berserk mode. He starts training in this state, trying to learn how to control it. Aaron watches silently, feeling uneasy, and then leaves quietly with a sad expression. After the training session, the hero looks at the cuts on the dummy and realizes that his coordination is still off. This skill makes him stronger, but he is less efficient. He wanted to combine it with the composure skill, but it seems impossible. While he is thinking, the dark-haired girl appears, surprised to see Han training so late. He asks why she is here, and she mentions that she wanted to talk. She brings up his party and says that none of them has fought a real battle before. He has never killed a person before. The hero realizes that she is trying to ask him if their party is determined to survive. He reminds her that he is here at the cost of other people since he has already been synthesized with 3 heroes. Hearing this, she looks down and admits that he is right since he basically killed the pulverizing wolves. He assures her that she doesn't need to worry since whatever appears on the floor is just a monster, and they have to kill it to survive. The girl mentions that she is more worried about his party, but he tells her that he knows them well and there is nothing to worry about. Later, the 5 of them enter the gate, and the archer girl asks if it is going to be the 11th floor again. They have already cleared it a bunch of times, so the hero mentions it's probably the 12th floor. He doesn't really give her any advice and simply asks her to do what she needs to do. The archer girl responds that she already knows that, and they enter the floor. Turns out it's a subjugation mission, but they can't really see any monsters. At least that's how it seems at first. The archer girl stares in shock as she notices a bunch of human soldiers surrounding them. Turns out their target this time isn't monsters, but humans, just like them. Everyone is shocked to realize that the enemies they are fighting are not actually monsters, but humans. When Aaron points this out, the hero asks him whether he still wants to kill them. The guy replies that he wants to talk to them first, and the mage girl agrees, suggesting they gather information before fighting. Hearing this, our boy looks at the archer girl and asks if she feels the same, but she doesn't answer. He knows that the enemies can clearly see them, which means they aren't NPCs and are actually real monsters. Since no one wants to fight, he takes out his sword and asks the others if they plan to stop him. His party becomes conflicted since they don't want to fight, but they also don't want to stand against him. After thinking for a moment, he lets out a long sigh and tells them they can do whatever they want. Aaron thanks him and walks forward to talk to the soldiers. He introduces himself and says he wants to communicate peacefully. The soldiers seem to agree and say they also want to talk first. They claim they were brought here by something, but it's too complicated to explain from a distance, so they ask Aaron to come closer. However, before he approaches, they demand that he throw away his weapons because they are afraid of him. The blonde guy doesn't question it and prepares to drop them. Right then, our boy steps in and asks him if he has lost his mind. He calls out to the soldiers and orders them to come closer instead. When he demands that they drop their weapons first, the soldiers complain that they can't. Hearing this, he shouts back at them and asks how that's fair when they already asked his friend to drop his weapons. Realizing he is right, 3 of the soldiers throw down their weapons and walk toward the party. To keep things fair, the hero also drops his sword and shield. As one of the soldiers approaches, he mentions that they keep hearing a voice in their heads. The hero smiles and asks what the voice is telling him. Suddenly, the soldier pulls out a hidden sword and swings at the hero, shouting that the voice is telling him to kill them. It becomes clear that the soldiers have been possessed by some kind of entity. Their eyes turn red, and they look like zombies. Our boy has seen this before when he was a master. The heroes who hesitated to kill humans were always the first to die. He pulls out a sword he had hidden and starts cutting them down one by one. When one of them tries to shoot him with an arrow, he throws his sword straight into the soldier's head. When it comes to surviving, he knows he cannot compromise, no matter who the enemy is. Just as another zombie soldier prepares to shoot him, the dark-haired girl throws a dagger and kills him on the spot. Amid all this, the hero turns to his friend and asks whether he still wants to talk. Aaron snaps out of it, picks up his spear, and says he must fight. Jenna also joins in, saying that to survive, they must be willing to kill. She unleashes her multi-arrows on the soldiers, while the mage girl joins the battle and starts burning them with flame magic. The hero thinks to himself that it doesn't matter whether the enemy is a monster or a human. When he chose his party, he didn't pick them for strength or talent. He chose people with strong mentalities, people willing to do anything in order to survive. To him, his friends are even more terrifying than monsters. With that, the entire group is ready to fight. As the soldiers charge at them, the heroes realize that these guys aren't normal. They keep their formation and start attacking. Suddenly, our boy notices that the mage girl has finished channeling her spell and shouts at the others to disperse. A powerful wave of fire shoots forward and destroys everyone in a straight line. The rest of the party deals with the remaining soldiers with our boy at the front. While slashing them, he notices that they have nice armor but lack proper coordination. They finally manage to kill off every soldier except one. The final soldier begs for his life and claims to have a wife and daughter. When the hero asks him how he plans to go back to them, the soldier stares at him in silence, unable to answer. Suddenly, his mind starts to undergo immense pressure, and he falls down while spitting blood. Iolka comments about how strange these soldiers are. The dark-haired girl explains that they have been brainwashed, and this isn't her first time seeing something like this. Her party had already cleared this floor before, so she knew about them. The strange thing, however, is that these are the same soldiers whom they killed. The hero analyzes the blood a bit closer and notices that it's black. This reminds him of Tell, but he doesn't really have enough proof to link this to her. They finally see the stage clear notification, and he gets the MVP title. Before going back, he tells his group to get used to stuff like this, since he will do the same. Even if they are humans, killing them shouldn't make a difference. As they expected, the next couple of floors also had humans instead of monsters. Their formation and weapons changed, but they all shared the same hostility towards the heroes. This made it somewhat easier, but the party was getting visibly more stressed fighting humans rather than normal monsters. Their master noticed that and allowed them to rest after each floor. After a few days, they were ready to head to the 15th floor. The 3-star heroes had trouble leveling up since their ranks were already too high, but overall, they were looking good. The master even gives them healing and mana potions this time. The fairy accidentally breaks one of the bottles and blames it on the master for overworking her. Despite this, the group prepares to head inside the gate. Standing in front of it, the hero thinks to himself about what the mission will be. He knows that it's not a connected quest like on the 10th floor. He looks back at his team and says that they will just act like they usually do. Hearing this, the archer girl tells him that she will just listen to what he says since he is mostly right. Our boy is currently at 2 stars, but his overall stats are equal to an advanced 3-star hero. Before sending them inside, the master decides to purchase a replay feature for 300 gems. The hero praises him for that since it's always a smart choice to analyze different floors. Even if he cannot interfere directly in missions, it will change once they get to higher floors. Our boy gives his party a final debrief about the floor. Since this is a special mission, there will probably be a condition for fulfilling the mission. From what they saw earlier, the third party went in and died within 5 minutes. This means that they probably didn't die fighting but instead due to mission failure. So the first thing they will do once they enter is to find out what the mission is about. Moreover, they won't have much time since the other party will die in 5 minutes. This means that they have a total of 15 minutes in lobby time. If they go inside and do nothing, they will die automatically. Our boy knows that this mission is time sensitive, so he instructs them to use the first 3 minutes to gather information. With this, the party is finally teleported to the 15th floor. As we saw before, it seems like a peaceful town with residents walking around. Looking around, the hero can immediately tell that the residents cannot see them, which means that they are NPCs. It isn't long before the mission objective notification pops up. On the surface, the mission seems quite simple since they just have to protect someone. The only problem is that they have to find that individual in this crowded city with only 15 minutes on the clock. The hero realizes that Party 3 must have panicked when they arrived here and saw so many people. They probably didn't know who the enemy was or who they were supposed to save. There's even a chance they attacked civilians out of confusion. He reasons that Party likely died for one of 2 reasons. Either they were killed while attacking civilians, or the person they were meant to protect died, causing their mission to fail. To avoid the same fate, he emphasizes that they must quickly locate the person most at risk. The archer girl wonders who they are supposed to protect, noting that there are no monsters around to threaten anyone. Our boy then asks if anyone recognizes the place. Aaron reveals that he does, since he has been here before as a merchant. The city is called Adilth, and it's a major trade hub on the continent of Taunia. The hero asks if there's anything important they should focus on, and his friend mentions a temple at the city's center called the White Silver Hall, one of the 3 most important temples in the Holy City. The girl immediately reacts, recognizing the name. She recalls hearing about it in her own world. Our boy asks Aaron if the crowd is heading there, and he suggests there might be some kind of event or announcement taking place. He then tells the dark-haired girl that they will head to the temple and will need her support. She agrees and swiftly climbs to a high vantage point, scanning the area. From there, she can clearly see the White Silver Hall. The scene shifts to the streets. Citizens stream toward the temple, flanked by soldiers who scrutinize everyone. One soldier notices our boy and tries to stop him, but he immediately knees him in the face, breaking his nose. Before the other soldier can react, the hero quickly strikes him with his shield, knocking him unconscious. The blonde guy is surprised and asks what he is doing. The hero explains that soldiers who can see them are most likely enemies since normal civilians cannot perceive them. Unlike the soldiers on the 10th floor, these enemies are fully aware of the hero's presence, so taking them out is necessary. The mage mentions that they aren't completely sure if these soldiers are truly enemies, and he admits that's why he hasn't killed them entirely. After a short while, the group enters the temple area, which is packed with people. He asks his friend if the building ahead is the White Silver Hall, and the guy confirms it. Inside, an elderly man who looks like a magician stands on the platform, observing the crowd. He strikes his magic wand against the ground, amplifying his voice, and calls for silence. Iolka immediately recognizes the amplification magic he is using. The hero quietly tells them that they are moving inside. Jenna hesitates, unsure if they should proceed, but he presses forward, thinking that whoever is at the center of this event is the person they must protect. As they approach, soldiers block their path and order them to stop. Our boy doesn't hesitate. He brandishes his sword and warns them to move or die. The soldiers panic at the sight of the weapon. One shouts at him, calling him a heretic who rejects their religion. Hearing this, he smiles and kicks the statue of the goddess with immense force. The statue topples and shatters completely. He then asks if this act is what they call heresy, making it clear he doesn't fear their labels. Enraged by his audacity, the soldiers charge at him. Before they fight, he asks his team if any of them believe in this religion. All of them dismiss it since they only trust him. He reminds them that they must keep moving forward since the person they are tasked with protecting is inside the temple. Without hesitation, he charges straight at the soldiers. One swings an axe from above, but he raises his shield and blocks it effortlessly. He instantly thrusts his sword into the soldier's neck, killing him in one blow. Another soldier tries to stab him with a spear, but he deflects it with his shield, pushes it aside, and moves forward. When he reaches the soldier, he slices him cleanly in half. One by one, he starts thrashing all of the soldiers and urges his party to keep moving forward. Approaching the gate, the leader of the soldiers shouts orders, trying to stop them and protect the temple. But the soldiers cannot hold the hero or his team. Our boy dodges several soldiers and moves forward, knowing the person they need to protect is inside and will die soon if they don't reach them quickly. At the gate, he kicks it open and notes they have only a few minutes left. If they don't locate the target within 2 or 3 minutes, the mission will fail. Once the gate swings open, they enter, focusing on finding the one person whose life they must save. The mission notification, however, does not show how much time is left. The hero calls to the mage girl, who immediately understands what she must do. She uses her telekinesis to lift a large number of chairs and throws them to block the gate, preventing guards from entering. Inside the hall, a man notices them and questions how they got in without being stopped. The hero realizes that even though they reached this man, he is not the person they need to save. Soon after, more soldiers arrive from another gate, blocking their path. He interprets this as a sign that something important lies ahead. Enemies come from multiple directions, left and right. The hero instructs his team to handle the right side while he takes the left. He charges forward, defeating soldiers one by one, killing them, and pushing deeper inside. He passes through a gate, climbs stairs, and wonders where the person they must protect is hiding. Why haven't they appeared yet? He recalls that the old man they saw earlier did not trigger any mission change, so he is not the target either. But that old man mentioned a successor of the sun, and he guesses that man must be the person he is looking for. Suddenly a door opens, and a knight steps out seeking revenge for his destruction of the goddess statue. The knight shouts at him, but our boy ignores him and runs past. Bro just skipped a side quest. He kicks open another door and finds an old man sitting calmly, eating. The hero quickly shuts the door behind him to prevent the knight from entering. Only a few people in the temple can perceive him. Most do not even notice him moving. While running, he notices small window-like doors and realizes time is running out, so he must act fast. Jumping toward one of the windows, he opens it and discovers a peaceful garden full of flowers. There are no soldiers, and the place is completely quiet. Ahead, he spots a door that might conceal the person they need to save. Shadows behind the door suggest 2 or 3 figures, likely soldiers. Then, a group of stronger soldiers appears in front of him. These soldiers are heavily armored and well-equipped, far superior to the ones they faced earlier. 3 of them seem to have anticipated his arrival, and they resemble holy knights, but their intentions are anything but holy. One raises his sword, declaring that anyone who rejects their religion must die. His target is clearly the hero. Meanwhile, outside the temple, a girl with beautiful hair and a crown is shown, standing near the old magician. The magician mentions that many citizens are waiting for her. The girl hears noises coming from the garden behind the temple and senses something unusual. The magician reassures her that they will handle the situation. Back in the garden, our boy is shielding himself as a weapon slices close to his face, cutting his cheek. Blood drips onto the flowers below. He is alone, battling 3 powerful knights. Moreover, these knights seem to be quite skilled. While thinking, he spots an opening and strikes one soldier's leg, preventing him from moving it. Taking advantage of the moment, our boy drives his sword into the leg, causing the soldier to scream in pain. He leaves his sword stuck and rushes forward, grabbing the soldier's own sharper sword. With a single slash, he cuts off the soldier's neck. Seeing their comrade die, the remaining 2 knights attack furiously. He blocks their strikes and, when one attacks from behind, he throws his shield at the knight's face to distract him. Pulling his original sword from the first soldier, he now wields 2 swords. He uses one to block while striking the second soldier's face with the other, fatally wounding him. Fighting only one at a time makes it easier, though this soldier is skilled and dodges all of his attacks. Our boy attacks continuously with both swords, but the soldier manages to avoid every strike. He suddenly jumps, drawing back both swords and swinging with full power. Their weapons collide, breaking one of his swords, but he ignores it and attacks immediately with the remaining sword. Unable to react in time, the knight loses his head. With this, all the knights are dead. Outside the temple, the girl who appears to be a princess reflects on the chance she has been given. The old magician beside her agrees, saying her actions will please the goddess. Suddenly the door opens behind them, revealing our hero, covered in blood. The old man is shocked that he defeated all 3 alone, but decides it no longer matters and begins preparing a deadly spell. The hero realizes the magician is not targeting him since the spell is aimed at the girl they came to rescue. Recognizing the danger, he rushes toward the magician. The guy panics, unable to redirect the spell, and our boy quickly slashes, decapitating him in one strike. However, the magician's body remains active, and the spell he cast continues to charge above his magic circle. It fires shortly after, tearing through everything, breaking walls, and sending citizens fleeing in panic. The hero doesn't really care about them since his only goal is to save the girl. She turns back and asks him how he is, but he simply tells her that she doesn't need to know. She asks if he is an assassin sent to kill her. Before he can answer, he senses arrows coming and pushes her to the ground just in time to avoid being struck. Arrows fly past, narrowly missing her. He instructs her to stay down and remain quiet. Ahead, a group of assassins emerges, clearly sent to kill the girl. They draw small weapons, some poisoned. The hero jumps in front of her, using his shield to block every attack. He quickly realizes the attackers are focused only on her. One assassin approaches closely but is instantly killed by Edis with a precise bow shot. Our boy takes advantage and kills another assassin with a stab to the chest. The third assassin attacks with a poisoned dagger, but he blocks and kills him in one strike. After finishing them off, the dark-haired girl jumps down and explains that the wall was too high, so it took a lot of time for her to climb. She mentions that 2 more assassins outside were already taken care of and asks the girl who she is. The girl becomes angry and demands to know who they are and why they entered without permission. At that moment, an arrow rushes past her, and the wind from its movement cuts strands of her hair. Shocked, she screams as the hero approaches with a smile, asking her if she really wants them to leave her alone. He explains that she must follow them to survive and asks for her answer. After a pause, the girl reluctantly agrees to go with them. Suddenly, a notification appears that the mission is successful, and a special NPC named Friatsis al-Langer has joined their party. However, the floor isn't cleared yet. Another notification updates the objective, and it changes to escape the city. Our boy quickly changes plans and tells Edis to prepare for descent, saying he will handle any enemies until they are ready. Soon, the rest of his party members arrive. Jenna warns that there is no time because soldiers are gathering below. The hero reminds everyone to remember the girl's face, as she is the one they must protect. Hearing the word child again, the girl becomes angry, insisting she is not a child. Surprisingly, both the mage girl and the archer girl seem to recognize the princess. The girl asks who they are and how they know her, but the hero interrupts, saying that it doesn't matter right now. Their priority is escaping, and they must focus on securing a safe path using ropes to climb down. The dark-haired girl mentions that she has already scouted the left route, which has fewer soldiers and is easier to use for escape and hiding. He agrees with her plan and organizes the team so that she goes down first, followed by Aaron, then Iolka and Jenna. He instructs the mage to use her fire magic to create a protective wall, slowing any pursuing soldiers, while the blonde guy and Edis secure the bottom area. Everyone begins executing their tasks. The mage conjures a massive wall of flames that blocks the soldiers' advance. At the same time, the other girl uses the rope to get down. When it is the hero's turn, he takes the princess with him. She hesitates at first, but he carries her down safely. As they descend, arrows fly toward them, narrowly missing their targets. They get down unharmed, but their friend isn't that lucky. While fighting the soldiers, he gets stabbed by a poisoned dagger. Our boy panics when he sees the notification and calls out to him. Despite the pain, the guy insists he is fine, though the hero can clearly see blood pouring from his wound. The archer girl is the last one to go down, and she moves so fast that her gloves heat up, causing smoke to rise up from her hands. She complains that her hands feel like they are burning. The hero realizes that their target is now safe with them, and all members are accounted for except the blonde guy, who is injured. He tells the girl to run with him if she wants to survive. Behind them, soldiers are closing in, shouting that they must stop the intruders and kill the witch. The girl becomes nervous when she hears the term, asking if they mean her, and our boy confirms that they do. She insists she is not a witch, confused by the label. As they continue, a soldier blocks their path, but the hero and the dark-haired girl strike him with their weapons, killing him instantly. More soldiers arrive surrounding the team. Suddenly, the dark-haired girl changes course and asks everyone to follow her. The hero questions why she is going this way, and she explains that it will lead them to the outskirts if they hurry. Meanwhile, the mage uses her telekinesis to lift and drop large stones, blocking all paths behind them and slowing their pursuers. The group moves further ahead until Edis says they can rest briefly. The girl collapses from exhaustion, and our boy decides they will rest for 5 minutes before continuing. He prepares a health potion and worries that the stone barriers won't hold for long. They must move quickly or risk being surrounded again. He considers using Iolka's level 3 fire magic to blast an escape route, knowing that creating even a single clear path out of the city will make completing the mission much easier. He checks on his friend, whose face shows how badly he is hurt. Despite drinking 2 health potions, the poison in his wound continues to spread, causing unbearable pain. The guy insists he is fine, but it is clear he is not. Jenna asks the hero if there is any way to save him, and he thinks about asking the girl for help. He wonders if she might have a healing skill, one of those rare NPC abilities that could counter the poison. She looks at the blonde guy quietly and admits she has no such skill. Silence falls over the group as reality sinks in. Even our boy, who is usually calm, feels the weight of the situation. They all understand that because of the poison, health potions cannot save him. With no antidote and no healer among them, the guy has perhaps only 10 minutes left before he won't be able to move properly. Aaron nervously reminds the hero of something he once said, that he would abandon anyone who became a burden. He says that it feels like that moment has finally come. If someone cannot keep up with him, he promised he would leave them behind. His words make the hero fall silent. He tries to stand, even though he is in terrible condition, and tells the others to move ahead without him. He says he will stay back and buy them time. Even though the hero stays silent, the archer girl refuses to accept this, and insists that they must take him with them. The blonde guy tells her that he cannot recover anymore, but she still refuses to believe he might stay behind. He thinks back to the training ground, and remembers how they were always ahead of him. Even now, he thinks he's holding them back because he is too weak. Hearing all this, the hero looks to the mage girl for her opinion. She quietly says she will follow whatever he decides. He thinks carefully, knowing that the girl they must protect has no abilities either, and taking both her and Aaron would force them to protect 2 helpless people instead of 1. That would make the mission almost impossible. After thinking for a bit, he opens his health potion, drinks half, and throws the remaining half to his friend. The guy catches it, confused, and asks him why he's giving him this potion since it won't do anything against the poison. The hero already knows this, and says that it will prevent him from getting worse. He then takes out a bag and asks everyone to give him their remaining potions. Putting all of them into the bag, he hands it to his friend and tells him to drink one every 10 minutes. The guy is shocked and says it'll be a waste, but our boy has already made his decision. He then splits the party into two. The first group will consist of him, the dark-haired girl, and the child. Their job will be to ensure she escapes. The second group will stay with the blonde guy and protect him. He says that the enemy is targeting the girl, so if they move somewhere else, they won't have trouble hiding. Hearing this, the dark-haired girl complains that they might have to face a lot of soldiers at the outer gates. The hero recognizes this and says that they are changing plans. They have already rescued the girl, and now their mission objective is to escape. Instead of fighting the enemy head-on, they are going to infiltrate the crowd tonight in order to get out of this city. Their team is now split and much weaker, so fighting is impossible. But the smaller group also has an advantage, as they can move silently without attracting attention. They won't need Iolka's fire magic anymore because they are not planning to fight anyone. The archer girl is with her group so they can be more flexible with how they react to bad situations. He instructs both girls to head to the other side of the city before soldiers surround the area. They just need to get the blonde guy out alive. His friend apologizes again, thinking he has become a burden, but the hero tells him not to take it the wrong way since he is not keeping him alive out of pity. The hero then gives the girls one last warning. If a moment comes where saving themselves is more important, they must leave him behind. Their own survival matters more than carrying an injured man. They listen quietly. With this, the party splits, and each group moves in its own direction. The hero asks the dark-haired girl if there is any place to hide. She says yes, revealing that the city is full of strange, narrow alleys, and they can hide inside any old building. They keep moving until they reach a rough part of the city where extremely poor people live. The buildings here are in terrible shape, and there are shady places meant to lure young men inside. You guys know what I'm talking about. The little girl is understandably uncomfortable being there. To make things worse, a creepy guy walks over and tries to take her somewhere, but he gets kicked in the knee by Edis. She mentions that this place is disgusting, but that makes it much better to hide. As she walks ahead to find a hiding spot, the hero sees a system notification telling them about prolonged missions. Seeing this, he realizes that they are in one of those missions. Looking at the girl, he can tell that she isn't ordinary since she still looks calm and voluntarily decided to go with them, knowing that it was the right move. Later, they find an abandoned room and decide to hide there until it's dark. For extra safety, the dark-haired girl prepares to set a trap at the entrance. She then goes out, saying that she has some stuff to do, and our boy is left alone with the child. He thinks he should have let Jenna take care of the girl in his place. While they both sit silently, the girl suddenly tells him that her name is Phriasis Al Langer, and she's the second successor of the Empire. However, the hero doesn't seem to care, which is a bit surprising for her. She asks him where he came from, but he refuses to answer since she probably won't understand. As they talk, she questions if they are the same soldiers who saved Nelsa. Hearing this name changes his expression since it's the same city they saved on the 10th floor. Noticing this change of expression, she realizes that she was right. The girl claims she had a dream about a bunch of soldiers fighting hard to protect that city. She didn't see their faces, but she knows that if it weren't for them, the city would have definitely fallen that day. However, that wasn't the first dream she had. It's been happening for a year, and she always sees the Empire and the entire continent burning away. She knew those dreams meant something bad was about to happen, and she wasn't wrong. Strange things are occurring everywhere on the continent. The invasion of Nelsa was probably one of them. Our boy asks her why she is telling him all of this. The girl turns to him with a determined expression and says that she wants to get the power to save the world. The hero still doesn't understand how he can help her since she already has knights under her control. The girl reveals that her position as a princess is just an illusion and that she doesn't really have any commanding power. She wants to hire him to fight for her, but he refuses. The girl tells him that he was the only one who didn't laugh when she told him about his dream, and this is why she wants to hire him. Bro starts to get annoyed. He knows that this is Taunia's, and even if he wanted to help, it wouldn't work out. The princess is just one of the NPCs, and she will disappear after this mission ends. He explains that the reason he won't do it is that they are from different worlds. The girl asks him what he means. He doesn't really have anything to do until dawn, so he guesses it's okay for him to talk a bit. He reveals that they come from a shitty place, and they are here to complete a mission. If they fail to do it, they will all die. Their mission was to protect someone. They didn't know who it was, but realized that she was their target. In other words, if they don't protect her, they die. The girl is shocked and asks him if they came from another world to carry out a mission. The hero confirms it and says that once his mission is finished, he will be forced to go back, and this is why he can't help her. The girl thinks he is just making an excuse so he can refuse to help, but he tells her that she can believe whatever she wants. She smiles and says that she believes him, so she won't try to interfere in their mission. However, she still has a job to do. When he asks her what she means, she tells him that she is talking about preventing her dreams from becoming reality. This makes him think, and he questions if she was the one who called people to the Silver Hall. She confirms it and says that she was going to give a speech. When he questions what she wanted to talk about, she simply explains that it was to gain more influence. He knows that the only reason she is alive is because of them. If there is a meaning to this game, then this girl is probably an NPC worth saving. Thinking all of this, he finally tells her his real name. The girl smiles and thanks him for saving her life. However, he mentions that they are still not done and asks if she knows why they might be trying to kill her. The girl seems to have no idea. Just then, he walks back into the room with some worn-out clothes and says that she needs to change since she looks like a walking billboard. The girl is hesitant at first, but when he tells her that they are going to throw these into the dumpster, she agrees, but asks to be left alone for a bit. He walks out of the room again, but he can still and wonders if she is crying. Even though the girl is a princess, she is still 15, so it must be hard for her to accept this situation. However, she comes out looking relatively calm and complains that the texture feels weird. He jokingly tells her that there were bugs laying eggs on that dress, which makes her scream. As they sit, he tells her that she should probably get some sleep since they will start moving in 3 hours. At the same time, he is thinking about his friend, telling himself that if something happens to him, they will get a system notification. He only has to hold on for a bit longer. The dark-haired girl finally returns, and the hero asks her if she found the exit. She says she found it, but there is a problem. A level 21 human knight is guarding the area, and 21 soldiers are with him. Our boy knows that this many soldiers might be too much for them to handle alone. The girl asks if they should go to another side or try a different gate, but refuses because it will take too much time. He knows he can escape with his own skill, but he has to take the princess. Only if she escapes, their mission will count as complete. The real threat is the knight. He has fought knights before, but this one is nearly 5 times stronger. Feeling cornered, he asks the girl if she knows where the rest of the team is. She dismisses it, but he tells her that she still knows the layout of this floor. The princess's clothes are still in that shelter. He orders her to grab those clothes, find Jenna, and ask her to put them on. The girl is confused and asks what he is planning. He glances at her and reveals that they are going to use her as bait. Based on what she said earlier, there is no other exit except this one. If they had more time, they could explore the other gates, but Aaron may not survive long. If the archer girl wears those clothes and runs wildly through the city, some soldiers will definitely chase her, clearing the way for them. Hearing this plan, the girl agrees immediately and leaves. Our boy looks at his shield and notices it reflects light. He decides to leave it behind so it won't give away his position to the soldiers. He tells the princess that they will escape within an hour and that she must stay hidden until he signals her. When the signal comes, she must run straight out, no matter what happens to him. The girl hesitates, worrying about his safety, but he reassures her that even if he dies, she must escape. She reluctantly agrees, though she feels that this may be their last meeting. He doesn't deny it and simply mentions that she's right. Back with the other group, Aaron is fighting desperately to survive. His condition is critical, and the others try to keep him awake. Meanwhile, Edis reaches the shelter, grabs the clothes, and begins running. At the same time, our boy moves across the rooftops, determined to get everyone out before dawn. The hero hides near the soldiers, observing them carefully. He thinks that the archer girl and the princess have similar body shapes. If she wears her clothes and moves in the dark, the soldiers will not notice the difference. Suddenly, he receives a notification saying that his friend is afflicted with a deadly poison and his condition is worsening. Without wasting a second, he starts running, thinking to himself that if the girl is caught while wearing the princess's clothes, she will probably get surrounded by the soldiers. However, they need that distraction to get the guards out while protecting their friend at the same time. While moving, he gains a new skill called Stealthy Movement, which lets him move past soldiers unnoticed. With this skill, he slips past them effortlessly. The scene shifts to the blonde guy, whose condition worsens. The girls know that they don't have much time left. Suddenly, the dark-haired girl arrives and calls Jenna's name, handing her the princess's clothes so she can change quickly. Back with the hero, we see him observing the soldiers. He counts 22 enemies, unsure how many will chase the girl once she begins her distraction. If none follow her, he will have to fight all of them alone. All he can do is wait. Suddenly, a huge fire erupts like a tornado. The soldiers panic at the sight. Their captain sees the fire as well. A soldier reports spotting a girl in a white dress and a golden crown in the direction of the fire. The captain orders 18 soldiers along with himself to pursue her, leaving only 4 behind. There are only 4 soldiers left, but that knight is still standing, which makes the hero a bit worried. However, it is still the best scenario he could ask for, so he moves fast and kills the first soldier in just over a second. The second soldier charges, but within 2 seconds, our boy beheads him as well. The third soldier trembles, and before 3 seconds pass, the hero kills him too. The scene slows to show the force of his strikes, heads flying through the air. Within 6 or 7 seconds, all 3 soldiers are dead. He flicks blood off his sword and focuses on the knight, telling him to step aside if he wants to live. More seconds pass, but the knight does not move. He watches him carefully, gripping his sword. Our boy knows that he doesn't have much time. Hitting the knight through his armor is impossible, so he will have to find gaps, but it's not going to be easy. After 17 seconds, he decides to stop thinking and charges, attacking first and planning to find the knight's weakness while fighting. He targets a small opening near the knight's hands, but the knight blocks his attack with lightning speed. He realizes his attacks are blocked, but he doesn't stop. He slashes again and again, but the knight defends every strike perfectly. Our boy jumps, aiming a strong blow at the knight's head, but it is also blocked easily. The knight pushes him back with such force that he has to leap backward to avoid falling. The hero realizes that the knight is not trying to attack him and is only defending, which makes his job much harder. It almost seems like the guy knows he will win if he just stalls for more time. He challenges him silently, but then a notification appears telling him that Jenna is injured and bleeding. At the same time, another alert warns that Aaron is close to death. At that moment, the knight looks at him and laughs. With no options left, our boy unleashes his full power and enters berserker mode. A red aura surrounds him as he charges wildly at the knight, striking relentlessly. He calculates that his strength is about 40 points, and decides that if he can't cut the knight, he will aim to destroy his armor instead. While he fights, another notification appears telling him that Aolka has exhausted all of her mana. Time is running out. He shouts at the princess to run immediately. She understands and begins sprinting with all her strength, ignoring everything else. He continues fighting the knight, kicking him backward to keep him away from the girl. Suddenly, the knight stops attacking him and lunges toward her, realizing that stopping her will secure his victory. Our boy blocks the attack by stepping in front of the knight. As if things were bad already, we see an assassin show up at the scene who throws a dagger at the girl. The hero leaps behind her, taking the blow himself. The girl screams, but he urges her to keep running since that's their only chance of making it out alive. The master also receives a warning that his party is in extreme danger. Even with a dagger in his back, our boy keeps fighting. The knight tries to exploit his injury and attacks again, but he blocks with the last of his strength. In response, the knight shifts his sword and smashes his elbow into his chest, causing a few of his ribs to crack. Our boy screams in pain and falls to his knees. Despite his injuries, he smiles faintly since he managed to stab the knight's eye with his dagger. Suddenly, another notification shows that the dark-haired girl is injured and bleeding badly. The hero realizes everyone is critically hurt and time is running out. While he is distracted by the knight, the assassin shoots an arrow towards the princess. The hero kicks the knight backward, redirecting the arrow into him. Then he pulls his dagger from the knight's eye and throws it at the assassin, killing him instantly. The knight strikes at him from behind, but he jumps over the attack, twisting mid-air to land a powerful double kick on his face. Blood sprays, and the knight crashes to the ground. Our boy picks up his sword, walking toward him, ready to finish the fight. Meanwhile, the princess continues running toward the city's exit. Almost there, the hero feels his body weakening and thinks he must say goodbye. He closes his eyes, exhausted, but suddenly, blue light surrounds him, and he begins teleporting away. On the other side, his friends are desperately trying to survive. The girls try to run from the soldiers while the blonde guy is on his last health potion. Outside the city, the princesses run without stopping, putting all their strength into escaping. She doesn't know where to go, but she knows she has to leave the city, so she races toward the forest. At the same time, her crown over Jenna's head falls off and rolls across the ground. Strong winds begin to rise around her as she stares at the fallen crown. Then the same blue light that surrounded the hero begins to cover her entire body. A notification appears, stating that the target has escaped the city. With this, the floor is successfully cleared, and our boy is designated the MVP. The next moment, the entire party is teleported into the waiting room. As soon as the archer girl arrives, she explodes in frustration since she almost died because of that suit. Our boy only comments that she survived, and the entire team is still alive. Meanwhile, the master who was recording the stage stops the recording automatically once the stage ends. Han looks around at his exhausted party and praises them for surviving a difficult boss stage without losing a single member. Hearing this, the master watching them logs out. He especially acknowledges Edis for saving them. Without her contribution, their last plan would have collapsed completely. She downplays her role and says she simply did what she was supposed to do. However, it is now time for her to go back to her own party since she only joined temporarily. After that, she leaves. The hero quietly admits to himself that she deserved the MVP more than he did. The mage girl also gets up and complains that he brings them close to death each time. She is exhausted, so she decides to get some rest. Meanwhile, our boy Aaron looks crushed by everything that happened. The archer girl tries to comfort him, assuring him that he wasn't dead weight and that they were simply unlucky. She then walks away. The hero begins to leave too, but he calls out to him and apologizes, blaming himself for everything that went wrong. Our boy tells him it's good he understands his mistake, but warns him that next time, he won't save him. Still feeling bad, the blonde guy asks him if there is any guarantee that the same thing won't happen again. He doesn't think he can ever reach their level, no matter how hard he tries, so in the end, he will always be left behind. When the hero asks him what he means, the guy simply apologizes and walks away, saying he's probably just talking nonsense. The hero watches him walk away and thinks about how he really did cause trouble today. If he hadn't been injured, clearing the stage would have been far easier. But at the same time, he knows he made the choice to protect him, and that decision placed the entire party at risk. They don't really have a difference in levels, but his stat points are too low because of his low growth rate. He rarely receives new skills because he only understands basic combat. Without advanced combat knowledge, he gains nothing that can help him survive higher levels. For now, he can keep him in the team, but eventually the gap will become too large. If he continues like this, he will die. He will be forced to remove him from the party. That is simply how this world works. Anyone who cannot keep up will either die or be left behind. From a distance, he watches his friend and admits to himself that sympathy cannot decide party members. A weak member endangers everyone. If the guy cannot grow stronger, he will have no choice but to leave him behind. The scene shifts to the lobby, where we see the mage girl bursting out in excitement since she is getting a break from training. The hero tells her she doesn't need to continue training for the next 4 days, because they won't be sent to the battlefield. While she runs off happily, he asks the other two what they are going to do. The archer girl says she will rest, but plans to continue her training later since it has become a habit. He reminds her that he is giving them a break, but she points out that he himself is already training. Our boy begins his training routine by attaching 10-kilogram weights to his legs and running to build stamina. He feels that he has reached the limit of a normal human, yet he still believes he can keep improving, maybe because this world functions like a game. He also notices how the lobby has changed ever since the master read through the tutorial notes he sent. The atmosphere feels different. Earlier, lower-level heroes struggled just to stay alive, but now everyone seems more relaxed. This change happened because he advised the master to stop using synthesis. As he trains, he sees 2 heroes approaching him and asks what they want. The man smirks and says that when he first came here, he heard a message saying that one's past does not matter. Everyone must prove their worth here and show they are useful. Those words excited him. He enjoyed the fights even if it meant risking his life. But things have changed. He feels annoyed listening to all those useless pigs laughing. Our boy regards him as talented. He came here with the ladder summons, but he started training without even the threat of getting synthesized. There is also a girl with him named Narissa. The man asks the hero for his permission to train these people, hinting that he won't go easy. However, our boy tells him to mind his own business. He even gives him his death stare, which makes him back off. The guy apologizes but asks if his earlier speech to everyone was a lie. Did they really need to come here and prove their worth? Could everyone survive even without proving anything? He mentions that he once heard about something called synthesize, used to remove the weak or useless here, but it seems the master has stopped using it. Han tells him that he can do what he wants, but he will see where it leads him. With this, the man leaves along with the girl. Meanwhile, the hero reflects on the synthesis chamber. He knows it must not be used carelessly, a rule he always followed as the master of Niflheimer. When his method spread worldwide, some masters followed it, but they all failed. Fear is necessary to keep heroes motivated. Without fear, they lose discipline and stop listening. This is exactly what is happening in the lobby. Many heroes have grown complacent and no longer follow the master's commands. Continuing to walk, he spots the carpenter, Enoch, working alone. He asks why he is going into the storage room by himself, sensing that something is off. The guy explains that no one is helping anymore. Other heroes barely lift a branch or do minor tasks before wandering off to play. Everything has changed quickly. Previously, careless heroes would die easily, but the master's influence has made life much easier. The hero realizes the master must have noticed the decline in work efficiency. Only 2 solutions remain. The first is to synthesize all the second-generation heroes on a large scale. Sacrificing them would improve training and work efficiency, but greatly increase stress for the remaining heroes. The second option is to motivate them through means other than fear. At that moment, the master enters the development section. He begins designing a new building and chooses to upgrade the lobby. Research starts to expand the lobby, costing 150 research points. Within minutes, the lobby reaches level 1 expansion. Notifications appear, suggesting that houses might gain a second floor soon. More messages show various facilities available for construction. The master customizes the lobby extensively, implementing several major changes. Our boy keeps training while observing the developments. He notes that the party session is about to start. Moments later, the spear guy approaches him, asking to duel. The hero tells him that he is exhausted from his previous fight with the dark-haired girl and wouldn't last even a minute. His friend insists he can manage, but he warns that pushing himself will not make him stronger. Before anything else happens, the fairy calls everyone to the square. They wonder what is going on since it's been some time since he has called them like this. The fairy arrives and asks if everyone has gathered. Some heroes are still in the dungeon, but everyone present must assemble in the lobby. She warns that failing to come could result in serious consequences. Chloe, the cook, confirms that all heroes in the area are present. Hearing this, the fairy instructs everyone to enter the storage room. The heroes comply, curious about what is happening. One asks for an explanation, and she tells them that something big is about to occur, a major remodeling of the lobby. Suddenly, the ground shakes, making it difficult to stand. The master is actively changing settings and modifying the lobby. The lodging area is upgraded to level 3, and the training center is also upgraded to level 3. Jenna recalls that a similar earthquake occurred during the last upgrade, which brought in new heroes. The new lodging level increases the maximum hero capacity, allowing more heroes to be summoned. The dark-haired girl asks what remodeling means, and she explains that the master occasionally adds new facilities to the lobby. The master continues enhancing the lodging area with rest areas and other amenities. The blonde guy asks the hero what he thinks will appear this time. At the same time, their cafeteria also gets an upgrade. Then a large notification announces that the square has reached level 3. While the lobby changes, our boy admits that he has no idea what will happen, but he's sure it's nothing as he expected. This makes the guy surprised, and he asks what he means. The hero smirks at him and simply tells him to wait and see. Jenna becomes cheerful and tells everyone that they don't need to worry since the master is just adding new buildings. Hearing this, the mood around her becomes brighter. People start imagining better beds and new types of food. The fairy then announces that the construction work is complete and everyone can go outside now. As soon as people walk out, they freeze in shock. A notification appears, stating that the entire lobby has reached level 2. With this upgrade, 2 housing floors have appeared. Small houses fill the ground floor, and 2 large staircases lead to the upper level where taller, nicer homes stand. The training center has also reached level 3, meaning heroes can train much faster. The master has added a bathhouse, a resting area, and a cafeteria. The archer girl gets excited only about the bathhouse and rushes toward it. Edis looks around happily, amazed at how everything changed within minutes. Some people behind her suggest checking the lodging area. When they enter, they find only a wooden table and a chair. Many old facilities have vanished. People panic and start shouting, wondering where the sofas and carpets went, and why all the beds for new heroes are gone. They complain that it looks like they are expected to sleep on the floor. While everyone is confused, the hero tells them that this is exactly what he predicted. He tells the girl to look at the stairs leading to the second floor, saying she should go there. She suddenly becomes excited as she looks up. The second floor looks completely different from the first. All the essentials are present: comfortable beds, carpets, a nice table, decorations, plenty of food, and even bathtubs and a bathhouse. After seeing these luxuries, everyone starts arguing. No one wants to sleep on the floor downstairs. They all want a room upstairs. The fairy arrives and asks why everyone is screaming. Someone argues that they need to decide who gets which room. She tells everyone to gather in the open square on the second floor because the master will assign the rooms. The master begins entering information into the facility system while everyone gathers upstairs. She watches closely to see who will get which room. They also notice that 2 people have already been assigned to work in the cafeteria. The fairy then closes her instruction book and begins announcing the assignments. She says the 4 members of Party 1 will all live on the second floor, each with their own room. When his entire party is assigned upstairs, someone comments that this was expected. The fairy continues by saying that all members of Party 2 will also stay on the second floor. There are enough rooms so they can choose among themselves. She then adds that Chloe, the cook, Enoch, the carpenter, Alter, the blacksmith, Patrick, and the second cook, Amarin, will also live upstairs. Everyone whose name is not mentioned will stay on the first floor. The people left out begin shouting, claiming this is unfair. At that moment, the 2 heroes from Party 3 arrive. The guy doesn't know what's going on because he was out hunting. Someone tells him that the fairy is announcing the rooms based on the master's orders. The archer girl becomes uneasy and asks the hero what is happening. He reassures her that this is normal. Meanwhile, the crowd complains that only 13 people have been assigned to the second floor. The crazy guy realizes that Party 3 is staying on the first floor and assumes the master must have a reason. People continue shouting that empty rooms still remain upstairs and demand that more people be allowed to move. Until today, all heroes lived equal lives. Everyone received the same rewards, whether they worked hard or did nothing. One method to control the heroes is to scare people through synthesizing, but that only works for a short time. The other method is to divide the people, reward those who work, and give less to those who don't. This is the method the master is choosing now. Jenna quietly tells the hero that this division feels wrong. The mage girl disagrees and says it is similar to separating the rich from the poor, and she actually likes this new system. She explains that she wakes up early, trains constantly, runs dungeons every day, hunts animals, and brings back most of the food they eat. She does her share of work, but the others have done nothing at all. Their master is dividing everyone into ranks. Those who contribute receive a high rank with better benefits, and those who do nothing receive a low rank. Meanwhile, the shouting around them continues like chaos. Earlier, the master used facility customization only for decoration, but he quickly realized that heroes also need real facilities. So he created this structure using the A3 model, something our boy had used long ago in his own lobby. The fairy becomes completely frustrated and hits the ground lightly, but the impact cracks the floor and sends people flying. She reminds them that a month ago, they would have been synthesized immediately. They are lucky they arrived this late. If they don't like the master's decisions, she tells them to put their faces in front of her fist so she can help them understand the situation clearly. The entire crowd falls silent with their heads lowered. She then assigns Chloe and Amarin as the cooks only for the second floor. Someone then questions who will cook for the first floor if both cooks move upstairs. The fairy says that she does not care, and adds that the first floor will not receive any meat. There are plenty of potatoes, they can boil or roast them and eat quietly. Hearing this, a man loses control and asks if that's all they are supposed to eat. He curses her and complains that now they are expected to sleep on the floor and won't even be given proper food. He threatens not to tolerate this anymore. The fairy steps forward and asks what he plans to do. The man glares at her with hatred and suddenly pulls out his sword, jumping at her with full intent to kill. But before he reaches her, blood suddenly bursts from his side. His arms are cut off completely and spin through the air. He screams in shock and agony. Someone nearby is holding one of the severed arms. The fairy turns furious and asks what that person is doing. It turns out to be the crazy guy Velkist. He laughs and says that it's fine as long as he doesn't kill him. Before we see what happens next, the scene suddenly shifts into a flashback. A man is sitting at a table, explaining that in this place, it doesn't matter if someone is rich or poor. They must prove their usefulness if they want to survive. He also tells the other guy that he should not mess with Party 1 or Party 2, because those groups are full of terrifying monsters. The person listening is Velkist. He says he has seen how they train. If these people became so strong through hard work, then he too should be able to train fast and defeat Aaron. He asks how strong the hero really is. The man says he has no idea because he has never been part of his party. The crazy guy then asks where he heard all this information, and the man reveals that it was through the archer girl. He then questions if the man has ever seen synthesizing. The man says no since he arrived just after the master stopped synthesizing people, which is why he is still alive. The crazy guy begins thinking, in this place, people can get synthesized, become stronger after battles, gain new skills, and increase their power by training. And the leader behind all of this is Han. He stands up and thanks the man for everything. Before he leaves, the guy tells him his name, but he turns back and says that he isn't interested in knowing his name. Back in the present, the fairy again demands to know what he is doing. He repeats that since he didn't kill the man, so there is no real problem. What matters is the system. The master uses it to remove useless people, but since the master stopped using it, worthless individuals have begun gathering here again. He throws the severed arm at the man and tells him to reattach it by pressing it against his arm. Everyone looks in shock as he asks the man if he didn't know that, since he never experienced combat. He then smiles creepily at the crowd and says that he is bored, so if anyone else wants their arms chopped off, they are welcome. People call him mad, but he feels proud since he believes it's better than being a useless pig. Suddenly, the hero arrives and asks him why he is behaving like this. The guy apologizes and says his mind snapped after hearing so much nonsense, and his body reacted on its own, which is why the man's hand got cut. Our boy thinks to himself that the man is lucky because if he hadn't acted, the fairy would have killed him instantly. She steps closer to the crazy guy and asks if he heard the final decision. He replies that the floors have been divided now. The first floor is basically trash, and the second floor has all the facilities. She agrees and reminds him that he is still on the first floor. Despite hearing this, the guy remains optimistic and says he'll climb up in no time. The fairy then explains everything again. Out of 35 people, only 13 live on the second floor. The rest must stay below. Those on the second floor can use every facility, but anyone on the first floor who tries to use the second floor facilities will be killed immediately. She stands beside our boy and explains that anyone who wants to reach the second floor must gain many skills. She points toward him as the best example and starts glazing him like always. He stops her and tells everyone they must prove their abilities. If they perform well, the master will notice and send them to higher floors. Hearing this, the crowd begins complaining that everything is too difficult. They say they were forced into this place and now must do all this extra work. The crazy guy shoots a threatening look at the man complaining and shows him his sword. The hero immediately becomes serious and orders him to stop, which makes him lower his weapon. The hero tells the other guy that they are both in the same situation since they were both forced here without a choice. In fact, their situation was actually worse when they first came. They didn't even have food, and they could have been synthesized for one mistake. They survived only by training non-stop, even when they didn't want to. The complaining man becomes nervous and asks if they must fight like his party as well. The hero confirms that they must also fight. Even though support and gathering positions are full, the combat roles still have many openings. If someone is talented and fights well, they will be promoted to the second floor. Half the people accept this reality, but others continue to complain. Our boy thinks to himself that they have become too comfortable since they are used to luxuries. Since the new system was implemented at once, there was bound to be resistance. Suddenly one man shouts angrily and curses everyone. He says everything is nonsense. First, they are treated like trash, and now they are expected to fight. He refuses to accept any of it. The crazy man tells him that even when they were given proper meals, they still refuse to fight, but the man ignores him. The man then claims they know Han's secret that he can influence the master's mind. He insists that they can also change the master's mind, and convinces a bunch of people to refuse to follow orders. The hero stays calm and simply says that they don't know their place. He throws his sword onto the ground. The ringleader of the rebellion starts sweating. Our boy kicks the sword toward him and tells him to cut off his own hand just as the man earlier did. If he does that, he will allow them to live. The man panics and asks if he has gone insane. The hero tells him that refusing even when ordered leaves him with no other option. A lesson must be taught. Hearing all this, the man still thinks he is bluffing. He insists they already know they can refuse the master's orders. Because of that, he cannot force them to do anything. Our boy smiles and agrees that they are right, and even if they disobey orders, the fairy can't hurt them. As he speaks, the dark-haired interrupts and tells everyone to stop arguing. She reminds them that when they refused the master's orders before, all their lives were in danger. The situation back then was completely different. The man insists that their lives are also in danger now. She says he is missing the point, but before she can continue, the hero stops her. He tells the man that he actually likes his boldness and asks him to go ahead and take the risk. The man snaps back and says he doesn't need advice anymore. At that moment, the fairy raises her voice and calls 3 names: Velkist, Alan, and Leslie. She orders them to enter the gate immediately. The doors of the synthesizing chamber open, shocking everyone. The crazy guy appears above the chamber and asks if this is really how synthesizing works. The fairy confirms and tells everyone to hurry because time is running out. She scolds 2 people who are still standing, warning them that if they don't move on their own, she will drag them inside herself. The hero thinks it's surprising that these people still don't understand what synthesizing is. Meanwhile, the fairy grabs the 2 remaining people and throws them into the chamber. Inside, we see both of them terrified on the ground while the crazy guy stands confidently. He tells one of them that he is glad to see him again, and that the information he gave earlier was very useful. He still has some more questions, but won't be able to ask them now. Hearing this, the guy begins screaming as his body slowly disappears. Both of the heroes die, and the crazy guy levels up while also gaining a new skill. When the synthesizing ends, he steps out with a creepy expression and says that he wants more sacrifices since the 2 people weren't enough. As he walks forward, the hero speaks from above and tells him his turn is over. The guy says it's a shame since he felt amazing inside the chamber and hopes the master will continue synthesizing more people. Those nearby tremble in fear. Then the fairy calls out again, announcing 3 more names: Nerissa, Oliver, and Walter. The blacksmith Alter panics because he mistakes Walter for his own name. Bro thought he was Heisenberg. The fairy corrects him, and he lets out a shaky breath. One of the men grabs the fat guy who started the rebellion and blames him for everything, accusing him of lying. The man insists he didn't lie and only did what he thought was right. However, the fairy doesn't care about any of that, and both heroes are synthesized with Nerissa. When she steps out, she is glowing with new power and smiling in a sinister way. The man who caused all this chaos panics. He cries out to the master, saying that he will take back the refusal, but the fairy calls out the next names, Jenna and Lawrence. As the archer girl gets ready, the man continues screaming behind her. Our boy knows that the master is doing this to set an example for others. The next pair is announced, and this time, the dark-haired girl is chosen for the level up. The fairy tries forcing the man into the chamber, but he breaks free and runs to the hero. He falls at his feet, begging him to intervene. The hero agrees, but only if he cuts off one of his hands. The guy is shocked, but our boy reminds him that he had already warned him long ago. The man who is supposed to merge with Jenna yells in disbelief, demanding to know how he can ask such a thing. Our boy simply replies that they insisted their lives were in danger, just like everyone else's. If they can risk their lives, then losing a hand should not matter. The troublemaker on the ground begs him to cut his hand for him because he can't do it himself. The hero refuses since he knows that these people have already crossed the limit. However, if any of them is determined enough to cut off their hands, he might try keeping them alive. Although it's not easy to cut off a part of your body, some people try. They use all their strength, and blood spills everywhere, but none of them manage to cut through the bone. Without real training with a sword, it's impossible. One by one they die except the man who started the rebellion. He keeps trying until the last moment. The man trembles and asks what is going to happen. The hero tells him he won't feel pain, and the man breaks into tears. Soon, the synthesizing completes, and our boy gains some extra stat points. This is a bit disappointing for him. As he walks back, someone comments that only 25 people are left now. That person then calls them monsters. The crazy guy demands to know who said it, but the hero stops him. The guy insists some of them still need attitude training and should be killed, but our boy refuses. This makes him laugh as he mentions that he definitely would have destroyed them if he were in his position. As he leaves, the master begins summoning 10 new people. Since the lobby leveled up, the summoning rules have changed. Normal heroes now appear on the first floor, while paid summons appear directly on the second floor. A bright light appears, and 5 new heroes arrive in the waiting room. The hero watches them from above, thinking that nobody is safe here. Anyone who shows even a small weakness could be sent back down. He adds that now that the second floor is complete, more floors will appear in the future. Along with the new floors, they will all be divided by ranks. The next day, we see the archer girl enjoying her breakfast on the second floor. As the hero joins her, she comments that the food tastes great today. He explains that with fewer people around, the food quality naturally improves. This makes her wonder how that girl used to cook for 35 people every day. Our boy assumes they must have had cooking skills that made it easier. But now, he adds, there are no cooks left on the first floor, and those people are probably eating plain potatoes. He looks out the window at all the facilities. The people below can also see them, and the hero thinks that the view will motivate them to work harder. Later, he goes to the training area and sees the spear guy training alone. He asks him if he even slept, and the guy reveals that he only slept for 3 hours. The training area has also changed a lot after leveling up. It used to be one large zone, but now it is divided into smaller sections. There is even a separate duel center. Each person can enter their own private training room and lock the door so they can train without interruptions. Our boy likes this because now he can use his berserker skill freely. The duel center is meant to simulate real-life fights, so it doesn't regenerate health like the lobby. Even so, these improvements mean their entire party can grow stronger than ever before. Our boy stands on top of the floor and wonders who will eventually join Party 1 and Party 2. In his mind, he expects Velkist and Narissa to be the strongest candidates. The guy reminds him of a wild barbarian, fearless, talented, and lucky enough to gain a rare skill during the synthesis event, one that only has a 1% chance of appearing. This skill allows him to turn his anger into physical strength, and if he manages to combine it with other skills, he can become even more powerful. The girl is not as strong in direct combat, but she stays calm and has excellent stealth abilities. He feels she also has huge potential. While he watches, the crazy guy defeats 3 opponents at once with ease. He suddenly looks up at him and signals for him to come down. The hero smiles slightly, thinking the guy is being arrogant again. As the defeated fighters begin to heal, our boy walks over. The crazy guy invites him to spar because the others are too weak and scared of his blade, making it impossible for him to fight seriously. He even calls them pigs and dogs. The hero simply responds that, in his eyes, everyone here is an animal. Hearing this, the guy takes a fighting stance and declares that the only way to tame animals is through punishment. With this, both of them charge forward, and their blades collide. The crazy guy strikes with raw strength, but the hero dodges everything without much effort. When he sees an opening, he hits him with a powerful kick to the stomach, sending him flying backward. The man tries to steady himself as he slides back. Instead of feeling frustrated, he becomes even more excited. He charges again, using more power. For now, our boy doesn't really need much effort to beat him, but he knows it won't be the same in the future. Later, the fairy calls out Party 1 into the square. The mage girl is the first one to arrive and asks if they are going into a dungeon. Our boy walks in and explains that they don't have enough members to enter a dungeon yet. Just then, the fairy announces that the master has ordered them to go on an exploration mission. The girl doesn't understand what that means, but the hero seems calm, as if he expected this. Right now, they have different kinds of dungeons. The main dungeon with multiple floors, the weekly dungeon that changes every day, and the exploration dungeon. After clearing the 10th floor, the exploration dungeon was unlocked, but the master had never used it until now. The fairy informs them that she has opened the door for exploration, and they must go to the first floor. The archer girl questions why they can't use the gate right here, but the hero denies it without really answering. He explains that this exploration mission isn't really necessary, and might take a few days to complete. Before they enter, the fairy sends a notification to the master requesting him to give the heroes a small allowance for exploration. The next message grants each person 3,000 gold coins. Once it is accepted, every hero suddenly receives 33,000 gold in their hands. Jenna becomes extremely happy, but the hero reminds everyone to stay alert, because they may still need to fight. Standing in the waiting room, he notices that they are going into an area called Heimer. It seems the journey may take around 2 days. As the door shines brightly, the entire group is teleported away. They arrive in a beautiful land filled with green fields and trees. This place is none other than Nelsa, the same city they saved previously on the 10th floor. However, it looks peaceful, unlike their last time here when the forests were all burned. The blonde guy wonders what their mission is and if they have to kill enemies this time. The hero reveals that they don't have to fight. These dungeons don't have a particular goal, and their job is simply to look around and explore. The party enters the city. This time, the NPCs can actually see the heroes. At the gate, a soldier stops our hero and asks for an entry permit, but he casually hands him a gold coin instead. The soldier is shocked and tells him that he didn't ask for entry fees. Just as the hero decides to go back, the other soldier jumps in and accepts the bribe. As they enter the city, he thinks to himself how the city was under siege the last time they saw it, but now there are no traces of a fight. The group has 47 hours and 48 minutes left in the dungeon. They wonder what they are supposed to look for, but the hero tells them they can do anything they want. This takes them all by surprise, since they are so used to following his orders. He tells them that this is supposed to be a break for them, and they can use the gold coins however they want. Hearing this, the mage girl immediately leaves, declaring that she is going outside the city. The hero tells her that she can do as she likes, but reminds her that after they return, he won't allow any breaks until they clear the 20th floor. She says that it is fine and mentions that she wants to see the ocean. While the others decide to wander off on their own, the archer girl says that she wants to go with the hero. However, he stops her since he would prefer to explore alone. As he walks through the city, he overhears people complaining about a raid that isn't working. This makes him wonder why so many mercenaries have suddenly gathered here. Continuing his path, he notices a board filled with posters, and immediately recognizes the girl in the pictures. The posters show the princess and accuse her of murder, robbery, rape, even summoning demons and torturing people. The hero realizes that every possible accusation has been used against her. Even though she has royal status, her family cannot protect her now. A boy appears and assumes he is after the witch too. He explains that none of the country's strongest mercenaries have found her yet, and guesses he must be a bounty hunter. Our hero questions whether the boy really calls her a witch. The boy explains that he heard she sacrificed children and used forbidden dark magic, though he doesn't know the full details. He tries to get more information, but the boy claims he's busy. That is, until he offers him a gold coin, and the kid immediately starts talking. He explains that she used to be a successor to the emperor's position. Turns out that the wanted posters were put out a year ago. However, it hasn't even been a week since their party helped her escape the city. The poster carries a strange seal, and it's the same symbol he saw on soldiers who had attacked them before. He concludes that after he cleared the 10th floor, the girl must have escaped, and the wanted posters were released. In other words, she might still be alive somewhere. He then asks the kid about any recent monster attacks. The boy recalls that goblins invaded 2 years ago, which many people blame on the witch. Normally monsters don't attack in large numbers, but that day they did. There are also other things happening, but the strangest among them is the appearance of dungeons. Our boy is shocked by the word dungeon and wonders how they appeared. The boy explains that years ago, strange areas emerged across the continent, called dungeons, and only certain people can enter. Some of these dungeons have stones at their ends that grant special powers. The hero realizes these are advent stones, capable of giving heroes new abilities. He guesses that there must be a dungeon nearby since he saw those mercenaries before. However, he doesn't know its exact location, so he asks the kid for help. In the next scene, we see injured people being carried away on stretchers. The boy complains that this is exactly why he didn't want to bring him here. Our boy observes that these people are coming from the inner city, meaning the dungeon must be close. The kid points out the dungeon, next to the temple, and explains that it appeared shortly after the monster invasion years ago. Guards are stationed at the entrance. The dungeon contains gold, jewelry, equipment, and is essentially a treasure mine. People show permits to the guards before entering. He warns that some of the treasures might be taken by officials as part of the rules. Having given the hero all the information in exchange for the gold coin, the boy says he must leave. Our boy asks how he will find him again, but the kid shrugs and runs off, saying it's his problem. Han looks at the dungeon entrance and observes how heavily armed the adventurers are. Many plan to stay inside for a full day. He notices that most people cannot pass the barrier at the entrance, and less than 10% succeed. However, if the group leader passes, the entire party can enter. He believes he could likely cross the barrier without difficulty. Minutes later, the boy comes back, which surprises the hero. The kid tells him that he went to the jeweler to get the coin checked, and it turns out that it's much more valuable than he thought. He wants to give him something in return, but the hero dismisses it, telling him that it's fine. The boy keeps trying to help, but he doesn't want anything from him. As he starts walking away, the kid tells him that the only reason he talked to him was that he reminded him of his younger brother. They both have the same black hair, black eyes, face, and body. Before he can finish, the hero cuts him off, saying he doesn't want to hear it. He finally tells the boy to just take him to the jeweler. As the two of them walk into the shop, he notices the archer girl with her new longbow. He looks at the item details and notices that it's just a D-rank item, which makes it pretty useless. Instead, he asks her to purchase some elemental stones since the master can use them for creating promotion stones. While looking around, he also notices a regenerative stone, which allows heroes to experience boss stages that have already been cleared. They leave the shop, and the girl asks about the boy who guided him. He initially says he doesn't know him, but the boy immediately steps forward, introducing himself as his guide, named Josh. The kid tries to talk about some secret investment plan, but the hero interrupts, throwing him a gold coin. He happily thanks him, promising to repay him in some way, though our boy says he doesn't need anything. As he walks away, he tells Josh that if he ever encounters the witch girl, he wants him to help her. Josh is surprised, but the hero is already gone, leaving him standing there. The archer girl wonders who the witch is, and he explains that it's the same girl they saved on the 15th floor. He mentions that they still have a lot of time left, so she can look around on her own. After 2 days, the group is teleported back to the lobby. The mage girl complains that she couldn't reach the beach because that area was locked. He explains that after clearing every 10 floors, new exploration areas open, and once they clear all 100 floors, they can travel anywhere on the continent. Looking around, he notices a bunch of new faces and asks how long they have been in the dungeon. Turns out that they were gone for a whole week, even though it only seemed like 2 days to them. In that time, several more heroes have made their way to the second floor. The hero tells his team to rest because training will start tomorrow. The girls agree and decide to take a bath. However, he notices the blonde guy going up and asks why he isn't resting. His friend responds that he wants a little training, but the hero insists he needs to wait until tomorrow. Our boy thinks about him and recalls people from his own lobby who were hardworking but didn't really have any talent. People like that either need to choose a different path or face death in battle. The next morning, we see Usher sparring with the dark-haired girl. The hero and the archer girl watch them train from a distance. The girl is shocked since she didn't think the second party would train this hard. She wonders if something changed. Our boy tells her that Dika is not here to train despite all of his party members being present. Time passes, and we see the crazy guy and the girl getting excluded from their party. The master decides to promote them and upgrades their facility to the second floor. The two of them enter the training area while our main party is sparring. The crazy guy comments how the second floor seems like a completely different world from the first floor. Seeing them, the hero stops training and says it looks like they will be meeting new members soon. The archer girl asks if she should bring the cup they usually use to draw lots and decide where new people go, but he asks her to wait. He wonders whether the two of them will be placed in the same party to make a single powerful team. The kid from Party 2 was demoted to the first floor since he couldn't kill anyone during the mission. This meant that the party had fewer people, so the girl started training even harder, wishing that the master would summon new high-ranking heroes. Without new members, the party was basically inoperable. Back in the training ground, the crazy guy looks at the group and wonders why they look ready to kill him when he only came to say hello. The girl, however, reveals that she came here for something else. She knows that they will eventually be put into either Party 1 or 2, but she only wants to join the first Party 1. Velkist is shocked and glares at her, asking if she has forgotten her place. She responds that strength alone means nothing since she has skills that actually matter in real combat. The hero steps in and reminds them that they don't get to choose their party. Their fate will be decided by either the master or the party leaders themselves. The archer girl wonders what's wrong with her since she really seems to like the first party, but the hero has no idea. He then asks her directly why she wants to join them. The girl says it's because of the rumors she heard about him. At first, she didn't believe any of them, but after seeing things with her own eyes, she changed her mind. Our boy realizes she must have used the regenerative stone to watch how his team cleared their past stages. The stone is normally used to replay cleared stages for practice, but it also shows how a team cleared them. He asks how much she saw, and she reveals that she saw everything. The rumors she heard are nothing compared to what his team has actually achieved. That's why she wants to join the strongest team for her own survival. The dark-haired girl asks her what she thinks about joining her party, but the girl refuses. This makes one of their party members mad as he tries to convince them that their party isn't that bad either. Velkist laughs at him and says that he also wants to join Party 1. The guy claims that he can be more useful than the girl. The hero reminds them that they usually select new party members by drawing lots, which means that it's entirely dependent on luck. However, the girl rejects this idea and says that they need a more efficient method. Our boy asks if she wants him to make the decision. Even the dark-haired girl puts him in charge since she doesn't want people who aren't willing to be with her. At the same time, the archer girl suggests simply using the paper strip method so they won't fight over his decision. But the hero says he isn't sure. He feels like this situation needs a different approach. Since they don't want to leave the decision to luck or to others, their best option is to prove their own worth. He orders them to head inside the duel chamber and fight it out. Whoever wins can join his party. The crazy guy walks into the arena with confidence and asks if it is fine to kill the girl during the fight. The hero gives him permission, and he becomes extremely excited, almost looking evil. As they both stand facing each other, the hero reminds them that they can fight however they want. He only wants to see what they are capable of. The girl pulls out something that looks like poison, which makes the crazy guy furious. She reminds him that they can fight however they want and covers her weapon with the poison. It is a paralysis poison, strong enough to freeze the whole body, and she has skills related to poison. She explains that she has used this method on monsters many times, though this is her first time using it on a human. Hearing this, the guy only laughs and believes she will never get the chance to strike him. They both finally accept the duel, and a notification is sent to the master. Outside the arena, the archer girl worries that things have escalated so far that someone may actually die. Our boy agrees that it is possible. Another notification appears showing that the master has approved the duel. With that approval, the hero signals the two fighters to begin. The crazy guy charges aggressively, eager to kill her quickly. Nerissa also moves at full speed, but he easily dodges her attacks and counters. She manages to avoid his blows too. Both of them begin running around the arena while exchanging fast, intense strikes. Watching them fight, Usher realizes that the guy was holding back against him. The hero tells his friend to pay attention, since he can learn from watching them. He explains that their weapon skills are similar to Usher's level, but their combat instincts are far higher because they use their techniques at the right moment. During the fight, Velkus tries to slash the girl's neck, but she steps aside just in time. As the fight goes on, she starts struggling because he keeps accelerating. His speed and attack power both rise with time. Then suddenly she runs to the side and throws a dagger at him. The guy notices it too late and ends up getting slashed by a poisoned dagger. Poison begins spreading across his face, and the paralysis starts to kick in. Believing she has already won, the girl relaxes for a moment. But the crazy guy forces his body to move despite the poison. He rushes forward and strikes her stomach hard with the handle of his weapon. The girl screams as the impact throws her backwards into the metal fence, and she collapses to her knees. Even though he can't move his body well, he still managed to win. He looks towards the hero and asks him if he has any complaints. Our boy agrees that he fought well and says that he has already decided who will be chosen. The crazy guy smiles, certain that the choice is his. But after a moment, the hero calmly announces that the girl will join Party 1. She hears this and smiles happily despite her injuries. The guy, however, goes mad with anger and demands to know why. Jenna comments that the girl fought well. Hearing her and judging by the looks of the others, our boy realizes that only she and a few others noticed what actually happened in the fight. She intentionally placed herself in a corner to provoke the guy into charging at her recklessly. She planned the whole situation just to land one clean attack on his face and built her entire strategy around that single moment. The crazy guy is strong and talented, but he is also reckless. He relies too much on raw skill and never realizes the hidden tactics or traps set by his opponent. Nerissa, on the other hand, sees the opportunity, uses it perfectly, and earns her place. The guy asks the hero to repeat his decision, and he calmly says again that the girl will join Party 1. This makes him even more frustrated, and he demands an explanation. Han explains how their party is structured. They already have a swordsman, a spearman, a magician, and an archer. What they truly need now is someone who can handle unpredictable situations with flexibility, and the girl fits that role perfectly. He believed the guy was strong enough to compromise on that, but he was wrong. The guy argues that she only won because she relied on cheap tricks. He claims that if she had fought normally, she would not have survived even 5 minutes against him. The hero agrees that he is talented, but they don't really need him at their party. If he still wants to prove himself, he can try fighting him. Even lasting a minute would grant him a spot in their team. This makes the guy mad, but he is not stupid enough to challenge our boy. Instead of challenging him, he smiles and says he wants to fight one of his party members. It becomes clear that he is targeting the blonde guy, who seems like the weakest link. Our boy explains that a swordsman and a spearman have different responsibilities, and strength alone does not decide their usefulness. What matters is formation and teamwork. The guy agrees, but comments that their spearman can't even do his job properly. He claims he watched all their battle videos before coming here. He praises their teamwork, but insists that the spear guy doesn't fit in with the rest of them. Hearing all this, the archer girl becomes angry and says that he is doing well. The guy tells her that she is too talented to understand, but sometimes being too nice can have the opposite effect. Our boy stops the argument and agrees with the crazy guy that party formation can be changed. If there were a swordsman more capable than Aaron, then the formation could be rearranged. He asks the guy if he really believes he is more useful than his friend. The man claims that he wouldn't have brought it up if he didn't believe it. Then he walks straight toward our spear boy and challenges him in front of everyone. Aaron has been quietly listening until now, and the group waits for his decision. The hero once again turns to Velkus and confirms that he won't go back on his words after this duel. The man he is about to challenge has been in this lobby for much longer, so he still has a chance to back off. In response, the man assures him that it's all good, since he will happily join the other team if he loses. Our boy then gives the spear guy the choice to accept or reject the challenge. His friend asks for time to think and steps away, wondering what to do. Han watches him from a distance. He knows he has been struggling for a long time and pushing himself too hard. One day, he will have to leave the party when he can no longer keep up, but that time has not come yet. In order to get stronger, he needs some kind of drive. After thinking, the spear guy locks in and accepts the challenge. A notification is sent to the master for approval, and soon the duel receives the official confirmation. Before the fight begins, the hero once again reminds them that the person who loses cannot join his party. With this, both of them step inside the duel chamber. They don't waste any time and immediately jump into action. Watching all this, the archer girl is a bit worried since he might lose. The hero assures her that he can win as long as he follows his training. They both seem to be equal in terms of their weapon abilities, with the crazy guy having a slight advantage in his passive abilities. However, the spear guy has more experience. As they fight, he uses the back end of his spear to strike the man's chin, making blood spill from his mouth. The guy smiles and admits that he is faster than he expected. However, our blonde boy stays completely locked in. Seeing the crazy guy struggle, Usher starts cheering from the outside. The hero knows that the new guy is skilled, but he has nowhere near Aaron's experience. He arrived only recently, while his friend has spent a long time here and has even fought alongside them in boss monster stages. That experience puts him far above the newbie, who has never stepped into a real boss fight. The spear guy keeps attacking so quickly that small cuts begin appearing all over his body. At one moment, his spear misses because the guy shifts aside and moves close, but he reacts instantly and strikes his back with a powerful blow, making him scream. He continues his relentless assault, and the fight starts to seem a bit one-sided. Meanwhile, the guy from Party 2 continues trash-talking him, saying that he will make him wash dishes when he comes to their party. Spears have been used in hunting and war for ages because they allow attacks from a distance and help control a wide area. But in one-on-one battles, they become almost useless. A sword or dagger user only needs to get close for the spear user to lose all advantage. Even in long-range fights, spears are not ideal because they are truly mid-range weapons. But these limitations only matter for normal humans. In this game world, people have surpassed human limits, so things work differently. Back in the arena, our spear boy keeps pushing the guy back. The man is bleeding heavily and can't handle the pressure. This time, the blonde guy uses a slash attack. Velkus sees it coming and jumps high into the air to dodge. From below, the man watches as he spins his body mid-air. Seeing this, the hero thinks that the guy is naturally gifted, even before arriving in this world. But right now, he is facing someone who actually knows how to fight. His friend has fought him many times and gained a lot of sword experience through those battles, so fighting the newbie is not difficult for him. The guy tries to use the cage wall to get on top of him, but he immediately strikes with his spear. Watching all this, the archer girl is a bit surprised since she thinks he is not fighting like he usually does. Her words turn out to be true as we see the newbie dodging his spear. It seems like he is starting to read his fighting rhythm. His technique is very simple, and he only uses basic spear moves because he doesn't have any special skills yet. The new guy, however, has extremely sharp eyes. His perception is so precise that he understood Nerissa's attacks immediately, and compared to her, the spear guy is even easier to read. If he keeps using this sharp observation ability, he might even unlock a new skill. Suddenly, the newbie moves extremely close to him, stopping just a breath away. They stare at each other from that short distance, but instead of hitting him, the blonde guy leaps back. His opponent asks him if he is underestimating him. He heard that their party fought with the intent to kill each other, but he did not even attack their weak points. The blonde guy says nothing in response. But suddenly the hero speaks up, telling him that he has gone soft. His technique is simple and easy to read, but his opponent understood it too quickly, which leaves him with limited options now. He shouts at him, asking since when did he start caring for the life of his opponent? Has he gotten so strong that he no longer sees others as a threat? Our boy tells him to stop disappointing him and to fight with full strength. The crazy guy hears this and remarks that even his captain wants him to get serious. The spear guy finally understands what he must do next. He spins his spear, mentally preparing for a decisive strike, and silently apologizes to his opponent in advance if he accidentally kills him. The two brace themselves for the impact and jump right back in. His spear speed suddenly skyrockets, even shocking the newbie. Using all his strength, he hits him hard and moves to his side, delivering another fierce strike. The guy barely has time to defend himself. Somehow he manages to slide under the spear and finds the perfect opportunity to hit back. The entire crowd grows silent for a moment. This silence is only broken by the sound of blood dripping from the newbie's body. However, he isn't the one who lost the battle. The guy somehow managed to cut off his opponent's right shoulder. Watching from outside, Usher yells in disbelief. Just moments ago, the blonde guy had the advantage and seemed to be winning. How could everything change so suddenly? He accuses the newbie of using some hidden trick. The guy shrugs, saying he doesn't understand the complaints. Whatever the case, he has won this duel. The hero thinks about the newbie carefully. From the start, he studied his opponent's attacks, deliberately taking small hits to learn his patterns. When he finally saw the opening, he struck his shoulder with precision, turning the entire fight around. He needed only one perfect attack to win, and he executed it flawlessly. This strategy demanded a calm mind and immense patience. The guy admits it would have been entertaining if his opponent hadn't gone easy on him at the start. Aaron acknowledges his own mistake. However, it doesn't matter since the decision has already been made. The newbie joins Team 1, and the spear guy is kicked out. The new Party 1 now consists of Han, Jenna, Iolka, Nerissa, and Velkist. The hero doesn't really understand why he didn't try his best, but it's still a loss, so he can't keep him in his party. The guy from the second party tries defending him and says that he just didn't want to hurt the other guy. However, the hero isn't ready for any excuses. They are here to survive, not to build friendships. The archer girl also tries to say something, but he tells everyone to rest as it's late. Aaron remains alone in the duel arena, still saddened by the outcome. Meanwhile, the two newbies officially join Party 1. They look excited to work with the hero, but he warns them that joining Party 1 doesn't make life easier. Danger awaits every day. The crazy guy acknowledges this and says that he wants to grow stronger. As they leave our boy's walls over to his friend, telling him that sitting here won't change anything. The guy responds that he wants to remain with his pain for a while. The hero still doesn't understand why he didn't target the weak points of his opponent, even though he had the lead in the beginning. His friend claims that he held back because teammates shouldn't kill each other. He admits that his heart has changed since he recognized that he lacks talent. Even if he won against the guy right now, he knew he would surpass him after a bit, so hurting or killing him didn't seem fair. No matter how hard he tries, he will never surpass him or the newbies because he simply lacks the talent. Losing them would have been bad for the party. The fog in front of his face has been lifted, and he can finally admit these things. Hearing this, the hero realizes that he has completely given up. He tells him that the first floor training ground needs an instructor right now, someone to guide new heroes. He believes he and Dika are perfect for this role. Although many people have applied, he promises to personally recommend him and asks for his thoughts. When the guy hesitates to answer, he reminds him that his real goal was to reach his family, not to get stronger. He can still do that as an instructor. Hearing this, his friend tries to say something but stops mid-sentence and agrees to be an instructor. The hero calls him out and says that he doesn't have to force himself if he doesn't want to do it. He recalls someone he once knew who was talentless, weak, and stuck at a low level, yet eventually accomplished something incredible. The hero asks him if he truly wants to grow stronger. His friend stays silent for a bit, but when the hero begins walking away, he falls to his knees, crying. He admits he truly wants to grow stronger and refuses to think of himself as worthless. Our boy reassures him that it's definitely possible. All he has to do is wait until the other gate opens, and he will take him to Nilfheimer. When his friend asks what it is, he smiles and reveals that it's an exciting place. The scene changes, and we see the archer girl cheerfully introducing herself to the newbies. However, they ignore her completely. The hero realizes that it's still a bit awkward between them. He then gives the new member some instructions. They must have seen his fights using the regenerative stone, so they should understand that they fight with fire. The girl asks if this means they need fire resistance. He says they must acquire it as soon as possible and can choose any method. Hearing this, the crazy guy confidently claims that he will gain fire resistance in 4 days, while the girl says she only needs 3. The hero then turns to the archer girl and tells her that she will be filling in for the blonde guy. She agrees and plans to manage it using her bow and arrows. The crazy guy fights with a sword, but the hero advises him to fight at the same distance where the backline can support him. If he can't cooperate with them, he will be worthless. The other girl has a wide range of skills: swordsmanship, dagger techniques, throwing weapons, fast movement, ambush tactics, poison skills, and various sensing abilities. He asks about her past, and she admits she was like an assassin, though not fully one. Hearing this, the hero assigns her a mid-range position, but she must adapt depending on the situation. Her main tasks are to protect the archer and the mage, gather information, and follow his instructions. She promises to keep all this in mind. Despite her agreeing, he still doesn't trust her fully and thinks that she might have learned some bad habits from the environment on the first floor. After assigning everyone roles, he notices the dark-haired girl walking in. He assumes she is still short on heroes and suggests looking for someone on the first floor since the master isn't doing any paid summons. Even though they are all regular summons, there may still be some people with great potential. She can even ask Dika to scout for her since he is a trainer. Among the 20 people on the first floor, there might be one who is talented. The girl likes his advice, but he warns her not to make it too obvious. If others find out that someone has potential, they might start bullying them to keep them down. As they talk, we see a group of people approaching a girl, ready to harass her. The scene shifts to the duel arena, where the hero announces that it will be useful for everyone to understand each other's strengths and weaknesses, so they will have a fight with no rules, using any weapons they choose. Excited by the idea, the crazy guy immediately steps forward. The hero doesn't think he can fight him alone, so he also tells the girl to join. However, when the man acts too cocky, he simply agrees to do a one-on-one to try and teach him a lesson. According to their cook, the guy once trained on the first floor when some heroes tried to harass him. He easily defeated them, seriously injuring 2 of the attackers. The group then started bullying others, especially those with the potential to reach the second floor. They even tried to target a girl, but she beat their ass without a problem. Right now, there aren't really any heroes that can challenge the second floor candidates. Meanwhile, the crazy guy charges forward with confidence. Our boy knows that this man is too cocky since he lived on the first floor, where everyone was weaker than him. The man strikes toward his head, but he simply swings and knocks the sword out of his hands in one hit. The hero wants him to understand that on this floor, there are people who are way stronger than him, so he needs to act accordingly. Velkus nervously acknowledges his overwhelming strength and realizes joining Party 1 was the right choice. He agrees to team up with the girl for this duel. The hero watches her putting poison on her dagger and asks if she is really going to use it. The girl simply replies that he wanted them to try their hardest. The crazy guy believes that together they can overwhelm our boy. Unfortunately for them, he isn't the one to go easy in duels. He comments that right now, they will even lose to the archer girl. He calls her to the arena and explains that she will be fighting 2-on-1. Moreover, the newbies cannot fight him again until they defeat her. The crazy guy thinks he is underestimating them since he believes they can easily take the archer girl down. The hero responds that they should simply show him instead of yapping. The man is too cocky to work with the girl, so he decides to go alone first. He manages to deflect the first arrow, but then he notices her firing far more arrows than he anticipated. The guy barely manages to evade, but the arrows keep coming. One of them almost hits him in the neck, which was deliberate since she didn't want to kill him. Watching from outside, the hero reminds him that the archer girl is stronger than they, so they should fight together. He gives them a 2-day deadline to win against her. The girl insists she hasn't even tried yet, and he allows her to attempt it. As expected, she gets destroyed by our archer girl. Neither of them can last even a minute against her alone. They both finally accept that they must fight together if they want any chance. The second round begins, and they immediately go in to close the distance. Instead of using her arrows, the archer girl takes out her dagger at close range and slashes Nerissa first. She then runs on the wall to get some distance and switches to her bow again. The crazy guy has no time to react and gets shot by a dozen arrows. The hero yells at them from outside, commenting that they are performing worse than they did individually. He suggests they could move to Party 2, which trains less intensely, if they don't want to follow the rules. The guy insists on trying again and scolds his teammate for failing, though she points out he didn't act either. Both of their egos have been badly wounded by Jenna's skill. She grew up in the forests, learning to deal with wild animals like them. Her training allows her to easily defeat reckless fighters. To stand a chance, they both must coordinate and fight as a team. Attacking individually will never work against someone like her, and they must operate together to have any hope of victory. Moments later, we see the girl injured with an arrow in her body, while the guy also has 2 arrows stuck in him. The hero tells them not to push themselves recklessly. He explains that if they step outside the arena, their bodies will heal faster. Listening to him, both exit the arena and the healing takes effect immediately. Both feel exhausted, having been thoroughly beaten by Jenna. Just then, the mage girl appears, teasing them and pointing out how pathetic they look. He scolds her, reminding her she should be training her telekinesis magic. If she doesn't disappear in 10 seconds, she won't get proper food. This is enough to make her leave. The crazy guy soon recovers and wants to fight again, but the hero tells him that they will continue tomorrow. The girl protests, but he explains that his friend has already fought them 10 times in a row, and her time should be respected. If they cannot defeat her tomorrow, he will start looking for someone else to join his team. The guy asks if he is joking, but the hero is serious. Tomorrow they have only one chance. If they fail, they will be kicked from the party. Our boy leaves, warning them not to disappoint him. The archer girl approaches him, asking if he really plans to kick them out. He confirms it, explaining that their talent is useless if they cannot fight together. Both of them are talented, but they must figure out how to work with each other. If they can change that, they will be able to excel even further. The next day, our hero and the 2 girls wait for the newbies to show up. He explains that they went to the first floor to train for a while. The mage girl thinks that they won't train today since they aren't here, but the hero tells her they will train harder since they're absent. As they talk, our newbies walk in. The hero asks them if they are prepared, and they confirm it. Everyone heads to the duel arena, where the rules remain the same. Any weapon in any style is allowed, but they get only one chance. Jenna prepares herself. The girl reminds her teammate that teamwork is essential, and he agrees reluctantly, understanding it's their only way to victory. When the fight begins, they don't rush at the archer girl like before and maintain distance. Confused, she fires an arrow at the girl, but suddenly the guy steps forward, shielding her from the attack. The girl then throws a small weapon at Jenna, who dodges it and fires several arrows at them. Surprisingly, the crazy guy can actually read her attack now. After he blocks the arrows, we get a system notification regarding his new skill called Throw Resistance. Both of them now rush at the archer girl together. She smirks and shoots a bunch of arrows, but they work together and block while also moving in opposite directions. Getting cornered from both sides, the archer girl jumps up to the ceiling and once again makes some distance from the newbies. Suddenly, she senses an overwhelming bloodthirsty aura from the back. The crazy guy attacks her, but she reacts quickly and leaps back. However, his teammate is already waiting behind her. Together, they corner her. Nerissa presses her dagger to her neck, leaving her no choice but to surrender. She declares the fight over, and our archer girl admits defeat. After their victory, the guy remarks that the fight was actually easy. Hearing this, our boy points out that they spent an entire day on something so simple. During the fight, Velkist's intense killing aura distracted Jenna, which allowed Nerissa to hide her own presence. When one person's presence becomes overwhelming, others can blend into the background, and that gives them the edge. The three exit the arena, and he tells them that they passed. He also reminds them never to forget the lessons they learned. The guy, however, barely listens and asks if their teamwork could be strong enough to defeat him. The hero offers them the chance, and we learn that they did try, but he had to switch into his berserker mode. Whenever he could, he struck them brutally. His attacks were so powerful that each strike felt like a near-death experience. The scene shifts to the waiting room. The master is still not sending them on real missions since it's their break before they start clearing floors again. In the meantime, they have recreated their main party by adding new members. Back in the lobby, the hero mentions that the archer girl will also be joining him in their next duel. The newbies are terrified hearing this, but he explains that they will continue to switch people so they all learn to work with each other. The crazy guy remarks that they only need to grow stronger individually, as he's seen him handle entire teams alone on the 5th, 10th, and 15th floors. He doesn't understand why teamwork is necessary. Our boy explains that what he saw through the stone might not be accurate. He cannot do everything alone, and many missions require teamwork. Without it, the missions will fail. While a single strong person can support a party, he doesn't believe anyone here is strong enough to carry a whole team by themselves. Once they learn to work as a team, they can focus on individual skills too. The guy accepts this and heads into the duel arena with his partner. The hero watches them, impressed by how quickly they have grown. They now spar properly even in a 2v2 scenario. They train every morning with basic exercises, followed by weapon practice during the day, and finish with battles against each other. Teams are switched frequently to keep everyone sharp. However, whenever Han joins a team, they win easily. Still, they slowly started to learn how to work as a team. After a week, Iolka also joined the training. The hero teaches the newbies how to protect her and Jenna and maintain proper formation. Hearing all this, the girl admits she never knew there were so many ways to fight. She remarks on his past, joking that he should stop claiming he was a farmer, as no one believes it anymore. Suddenly, they hear the fairy calling Party 1 outside. The crazy guy finally gets excited since he was waiting for this moment. He believes it's better than just practicing on wooden dummies. As they leave, they pass the blonde guy, who tells our boy to be careful. He reassures him that he will return safely. Outside, there is an entire crowd of people. Our boy wonders who they are, and the girl explains that they are people who are unsatisfied with the floor division. She mentions that rumors are spreading about them, but the hero reveals that he already knows. Currently, there are 3 generations of heroes in the lobby. First-generation heroes are the strongest, including him, the archer girl, and Edis. The second generation includes heroes who were chosen due to their potential, like the 2 newbies. On the other hand, the third generation has people on the lower floor who were summoned after the division. As the party moves forward, someone in the crowd calls them arrogant. This makes the newbie furious, and he demands to know who spoke. The hero stops him before he can chop off anyone this time. At the same time, a strange man approaches him, claiming to be a chronic patient. The man requests that he be taken to the second floor, but our boy simply pushes him away, telling him to move. He clearly knows that the man is lying since the lobby heals everything, including any illness or disease. Suddenly, the fairy arrives at the scene and starts scolding the crowd for blocking Party 1 and making the master wait. While walking into the gate, the group discusses how the behavior of these people has changed ever since the floors were divided. Our boy tells them to ignore the distractions and focus on the mission ahead. They enter the waiting room, and a notification appears stating that they are being sent to the 16th floor. The hero reminds everyone that once they arrive, they must follow his orders. A bright light surrounds them, and they are teleported to the 16th floor for an exploration mission. The crazy guy looks around in confusion, since this is his first exploration mission. Jenna comments that they cleared a similar mission on the 6th floor, but it was pretty easy. The hero tells her that the previous mission was simple, but this one will be more challenging. The mansion is beautiful, but it gives the new girl a strange feeling. Han asks if she recognizes it, but she isn't sure yet. He tells her to let him know if she finds anything familiar. They begin exploring, searching for a way to the next floor. The hero reaches a door but finds it blocked by a barrier. He asks Narissa to use her skills to investigate, and she leaves. Meanwhile, the rest of them continue to explore the mansion in an inspection formation. The mansion is filled with expensive and elaborate decorations. It almost feels creepy since there is no one else around. The hero assures them that it is clean and likely not abandoned, so he expects they will meet someone eventually. Every door is blocked by a barrier, so their only option is to move forward. After walking for a bit, the heroes begin to realize that the layout of the mansion is pretty odd. It isn't long before they figure out the actual reason. Ahead of them, the hallway splits into 3 paths. The hero realizes the mansion is built like a maze. For now, their best option is to wait for the girl to come back with more information. While they wait, the heroes start getting annoyed since the mission feels so confusing with no enemies and no clear objective. Even though they haven't seen any signs of enemies, the hero advises them to stay alert since they might pop up at any moment. After 5 minutes, the girl comes back after scouting. She reveals that the hallways all lead to a single place, and the layout is not that complicated. There were no enemies or traps, but she saw something strange. When the hero asks her for more details, she simply tells him that he will understand when he sees it for himself. Following the girl, the team encounters a maid who is clearly in severe distress, bleeding and suffering. She does not react to their presence, and her condition seems unnatural and difficult to understand. The crazy guy suggests killing her since she is suspicious, but the hero thinks it's better not to interfere with things that seem suspicious. There is no need to act hastily. Jenna contemplates helping the maid but ultimately decides not to, though she keeps glancing back at her. Meanwhile, they continue trying to unlock the doors, but they all seem blocked by some kind of barrier. The entire party seems to be annoyed for not getting any action, but the hero assures them that something will come up soon enough. The first 3 halls look identical, and the maze isn't that hard to navigate. However, when they reach the 4th hallway, things change a bit. Nerissa scouts ahead and reports that several enemies, around 7, are waiting, equipped with swords, spears, and crossbows. The hero formulates a plan to ambush them as soon as they enter the hallway. The 2 girls will take out the archers, while the rest will handle the melee fighters. Our boy peeks inside and signals his team to strike. One soldier drinking water notices movement too late, and the hero swiftly kills him with a dagger. Velkist sneaks up behind another soldier, beheading him silently, and immediately kills a second. Jenna fires arrows, taking down 2 soldiers at once, while Nerissa and the hero each dispatch 1 more. In moments, all 7 enemies are defeated. In front of them are stairs leading upwards with 3 large doors. As everyone is focused on the doors ahead, my man notices the door behind them and throws his shield towards the doors ahead. A barrier appears when it reaches a certain point, showing that they cannot access the 2nd floor yet. Seeing this, he instructs the mage girl to cast her first magic spell at the back door. As the girl looks at him in confusion, our boy sees a notification about the enemy soldiers hiding behind that back door. The mage girl fires her magic, and the hero orders the rest of the group to charge in. He appears from the flames and starts cutting down soldiers swiftly. The others also fight alongside him, and before long, all the soldiers are dead. The hero shakes his sword and confirms that all enemies are dead. As they prepare to move forward, the mage girl asks him how he knew about the soldiers. He explains that even after killing the enemies below, the barrier to the 2nd floor didn't open. This means that the soldiers they killed were not the only ones there. After killing the rest of the soldiers, they can now see the barrier open. The hero guesses that his mission will be over once they go through the doors ahead. While walking up the stairs, he tells everyone to start preparing for the next floor, and the crazy guy agrees, commenting that this one was pretty boring. As he expected, the party is teleported back after walking through the door. In the lobby, the archer girl asks him if the next floor will also be like this. She isn't really a fan of this type of mission since they take too much time. Our boy commends everyone for their good work, and they all start walking away. He notices the new girl still standing and asks if she wants to say something. The girl reveals that she has some information about the mansion they just visited. The 2 casually go back to the 2nd floor and talk with a cup of tea. Han asks her what she wanted to talk about, and the girl reveals that she doesn't just recognize the place they were in, she actually used to work there. He listens closely as she says the information could increase their chances of survival. She reveals that the mansion is called the Golden Mansion and belonged to the Halgion family, one of the 4 major families supporting the empire that rules the town. Even the emperor cannot fully control these powerful families, which also include Schuternberg, Lantia, and Asinus. The hero asks if the mansion truly belonged to Halgion, and Nerissa says she cannot be certain, but the entrance and exterior were identical. However, the interior looked completely different. She still doesn't know what their mission actually is, but she thinks it's somehow connected to the changes in the mansion. The mansion had 5 floors in total, and the families living inside had monster blood mixed in their bloodline. The girl explains that it wasn't the blood of any monster, but actually dragon blood. Hearing all this, the hero starts thinking about the different floors in the game. The first 20 floors of the tower are beginner floors, and anyone who clears all 20 is called a proper master. The reason for this is that on the 20th floor, there is a unique boss monster far stronger than any normal boss. In this game, only 1 in 3 masters clears the 5th floor, and very few ever reach the 20th floor. The girl recalls seeing him save a princess on the 15th floor, but she still doesn't understand why the mansion would show up now. The hero mentions that he doesn't know her relationship to the family, so if she wants to stay out of the mission, she can tell him. The girl lets out a creepy smile and says that those people were a bunch of animals who deserve worse than death, so she will happily do the mission. After sharing all the information, she gets up and leaves. Our boy sighs and calls out to the fairy who had been listening to their conversation all this time. When he asks her what she wants, she claims that she only wanted to tell him that he is doing very well in the tower, though she still feels uneasy about the place and is slightly worried for him. He explains that they are still beginners up to the 20th floor. The real challenges begin afterward. The fairy wonders if he found out anything from the new girl. He replies that after connecting all the information, he has concluded that a group is trying to kill the princess they saved on the 15th floor, and this group is linked to the Halgion family. The wanted posters for her were also funded by them. He admits he does not fully understand everything yet, but it might also be related to the goddess. Hearing this, she asks if the 15th and 20th floors are connected. The hero gets up and mentions that there is a high probability. After talking to Nerissa, he figured out two things. First is the layout of the mansion. It has 5 floors, which lines up with the number of floors they have between 15 and 20. Moreover, the family living in the Golden Mansion is said to have dragon blood, which means that the unique boss of the 20th floor could indeed be a dragon. Dragons are incredibly strong and nearly without weakness, though the dragon in the Golden Mansion is not pure and is slightly weaker. They don't have any choice but to prepare for the worst. Our boy mentions that his party is the only one capable of carrying out this mission. She only has to help them whenever she can. The fairy nervously agrees to it and promises to help. The next day, the gates open once again, and Party 1 is teleported to the 17th floor. They arrive to see 5 huge passageways ahead. The crazy guy complains about the different entrances, saying that it looks even more boring than the previous floor. However, the hero warns them to be prepared since they might be in here for days. The archer girl worries they might starve if it takes too long, but he reassures her that as long as they follow the rules, nothing will happen. His only concern is the difficulty level of this account since it's a bit too high. As they move forward, he takes notes. The party encounters traps and soldiers, but they pass through them without much of a struggle. After several days, they reach the 18th floor, the 3rd floor of the Golden Mansion. This floor also isn't hard, and they clear it easily. Now, only the 19th and 20th floors remain. They are then sent to the 19th floor, where the archer girl fights multiple enemies, shooting arrows to kill many soldiers at once. The floor is cleared in a few days, and she is named MVP for her performance. Back in the waiting area, she stretches and comments that the floors are too easy, and he was trying to scare them for nothing. The new girl reveals that they did encounter some complex pathways, but thanks to the hero, they didn't have to struggle much. Suddenly, a notification appears that the master is constructing a check room in the lobby. The mage girl wonders what is being built, and the hero explains that the check room is a place to store important items. However, instead of actually storing normal items, they will be storing stuff left behind by the dead heroes. It allows the master to access the memories of heroes who die, keeping their data safe. The scene shifts to the duel arena, where Party 1 is gathered. The hero explains that Party 2 has also been sent to the 16th floor and that all other parties need more improvement. Party 3 will soon follow to the 16th floor. This means that soon they will be entering the 20th floor. He instructs the archer girl to train her strong bow skills. The mage must increase her fire magic's power and strengthen her fire circle, which she agrees to, though she notes it will be difficult. The new girl says she will go to the weekly dungeon to gather various types of poison, since paralysis poison alone will not be enough. Meanwhile, the crazy guy wants to train with him using real weapons. Our hero agrees and says they will start in the morning, but the guy insists they can begin immediately since the time of day doesn't matter. This makes our boy smile as he realizes that this guy is way too determined despite losing to him dozens of times. He has a different mindset than his friend and the other guys around him. Suddenly, Iolka announces that she wants to train in combat as well since she doesn't want to die and end up in the check room. Earlier, when the hero told her that it was like a grave for them, she became paranoid. He explained that the master was making preparations for the 20th floor. Since they can't really retrieve the bodies, this is all they have. It serves as a memorial for the fallen heroes. The crazy guy remarks that it's strange, and he would have preferred building another training center instead. Jenna, however, sees it positively and thinks that the master genuinely cares about them. Hearing this, the mage starts an argument with her. The new girl walks over to the hero and comments that the archer is very strong. He smiles and tells her that it's her mindset that has kept her alive this far, and it's actually why he keeps her around. The girl assumes that the mission will be difficult, and he looks at her, asking if she is scared. She tells him that if she were afraid, she would have taken a support role instead of becoming a fighter. Now it is too late to turn back. Our boy glances at her and mentions that it's still not too late. She doesn't really say anything after hearing this and simply smiles. Back in the present, we see our heroes practicing once again. It's a 2v1 battle between our boy, the crazy guy, and the mage girl. Both of them combine their strengths to try and hit him, but he manages to block. As the crazy guy pushes on, he levels up his swordsmanship skill. At the same time, our boy also levels up his swordsmanship skill. Elsewhere, the archer girl fires arrows continuously at a target dummy, destroying it completely with her new skill, strong bow. Everyone is working hard to improve themselves. After sparring, our boy runs with weights around his wrists. They are so heavy that they crack the ground when dropped. Jenna is also training with heavy weights. Meanwhile, new people join the second floor. A pharmacist is stationed in the magic hall to make healing potions. Dika, who is now an instructor, has also returned. They also have other support roles, like the blacksmith, who can now craft D+ rank items. While this is happening, Party 3 continues climbing floors since there is a chance that they might need multiple parties for the 20th floor. With their successful raids, they also become candidates to join the second floor as an official party, like our other two parties. At night, we see the hero in his room studying his notes. He knows that this floor is going to be tough since he also had a hard time with it. His party died 3 times back then, but now he knows failure is not an option, not only on the 20th floor, but on any floor after that. The next day, in the waiting room, he tells everyone to finish anything they want before entering the next floor. They can even write wills, which he will personally tear to pieces once they die. Jenna jokes that the mage girl is already writing her will. When asked about it, she gets furious and tells them to mind their own business. He reassures Party 1 that they will survive if they trust him. As they walk towards the gate, a notification appears, saying 3 parties will be needed for this mission. Party 2 appears, and the team wonders if this will be a boss fight. They do not know what to expect, but understand they must work together. Another notification informs the master that he can summon each party when needed, rather than all at once. Party 3 appears next, and their leader promises to do her best. The master has to send parties one by one, and there is a specific time before he can send the next party. While they discuss what their mission might be, the archer girl notices a man trembling in fear. The hero explains that he is a sacrifice, sent to the 20th floor to gather information. People who are useless are sent like this instead of being synthesized. This has been going on since they cleared the 16th floor. While the man stands there in shock, the fairy arrives and shouts at him to enter. Bro doesn't even last a minute and is immediately killed. The master then chooses Party 1 as the first party to enter. Our boy lets out that signature smirk and tells everyone to get ready. Meanwhile, the fairy starts shouting at his team, telling them to listen to him. Before they enter, Edis assures the hero that their party is right behind them. Finally, they step inside, and the master begins recording the mission. They arrive at the 5th floor of the Golden Mansion, where they immediately come across a dark hallway. The hero reaches the door and tells the team that once they cross it, the mission truly begins. He reminds them to use everything they have learned so far, then pushes the door open. The team follows him inside. The moment they enter, warning messages appear stating that they must eliminate all enemies to complete the mission. The atmosphere feels completely different from anything they have seen before. The archer girl prepares her bow, and the mage girl activates her fire magic. Everyone gets ready for danger. A short distance away, a man stands watching them with a twisted smile. He shouts that everything happening is their fault, and that he will not let them escape. The hero immediately recognizes him as the threat and signals the team to attack. The archer girl fires a powerful arrow, putting all her strength into it, while Aolka unleashes her strongest flames. The arrow destroys one side of the man's body, tearing off his arm and half his torso. The flames rush in right after, burning him completely. Our hero tells both of them to keep attacking from a distance while the rest move forward. He and the crazy guy charge ahead with the new girl beside them. In the middle of the flames, an eye suddenly opens. The man transforms into a half-black dragon named Halgaraf. Our boy tells everyone not to freeze and reminds them that they must attack non-stop. Behind them, the archer girl prepares an extremely powerful shot, gathering all her energy into one arrow. She fires at the dragon's face. The explosion is huge, but the arrow never touches its target. A strange barrier blocks it, and the arrow loses all strength as it drops to the ground. The dragon smiles, and a message appears, revealing that it is resistant to all physical attacks. The mage girl tries an even stronger fire spell, but another glowing red barrier blocks it. The dragon then fixes its gaze on our hero, who had moved close to strike its eye. Even his strongest blow fails, and the barrier blocks it completely. The other party members also try their luck but fail to do any damage to the massive dragon. The dragon raises its head, then drops it again as strange objects attached to its scales break off and shoot in every direction. Seeing that, the hero shouts at everyone to get away. A message warns that the new girl is bleeding, and her health is falling. He sees her bleeding, but she quickly drinks a potion and insists it's only a minor wound. Hoping the eye might be a weak point, the archer girl shoots again, but the same barrier appears. The message repeats, physical attacks are completely useless. She grows frustrated, unable to understand why nothing works when the dragon hasn't even started fighting seriously. Velkist thinks that none of their attacks are strong enough to break through the dragon's thick exterior. However, the hero tells him that it's not the exterior. Their attacks simply aren't hitting him yet. When the guy asks what he means, he doesn't explain, telling him that there is no time. The 3 of them try to attack the dragon once again, but nothing works. Frustrated, the hero orders the others to retreat, suggesting that he fight alone. He tries, but the same message appears again. The dragon hits back using the scales, but he blocks it in time. Han realizes that the boss is only targeting one target at a time and tells the others to take turns attacking, hoping this strategy might create an opening. Suddenly, broken pieces of the dragon's scales release dark energy and form corrupted shadow monsters, all level 14. The hero signals his team to handle them, and they gladly obey. Meanwhile, the dragon swings again, and our hero blocks with his shield. The crazy guy cuts through the shadows, relieved that at least these creatures can be damaged. While his team takes care of the small fry, he wonders how to defeat the boss. Even though it can do a variety of attacks, its attack pattern is not that complex. The true problem is the barrier. He keeps slashing at its neck, but the message continues appearing, frustrating him. Even while taking blows from all sides, he refuses to back down. His health drops again and again, but he keeps fighting. The archer girl calls out in fear, but he tells her to stay focused on the monsters. Meanwhile, the Iolka is panicking as endless shadows appear. Her spells keep failing, and she fears they will all die. She cries out, asking how long they have to hold on. Our boy hears their frustration, but cannot think or predict when this phase will end. The dragon roars, and even more shadows appear. In a brief moment, he notices soldiers standing silently on a nearby wall. They must have arrived without anyone noticing. But before he can question it, the dragon attacks again, and he barely dodges. The crazy guy laughs, saying he finally understands why watching him fight always looked so entertaining. Now that he is facing all these monsters himself, he is starting to enjoy it too. He asks whether the hero can actually kill this strange dragon. Han ignores him, thinking he is just talking nonsense. But then he suddenly notices a bright blue light forming behind the dragon. A message appears, announcing that a field formation has been completed. The master can now send their second party to help. The system asks him for his choice for the next party. Without wasting any time, the master chooses the second party, and they are all teleported to the floor. As soon as Edis arrives, she looks down at the battlefield and sees the hero fighting the giant dragon completely alone. Our spear boy, who is also part of Party 2, becomes worried the moment he sees his friend in that state. However, when they try to go in, they notice a barrier stopping them from entering. Suddenly, all the human soldiers standing in front of them start moving. As the rear guard, their job isn't to help the front guard, but to take on a different objective. This turns out to be a multi-goal mission, and that's why they needed multiple parties. However, this also means that our boy has to fight the boss by himself. His attacks still do nothing. The dark-haired girl suddenly orders her teammate to take out her crossbow, and she immediately begins shooting the soldiers. Edis then shouts to the hero, telling him to hold on while she makes her way toward the statue. The rest of Party 2 join the fight as well and begin pushing forward. Down on the battlefield, our boy calls out that they must clear out all of the dragon-summoned monsters before Party 2 reaches the statue. The mage girl questions why it matters, but he tells her to stop wasting time and start preparing third circle fire magic. While she channels her spell, the archer girl acts as her guard. At the same time, the hero keeps the dragon busy. The monsters rush at the mage girl in huge waves, forcing her to unleash powerful spells again and again. She burns entire groups using normal fire magic, then second stage fire magic, and finally a massive fire tornado that wipes out all the monsters closing in on her. The effort drains almost all of her energy, and Jenna quickly hands her a mana potion. Now they only have the boss remaining. The dragon swings its tail at the hero, but he blocks it with his sword. Suddenly, a flash of yellow light shoots across the ground, which shocks him. As he notices his glowing sword, a notification appears confirming that the second party has occupied the altar. The dark-haired girl touches the statue, activating its divine ability. The clouds above separate, and a holy light shines down on them. The next notification announces that holy power is fully activated and has enchanted everyone's weapons. Everyone stares in shock as their weapons light up. With the goddess on his side, our boy tells the team to get ready since they are about to send this dragon into the afterlife. Now that they can finally hit the monster, the hero quickly divides his team into 3 groups. He fights alone as Team 1, Velkist and Narissa form Team 2, and Iolka and Jenna form Team 3. The dragon fires dozens of scales at them, and dust fills the battlefield. Suddenly, Team 2 dashes out of the cloud at full speed, charging straight at the dragon. This time, their attacks finally work. The crazy guy creates deep, heavy wounds in the dragon's body, while the girl lands several rapid, powerful strikes. While this is happening, more shadows appear at the back. Our boy shouts at them to switch with him later since he might need a break from fighting the boss. The archer girl continues shooting down multiple shadows at once. However, she suddenly pauses for a moment, and the hero realizes she has run out of arrows. He notices all her arrows scattered around the battlefield and starts making a way for her by slashing the shadows. She quickly understands what she must do and rushes to pick up the arrows while firing them at the same time. She repeats this again and again. Pick, shoot, while the hero protects her by clearing the monsters from the front. Suddenly, he tells her to stop wasting arrows on small monsters and aim directly at the dragon. He says he will deal with the remaining shadows alone and swings his sword in a powerful arc, killing several shadows in one strike. Jenna draws her longbow, takes careful aim, and fires with all her strength. The arrow shoots across the battlefield with incredible force. When it hits the dragon, the creature screams in agony. A heavy stream of blood pours out. Our bloodthirsty Velkist smells it and immediately strikes on the same spot. At the same time, Han throws a small dagger with incredible force and orders them to switch with him. The dagger flies straight into the dragon's eye, making the creature roar in unbearable pain. The hero jumps toward the dragon, grabs the dagger again, and twists it deep inside the eye. Then he drags the blade downward, cutting through the entire eyeball. The dragon loses almost all vision on that side. The dragon tries to strike back with its claws, but it dodges easily. Meanwhile, Edis is shouting that her team can't hold out much longer. The hero realizes that Party 2 is being overwhelmed by the endless soldiers climbing toward them. At this rate, they will lose the buff of the altar, which allows them to hit the dragon. While the other team struggles to hold on, one of the soldiers stabs Usher with his spear. Their leader quickly orders someone to pull him back while she tries to hold the line alone. The mage girl begins panicking, shouting that the situation is getting out of control. Our boy knows she is right. Everyone is already at their limit, and no one can fight like this much longer. Party 2 has already lost one member, and the rest can last only a few more minutes. At that moment, the entire battlefield begins shaking. The next moment, a massive fortress-like building starts appearing on the battlefield. This is the time for their master to summon their next party. A bright light appears once again, and Party 3 finally arrives. The moment they appear, the hero urgently tells them to run. Their leader looks confused, but he insists she must climb the tower and shoot the ballista at the dragon. The girl quickly agrees and starts clearing her way through the soldiers with the help of her party. Back at the front line, the crazy guy turns to the hero and says, "It's time to switch." Han switches positions with him instantly. The guy then charges at the dragon and cuts off its tongue with a single, fierce attack. The dragon is poisoned, with one of its eyes wounded. The hero tells them to use this opportunity well. Meanwhile, Jenna resumes using her longbow, which seems to do a lot of damage. When the hero asks how many large arrows she has left, she says only 5, and he tells her to use all of them immediately. He grows even more worried. Party 2 is on the brink of collapse, and they must kill the dragon as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Party 3 finally reaches the ballista. Han knows that if the soldiers take control of the goddess statues, their attacks will become useless, and the dragon will regain its immunity. If that happens, their chances of winning drop to almost nothing. He shouts at the girl to assign one person to operate the ballista while the others block incoming soldiers. She hesitates, unsure how to use the weapon, but forces herself to learn quickly. Edis cries out again, saying she can't hold any longer. The archer girl is also out of arrows, so now she has to use her dagger while the hero joins the front lines. The girl from Party 3 finally starts preparing the ballista, but when she aims, she realizes that the dragon is moving too fast. Our boy hears this and orders both of his teammates to stop the dragon for just a second. They rush from both sides trying to restrain the creature, but the dragon is still extremely strong. It swings a heavy claw, hitting the crazy hard and sending him flying. Realizing that there's no more time, the hero sprints toward the dragon. He leaps into the air and drives his sword deep into its claw, pinning the creature's hand to the ground. This is their only chance to shoot it with the ballista, but the girl is still not fully prepared. She begins to remember how lost she felt when she first arrived in this world. She had no idea what her role was supposed to be, but she understood that everyone else was struggling too. Like the others, she tried to adapt as quickly as she could, and did whatever was necessary to survive. Her memories returned to her childhood. She grew up in extreme poverty, without proper food or clothes. She had no one except her older sister, but when she became a little older, her sister sold her onto a ship. From that day on, she worked constantly in a dangerous environment, always alone and always trying her best. But that moment didn't last. A huge monster suddenly attacked their ship one day. The creature looked terrifying, almost like something from a pirate horror story. A man shouted at her to move and fire the ship's cannon, but she froze in fear. The memory fades, and she returns to the present. It's the same thing once again, but this time she won't let her team down. Without thinking, she fires the ballista, and a massive arrow shoots out like a cannon blast, slamming straight into the dragon. For a second, she doesn't even realize that she has actually done it. This brings back her lost confidence as she begins to understand that this world is different. As long as she works hard, she can be stronger. Seeing her relaxed, the hero shouts that it's not over. Unfortunately, for the girl, it is over because the next moment an arrow pierces her skull and she dies. Even the motivational flashbacks couldn't save her. Meanwhile, the soldier who shot her shows no emotions at all. With her death, her entire party freezes in terror, and they start to panic. In this chaos, the hero orders them to get rid of her body and take charge of the weapon, but the newbies are just too damn scared. The crazy guy hears them and admits that everything is falling apart. Party 3 has completely failed, and even our boy decides to abandon them. While they fight the dragon, they start seeing notifications about the heroes dying one after the other. It isn't long before the entire party is dead. The hero tells the others to stay back since he wants to handle the boss alone. At the same time, another notification appears stating that Usher from Party 2 is also close to dying. Our boy realizes that he needs to go all in. Since they still have the statue buff, he aims directly for the heart. The ballista attack earlier created a small opening in the dragon's tough skin. If he strikes that exact spot with his sword, he believes he can pierce straight into its heart. Meanwhile, Edis is trying to keep her teammate alive, promising that the mission will end soon. But he can barely hear her. He mutters to himself, fading in and out. Meanwhile, her other teammate, Diran, is also struggling. He looks back for a second, and a soldier suddenly appears behind him, piercing his sword through his chest. Blood pours from his mouth as he falls off the platform into a swarm of enemies waiting below. He has no chance of surviving and is stabbed by the soldiers immediately after falling down. The guy desperately tries to call for help, but his party is already too occupied. The other guy can hear his cries as he too almost dies from his wounds. Before he fully closes his eyes, he gets a glimpse of a few soldiers who are about to stab him to death. At that moment, he remembers something from his past. Someone had told him to stay with the supplies instead of pretending he could fight. Others mocked him for wanting to become a mercenary, even though he didn't even know how to hold a sword. They laughed and walked away, leaving him staring at his own hands, wondering why he couldn't do something so simple. The scene shifts back to the present. The guy holds his sword firmly and announces that he does know how to use a sword. Meanwhile, we see our boy fighting the dragon with everything he has. However, his attacks don't work anymore, and the same notification appears. Turns out that party too couldn't hold the altar anymore, so the goddess's blessing is gone. Usher has also died along with the entire third party. To make things worse, the second party isn't looking any better either, and it doesn't seem like they are going to take back the altar again. With everything against them, our boy starts losing hope. We are shown all the player cards at the end, and judging from that, things aren't looking very good. The dragon swings its massive claw at the hero, and he lifts his shield to defend himself. As he slides back, the archer girl reminds him that they were in the same situation on the 5th floor and asks what they should do now. They need the altar, but he doesn't think they are in a position to reclaim it. At that moment, he asks Velkist for his sword. The man is confused, but he still hands it over. Our boy then instructs the mage to use her fire magic on the weapon. The idea is to use her fire magic in a similar way to the goddess's blessing. The sword now looks extremely dangerous. The girl explains that she can merge the blessing with the sword using her magic, but it's too weak. She can create a stronger spell, but it will require more time. The hero smiles and tells her that the 4th circle would be good enough. While holding off the shadows, the crazy guy asks what they should do. The hero orders them to protect Mage Girl for now. Meanwhile, he is planning on going for the dragon once more. As this is happening, Iolka begins preparing a powerful spell that takes time to complete. On the other side, Han charges toward the dragon with his flaming sword. When he reaches the dragon, he attacks, but the dragon blocks him with its hands and tail. He realizes the dragon understands he is targeting its weak spot. Even so, he avoids all the dragon's attacks and gets close enough to strike the large wound. But suddenly that same message appears, saying that it's resistant to physical attacks. This means that the blessing from the flame magic is too weak. He wonders if they should retake the statue, fire another ballista shot, or simply keep fighting until the dragon eventually dies due to blood loss. These thoughts race through his mind while the dragon continues attacking him at full strength. He struggles to defend himself, and it's hard to think clearly since he is running out of time. Still, he keeps fighting relentlessly, desperate to find a way to kill it. From a distance, his teammates watch him. The comments on how incredible he is despite the odds being against him, but the girl tells him to stop glazing and focus on the shadows. Meanwhile, the hero is attacking anything he sees. Most of his attacks are failing, but somehow one manages to hit. He realizes that since the dragon's tail was already damaged, the barrier there must have weakened. If that is true, then he has a chance. He only needs to keep attacking the wounds until he finds the exact point where the barrier no longer works. With that thought, he rushes under the dragon, where the ballista had created a huge wound earlier. He attacks that spot, and once again, the attack lands. The wound tears open even more. However, the dragon goes wild from the pain and charges straight at him with its jaws wide open. He tries to defend with his shield, but the dragon's strength is overwhelming. The shield is knocked from his grip and flies away. The shield spins across the ground, and the dragon's eyes follow it. This shifts its attention towards the mage. Our boy recognizes this and quickly rushes to defend her before she gets hit by its scales. Even though he blocks most of them, some manage to pierce his arms and legs. Seeing him in this state, the archer girl becomes worried, but he insists she keep defending the mage. Around her, many dragon scales lie scattered, and monsters may burst from them soon. But something even worse happens next. New warning messages appear, and the dragon lets out a terrifying scream as it goes berserk. Our boy is also locked in, so he goes berserk as well. Both of them start fighting like wild animals. However, the hero starts to struggle as the dragon hits him with its tail. He manages to block the attack using his sword, but the impact is so powerful that it shatters completely. As soon as the sword breaks, he calls out to Nerissa for her weapon. She immediately throws her sword at him. While the sword is in midair, the mage girl infuses it with her flames, and the hero immediately starts slashing again. He hasn't practiced with her sword before, so it also breaks pretty easily. With nothing left, he shouts at his teammates to throw the rest of their weapons to him. While the dragon focuses on the mage girl again, Jenna throws her dagger towards the hero so he can continue to fight. At this point, he is going beyond his limits, and all of his senses are beginning to fade. However, he knows that if he stops now, all of his teammates will die. His dagger soon gives up, and he notices the dragon charging at Iolka. Without wasting any time, he switches to a different weapon and jumps at the monster with everything he has. After a bunch of despair moments, we finally see something positive as the hero gains a new skill after facing his own limits. This levels up his berserk still twice and gives him a huge stats boost. His sword manages to pierce through the dragon's skull, and it starts screaming in pain. Meanwhile, his teammates struggle against the shadows since all of their weapons are gone. He continues stabbing with the sword until it also breaks. The dragon recognizes this pause and goes wild, trying to get him off its head. Our boy holds strong and rides it like the worm in Dune. With no other option left and nothing to stab the dragon, he grabs onto its neck as hard as he can and rips it off. The next moment, we see the dragon's head flying through the air while the hero looks like a mad beast. He stands on top of its body and gains a new skill called Dragon Slayer. However, this is where his berserk skill ends, and he falls into a state of exhaustion. While his body drops down to the ground, Jenna rushes to him and catches him before he falls. Before she can say anything, the crazy guy screams at her, warning that it's still not over. It appears that the dragon's body still has a bit of life left, despite having no head. They don't have the blessing anymore, so their best option is to fall back. However, the hero smiles at them and reminds them that the mage has finished casting her spell. For a moment, she becomes the main character and shoots out her most powerful flame spell. The dragon's body almost disappears in the light, and it leaves everyone in awe. The girl still isn't done. She forms a hand sign that creates a huge glowing fireball inside the dragon's already demolished body. After a moment of pause, a giant fire cross strikes down from the sky and hits the dragon with a huge explosion. This is enough to end the boss completely, and the floor is finally cleared. All of the survivors level up, and our boy is declared the MVP. The system congratulates the master for clearing the floor, and he becomes a proper master. As a result, new dungeons appear in the lobby, along with a new facility. There is also a hero that can be promoted to the next rank. In addition, the new gate can now be opened. After coming back, the archer girl laughs and mentions that no one died, at least not at their party. Turns out she is still holding on to the hero, so he yells at her to let him go. As he gets up, Velkist walks over to him and asks if he is a human since he has never seen a human rip off a dragon's throat one-on-one. The hero watches his team and realizes that the only people remaining are them and the survivors from the second party. Edis apologizes to him since she thinks that they failed to do their job. He tells her that they only won thanks to their efforts and advises not to give down on something like this. Even though they cleared the floor, they lost almost 2 of their parties. The hero announces that they can all rest tomorrow and walks back to his room. On his way, he encounters the fairy who gives him the wooden horse statue as a gift from their master. He doesn't really need it, but he also doesn't want the master to feel bad, so he accepts. Meanwhile, we see the dark-haired girl in her room with blood all over her clothes and body. She drops at the door, talking to herself about how she is the only one who came back. This makes her tear up and she starts crying. The next day, he notices the archer girl back outside and asks her what she is doing on a rest day. She mentions that she wanted to visit the check room, but now she is going to the resting area to relax. He leaves her and walks over to the building. The dark-haired girl liked Usher since he was quick to learn and was passionate about improving. He could have been a good fighter when combined with Diren, who also died. It's the same with Party 3 since the people who died weren't bad. They just lacked experience in a boss fight. We see the remaining members of Party 2 looking at the remains of their teammates. Edis seems to be the one most affected by this. At the same time, their master logs back in and gets the notification about the promotion. Since this is a 3-star promotion, he needs a new kind of stone. For that, he upgrades the synthesis chamber to allow for hero conversions. He immediately begins the conversion by ordering the fairy to put 1 hero inside. The conversion gives him a basic spirit stone, which can be combined with other stones to be used for high-rank promotions. This new building is also useful since synthesizing low-rank heroes with higher ones doesn't have a lot of benefit. They can now be converted to get new items. The master starts combining the stones, and our boy finally reaches 3 stars. As she hands him the promotion stone, he asks her how many intervention points she has, since he wants to get in contact with the master again. The fairy nervously tells him that she watched a lot of YouTube, so she doesn't have much left. Still, she thinks she can manage about 30 minutes online. This is enough time for him, and he asks her to prepare while he steps inside the promotion chamber. Once inside the chamber, he places the stone on the altar, and it activates, teleporting him somewhere just like last time. It looks like a room, and he notices a kid crying in front of him. He still can't move past the barrier, and all he can hear is the crying of the kid. Frustrated, our boy kicks the furniture and waits for it to be over. After getting out, he officially becomes a 3-star hero, and even his portrait changes. This is also the time for him to acquire a specific class. While walking back, he notices the fairy sleeping on a bench. He smacks her to wake her up, and the two walk back to his room. At the same time, the master summons a few new heroes. Once in his room, the fairy proudly explains that she wasn't just surfing the web to pass the time but actually doing something useful. After searching around, she found out that their master has signed up for his fan club. This makes him confused, and the fairy starts yapping about how even the master recognizes the awesomeness of Loki. Annoyed, he asks her what else she found out. The fairy shocks him by revealing that it's about Niflheimer. They have put up an advertisement to look for students. These trainees will be invited to the lobby and train with highly advanced equipment and trainers. The hero asks for more details, and she pulls up the original post. It makes her furious that someone posted it since Loki is standing right here. He tells her that it's normal since he is also using the internet through her. This means that the post was actually made by the heroes in Niflheimer. He never imagined they would go this far. Upon having a closer look, our boy discovers something even more shocking. Looking at all the requirements, it almost seems like they are specifically looking for him.